Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Monday, November 18th. I'll ask Christina to please provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the November 18, 2024 Board of Governors meeting. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so one of two ways. In-person attendees must complete and submit a comment card request, which is available at the liaison table. Virtual attendees shall use the raise hand feature. If you are calling into the meeting, press *9. Following each item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. We will begin with in-person public comments, followed by virtual public comments. Handouts are available at the meeting entrance table. Additional copies are available upon request. Please email castro@cccco.edu for additional details. This concludes my announcements. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Please click CC icon at the bottom of the screen labeled closed captions to read live captioning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown. Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jennifer Perry. Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Mary Salas. Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
Quorum is established. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to ask our Vice President, Aguinaldo, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. Please place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We're going to, as a board, have a brief recess and move into closed session. We're anticipating our closed session will last about 30 minutes. With that, we will see the rest of you in around 30 minutes. Thanks so much. Great. We are reconvening from our closed session. We have no reportable items coming out of our closed session. I would like the record to please note that we have a number of board members present. We have Escobar Carrillo, Brown, and De La Fuente now present. Thank you so much, Christina. Next up, we have our standing orders of business, and we're going to start with our president's report. Today, obviously, is my last president's report. My tradition has been to keep these relatively brief because I've clocked all the time in all the meetings. I'm going to use it all today. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to still keep it brief because we do have a very full agenda and I want to provide ample time for us to discuss each of those items. But it is going to be longer than my normal report, so I'll ask you all to indulge me. It's fitting that my last meeting is in November. I think we all associate November both with Veterans Day and Thanksgiving, two holidays that allow us to reflect on service and gratitude. So in the spirit of gratitude, I want to give just a couple of thank yous. I believe and always have in the value and power of public service. I've spent decades in public service, and serving on this board has allowed me to continue in that vein. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Thanks to my colleagues, both past and present, for selecting me to serve as your president and vice president before that. It has allowed me to serve this board and you as my colleagues, but more importantly, our amazing students. I want to thank Pam Haynes, who as president welcomed me with open arms, inclusivity, and grace. I am constantly learning from Pam. With her deep roots as a board member of a local board, she was always willing to teach me what she knew, and more importantly, share her perspectives, not only as a trustee, but also as a former student herself. I also want to thank my vice president, Hildy Aguinaldo, who is fearless. I'm not quite sure how she does it all. She has a family, a huge career, and she provides her time and expertise for her board consistently and without any sort of hesitation. I want to thank the Chancellor's Office staff, both past and present. These jobs are incredibly difficult. We have a unique governance structure, a low pay scale, and tons of work. Our Chancellor's Office staff never ceases to amaze me in their dedication to our work in spite of these hurdles. I want to thank our faculty. I often have said that the magic happens on our campuses, and I want to take that a click further and say, not all, but most of that magic actually happens in our classrooms. I think we can all reflect on a teacher or a professor that changed our life's trajectory. It happens every single day on every single one of our campuses, and I'm thrilled to play the smallest of parts in nurturing that magic every day. I also want to thank our classified staff, who I often view as the unsung heroes of our work. As we work to offer our students more wraparound services and to more fully meet their needs and where they are, our classified staff and their work have evolved to meet that challenge. As we think about the needs of our students outside of the classroom, it is often our classified staff that help meet that need. I want to thank our students. I am constantly and continually amazed by our students. Hands down, our students are the most resilient of any system of higher education, period. And I want to be clear that despite our best intentions, we don't always make it very easy for our students. They're resilient because frequently we make things too difficult and we create unnecessary barriers. Fortunately, during my time on the board, the ASCCC, through fees and establishing a professional staff and more robust systems, has grown into an entity to ensure we are always focused on what matters, our students. Our students know what we need to do and what needs to be done, and I cherish that when they give us that feedback so clearly. I want to thank our chancellor. Implementing change in our system is not easy. We are big, we are complex, and changing lives is frankly always a tall order. In addition to all of this, and none of you would be shocked, I'm not always the easiest board member. I have strong opinions, and at the very least, our chancellor is quite good at humoring me. I think as a board, we wanted to ensure when we selected our next chancellor that we did not lose any of our momentum from Vision for Success. Chancellor Christian met the call with Vision 2030 with expediency, and she clearly understands the assignment. Lastly, I want to thank my family. My husband is a saint who over the last 28 years has always encouraged my ambitions and my passions. My children have allowed me to use them and their experiences here in the board as examples, and have been patient as my public service has taken me away from home quite frequently. And although I will no longer be your president, my service does not end. There are a bucket of things that I'm going to continue to work on as a board member. I'm happy to lead our Title IX work group. This work is important, and candidly, it may be even more urgent now that we've had a recent change in the federal administration. I won't be speaking at Calbright as president, so I want to throw them in, and I've also described Calbright as my fourth child. As higher education reaches an inflection point with overall enrollment declining, individuals questioning the value of higher education, and a job market with a pace of change unfathomable for most of us, Calbright, as our sister organization, is leading the way in innovation. I'll continue ensuring there's alignment between Calbright and the Chancellor's Office. Student housing was just a dream a few short years ago. We now have student housing built, in construction, and in planning. Given that Proposition 98 may look fairly rosy in the next budget year, I hope we can continue to advocate for funding for our districts that want to build student housing. Housing is a hurdle for many Californians, and our students are no exception. Providing affordable and secure housing is a game changer for all of our students, and I want us to continue our momentum. I also can't stop at just housing. Affordability continues to be an issue for students. I'll look for ways for counties and our districts to partner and ensure safety net services are readily available for our students. We cannot leave those most able to benefit from a degree or certificate behind when there are still resources available that we just need to leverage better. Lastly, we have several large-scale technology projects in various degrees of flight. I will continue my work specifically on CCC Apply to ensure we are not throwing up hurdles for our students right when they come to us seeking our help. As we've discussed with AI, technology is a tool, neither good nor bad, but how we use that tool has profound impacts. We need to ensure that CCC Apply and all technology is in service of our students. Thank you. It's truly been a wonderful opportunity to continue to provide my public service. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve as your president. Reflecting on this incredible journey, I'm reminded of this board's unwavering support and dedication. The conversations we've had, the decisions we've made, and the partnerships we've nurtured have all contributed to a stronger, more vibrant community in service of our students. I carry with me the lessons and the memories shared. This chapter may be closing, but the story of our progress continues, shaped by our values and, of course, Vision 2030. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this meaningful work. I look forward to supporting our ongoing efforts. Thank you. And now for our Chancellor's report.
Mine is always a little bit longer. I think I'm clocking at about 20 minutes when I divide the total number of words by 120. So it's hard to imagine that this is your last meeting, Amy. It only seemed like yesterday when I had my first meeting as chancellor with you as board president. And what a year it has been. Mobilizing our system, strengthening our presence in Sacramento, laser focus on accountability and student outcomes, building the infrastructure needed in the 21st century, like the tech infrastructure that Amy talked about, launching demonstration projects, partnerships with state and county agencies to streamline social safety nets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The goals we worked on were ambitious, and I appreciated your steadiness, your reliability, your professionalism, your ease, and the trust you had in me and the staff at the Chancellor's office. And I think this picture that you see up there really nicely captures our work together. I could not have asked for a better partner as president of the board during my first year as chancellor. It was such a pleasure working with you, and on behalf of the Chancellor's office, we thank you for a stellar 2 years as president of the board of the largest system of higher education in the country. Let's recognize Amy Costa. I know at the end of the meeting, there is a recognition planned. So let me continue with my report. This month, we welcomed 2 new members to the Chancellor's Office leadership team. Dr. Rowena Tomaning as our new Deputy Chancellor. Rowena served as the San Jose City College president previously and worked to develop innovative partnerships that provided academic and career education pathways for the college's diverse student populations. She also secured several HSI grants to increase Latino student success. As Deputy Chancellor, Rowena will be responsible for moving forward the goals of Vision 2030, which calls for action with equity. She will also help foster policies and practices that support student success and college effectiveness in the California community colleges. We also welcome Chris Ferguson as the new Executive Vice Chancellor of Finance and Strategic Initiatives. Before joining the Chancellor's office, Chris was the lead for all of the education portfolio for the state of California in the Department of Finance, overseeing over $100 billion in education funding. With more than 16 years of budget experience, he was a key developer of the student-centered funding formula and contributed to the local control funding formula, strong workforce programs, and higher education compacts. In his role, Chris will oversee finance and facilities planning, the Government Relations Division, and will support strategic technology initiatives. Additionally, he will advise and assist me on related fiscal and policy matters, federal, state, and other strategic initiatives. So welcome to Chris and Rowena. So it seems to be a month of hellos and goodbyes. This month, we have 3 exceptional leaders in the Chancellor's Office departing for new opportunities. In fact, Paul Feast will be retiring. He's the Vice Chancellor for Communications, and Paul joined the Chancellor's Office in 2011, and for the past 13 years, would that be 3 different chancellors? I see Paige nodding. He has been responsible for overseeing marketing, media relations, website design and content, as well as publications. Rebecca Rowan O'Shaughnessy is our Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, and Rebecca joined the Chancellor's Office in 2020 from Jobs for the Future, where she led and drove many California-focused projects. Rebecca will be joining the College Futures Foundation. And you know who stole her from us, right? Rena Finch, who's our Vice Chancellor for College Finance and Facilities Planning, has managed budget development, apportionment funding through the SCFF, Capital Outlay, Affordable Student Housing, financial and compliance reporting, fiscal health monitoring, and risk management operations. Rena, prior to joining the Chancellor's Office in 2017, Rena served as a government auditor for the Department of Finance, and Rena will be the new Vice President of Finance at Ohlone College. So thank you all for your leadership and your hard work. We will miss you, and we wish you the best in your next adventure. So let me now move on to some recognitions. First, EOP&S, celebrating the 55th anniversary. EOP&S started in 1969 with a goal of helping students overcome financial and social barriers. They have been always focused on equity and access, equity and support, and equity and success, even before it was identified as 3 goals in Vision 2030. Since then, the program has grown from 14,000 students to nearly 77,000 students each year across our college campuses. What truly impresses me about EOP&S that despite all of its achievements, the program continues to push forward, always thinking about ways to better serve our most vulnerable students and advance Vision 2030. Notably, EOP&S has been actively engaged with the Chancellor's Office staff to recommend regulatory changes to you, members of the Board of Governors. A special thanks to Libby and Efren, the past president and the current president, for your leadership and dedication. So moving on to another recognition, and that is apprenticeship. The California Community College Chancellor's Office recognizes this week as the 10th anniversary of National Apprenticeship Week by celebrating 10 years of engagement, expansion, and innovation. All 116 community colleges, 2.1 million students in the system. This is the largest workforce development and training system in the United States, and it is the primary pathway through which Governor Newsom's goal of 500,000 apprentices, which is, by the way, a lofty goal, for 2029, and this will be achieved primarily through the California community colleges. California leads the United States in the number of apprentices and apprenticeship programs, which is more than double the number of apprentices in the country's second largest state, which is Texas. The number of apprentices registered in the state of California grew by 11% to 93,798 apprentices in 2023. The most significant increases in the last 5 years were in manufacturing, healthcare, cosmetology, and information technology. Now, I want to move to Proposition 2 and 4, and you remember, members of the Board of Governors, that at our September meeting, you officially endorsed Proposition 4, the climate bond, which seeks to invest $10 billion in climate resilience projects, supporting efforts to tackle wildfire prevention, drought preparedness, and other initiatives. In addition, the Board of Governors also endorsed Proposition 2, the Education Facilities Bond, which would allocate $1.5 billion to modernize, repair, and upgrade community college facilities, addressing infrastructure needs across the state. Both of these bonds passed. In addition to the statewide facilities bond, there were 12 local districts facilities bonds that have been currently approved by the voters. So when you combine the total with the 12 district bonds, which is $9 billion, and our Proposition 2, it's a total of $10.5 billion for the community colleges across the state of California. We're so pleased to see this rate of success at the local level for our bond efforts. This level of success returns California community colleges to the success we had with facilities bonds before COVID. In 2016 and 2018, 25 out of the 29 local bonds were approved, in addition to Proposition 51, which was the statewide facilities bond. However, in 2020, only 2 of the 8 local bonds were approved, and the statewide bond, Prop 13, did not pass. So thank you, California voters, for supporting your community colleges. So let me move now to credit for prior learning. Wanted to update you since you identified credit for prior learning as a budget priority in September. And I see with us today Sam Lee, who is via borrowed from Riverside District. Sam is partnering with Vice Chancellor Gina Brown and Dean Aaron Larson from the Chancellor's Office to finalize a Vision 2030 work plan for CPL. And guess what we do with work plans? We create targets and outcomes. So there are 3 goals. The first goal is to just expand the number of CPL credits that we award our students. And the target that we have set is 250,000 Californians. And of this 250,000, 30,000 are those veterans that are with us right now in the California community colleges. In fact, I've asked the leadership to try to see if every veteran this year in 2024-25 can get at least 4 college credits for their basic military training for all of the veterans within our community colleges. Goal number 2 is to build a unified platform. You heard from President Costa that a priority of the Board of Governors under her leadership was to really double down on infrastructure development, because it's critical if we want to do work at scale. So we are investing in building out the platform, and a key part of it is that the validation of the skills and abilities will be based on processes established in partnership with the Academic Senate of the California Community Colleges, and appreciate the partnership with President Cheryl Oschenbach. And goal number 3 is to really establish and recommend policies and regulatory changes to remove barriers, to develop sustainable funding models, to implement research-based best practices, to offer professional and technical assistance to all stakeholder groups, and to recognize high-performing colleges and partners. Very exciting work. So, you know, in my report, I always have to give you an update on some of our priorities, and climate is one of them. So here I go with my climate update to the Board of Governors. The climate fellows have been extremely busy on a variety of different fronts. One of the pieces of work that David Liebman, and you'll see him later, along with our climate lead fellow, Carla Grandi, is to look and review the 8 sustainability goals established by the Board of Governors in 2021. And you remember those 8 areas: greenhouse gas emission reductions, green buildings, energy, water, waste management, purchasing and procurement, transportation, and food systems. The updated goals calls on every college to establish baseline data by 2025 with targets for 2020 and 2035. The Climate Fellows actually already have some recommendations which we will go through the participatory process for feedback. The fellows are also considering adding additional dimensions to the goals, and this includes our academic and curriculum side of the house, our student engagement, and every time I say student engagement, I look at our board member, Casey Chang, who's been an advocate, community engagement and education, and workforce development. I really want to take a moment to recognize the leadership of Tom Epstein. Even prior to my time, members of the Board of Governors sort of briefed me that Tom was really a leader in this space, establishing the 2021 goals, and he continues to lead this work. I remember at the April retreat that we had in Santa Monica, the question that was asked of me is, Chancellor, what are you doing to invest in this climate space? And that's what resulted in the Climate Fellows program. Also want to recognize Tom's counterparts in this work, board members, Syrian, Villavicencio, Casey Chang, and others who are working alongside to continue our important work with climate action. Of course, I have to report on AI. So significant activity on the AI front since the Future Summit in September. Our digital center is moving. Thank you for delegating that responsibility to me. In addition to the work we're doing with Fidel Dianza as a principal partner, we have 3 new founding partners, Coast Community College District, Butte, and the Kern Community College District. And we have an additional 4 who are considering becoming founding partners. We're also finalizing operational agreements for the digital center to be off and running. On the faculty front, it's really hard to keep up with the work happening in the AI space. There's so much. And I want to thank our faculty colleagues, both from ASCCC and from FAC, for partnering on this first year of work. We kind of, figured it out as we were moving through our first year of AI. But I'd like to call out a specific piece of work that I'm tracking. And trust me, there's a lot of work in this space. So one example, the Chancellor's Office has a partnership with UC Berkeley and is conducting a 3-week professional learning community that supports community college faculty, classified staff, and administrators to develop custom AI-powered tools using the PlayLab platform from OER Comprehensive Learning Support. Bots are available to students 24/7. And in fact, I know that, with our new president of the board potentially being our vice president, planning for a retreat in February, we might even consider looking at some AI tools for board members as well. The chancellor is kind of, was ad-libbing there, which was probably not a good idea necessarily. I got, okay.
You need AI.
The Chancellor's Office, second project, is also involved with the faculty pilot with Nectar AI, a promising AI technology platform, which is a course assistant designed to answer student questions about the class syllabus and to aid students with engaging with class assignments in a supportive manner. Faculty members in the Nectar AI pilot are now uploading relevant course materials, including OER, into the AI assistant so that the AI can in turn provide more specific and helpful information to support students. Again, wanting to recognize the leadership of board member Rawlings and working in partnership with board member Adrian Brown in this AI and emerging technology space. And so with that, I'm going to roll into what I've been up to. I feel a need to report it out to our Board of Governors. So let's go to the slide deck to keep me on track here. Wanted to recognize that we celebrated 10 years of the Rising Scholars Program. Beautiful picture there. You can see two of our students. Leon Serafine actually addressed our group, and Isaiah Posey. Leon Serafine is right next to board member Nan Gomez Heitzberg. You also see board member Bill Rawlings in that picture. Moving to the next slide. We also had our annual DEIA Institute, was really always well attended. Rowena was at that time named Deputy Chancellor. Great picture of our staff. Moving to the next slide. This is an incredible conference. This was a second annual Adult Learner Conference. This year it was hosted by the North Orange Continuing Education College. You can see President Valentina Pertel, and you can see our board president, Amy Costa. You can see our Academic Senate president in the picture, Cheryl Oschenbach. And you can see our presidents of our community colleges, including Calbright, Ajita Menon, really putting front and center the 6.8 million adult learners. Is so funny. We were at a meeting in Sacramento talking about Vision 2030. And who was it who was speaking about our adult learners and said, I think it's about 6.2 million, and Pam Haynes goes, no, it's 6.8 million. So I think that number is, clearly it's front and center in terms of the Vision 2030 work, and this particular meeting addressed that work. Moving to the next slide. Let's see, this is the Southwestern graduation event at R.J. Donovan Correctional Facility. President Mark Sanchez was there. Next slide. I wanted to mention that for Vision 2030, we are really focusing on district alignment with Vision 2030. We had a meeting with North Orange region, and that's the picture from the North Orange region. But if you look around the room, you see beautiful artists representing the conversations that happened in Sacramento last week, where we had 11 districts from like Los Rios, and we had Shasta and Butte College, Far North, Lake Tahoe. You know, each district really focusing in their own district circle, looking at what are the district targets. And James Todd, I want to say Todd James and James Todd, you get confused there. And Don Daves Rougeau and Syria wanted to make sure that board members actually saw the work and during your break time actually enjoy it. And let me look, I think I have one more slide before I wrap up. Our staff organized our Strategic Transfer Summit, which is still front and center of Vision 2030. You can see that I was on a panel with Chancellor Millie Garcia and President Michael Drake. And I wanted to call out, you see our students and Michelle Hillman, Michelle Grimes Hillman facilitated an incredible transfer student panel who called it as it is. And, you know, Amy Costa talked about the work we still have to do related to removing barriers for our students, and our transfer students really said those so beautifully. It was humbling for the three of us who we sort of came prepared to talk about all of the good things we have done. After listening to the students, we're like, oh my goodness me. There's so much more work we need to do to open our doors wider and get our students through to that baccalaureate attainment. And let me see if I have a next slide here, Andrea. I think this might be my last slide. So with that, President Costa, that concludes my report, and I turn it back to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Picking up on one of the topics that you talked about, colleagues, we're going to move to the information and reports section of the agenda. We're going to go to item 6.1. This is an annual item, and it's the Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Award Program. So we're going to be providing some kudos across our system to districts that have been awarded this year's awards. Oh, we have Mr. Ferguson. Welcome. Your first board item.
Thank you, President Costa. Good morning, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I'm Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor of Finance and Strategic Initiatives. And joining me today here is Carla Grandi, who will be presenting the awards. We are so pleased to take the opportunity today to recognize the tremendous leadership and wonderful accomplishments in the area of climate action and sustainability. The Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Awards act as a powerful motivator for our system, help foster a culture of excellence, and provide inspiration to community colleges for continued learning, growth, and commitment to the Board of Governors Climate Action and Sustainability Framework and Goals. Next, I'll turn it over to Senior Climate Fellow Carla Grandi, who will introduce each award winner and award-winning project. Or potentially, let me.
I just got a text message maybe to move to the next item. So we'll consider that Chris introduced this item and maybe President Costa.
We can go to the titillating item of the consent calendar, colleagues. So we'll take a pause on item 6.1. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. We'll go to section 3 of the agenda, which is item 3.1. We have one item on our consent calendar, colleagues. It's the September 2024 board meeting minutes. With that, is there any board comment on this particular, on this topic? Seeing none, is there any public comment on our consent agenda?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. Press star 9 if you are calling in. We will begin with public remarks in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Move approval.
I have Haynes with a motion.
Second.
I have Gomez Heidsberg with a second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you so much. Moving right along, we're going to go to section 4, the action portion of the agenda. We'll start with item 4.1, our standing item regarding approval of contracts and grants. We have our interim general counsel here to answer any questions. Colleagues, is there any board comment or discussion on item 4.1? I almost got away with it. I was going to just go straight for public comment, but, you know. All right, board member Epstein.
I almost missed my opportunity there. Yeah, I have several questions. I know you'd all be disappointed if I didn't. I'm going to start with item 3. I was just curious, how many, as I was reading that, I couldn't understand how many courses are being renumbered by January 2025?
I know this is,
I think at one point it said 75, but it wasn't.
so I think Cheryl Aschenbach or Ginny May, if you can come up to the presenter table. This is Vice Chancellor Stanskis's item.
Yeah, how many will have actually been renumbered by by January 2025. I think it said something in here.
The renumbering effort is to be effective, the first phase for fall 2025 for students.
Uh-huh.
And so there were 6 courses developed this summer through the Academic Senate's efforts in collaboration with the Chancellor's Office and SOVA. Colleges then took those 6 Common Course numbering templates this fall. There's actually as many as 14, including honors courses and embedded support courses, but 6 core courses that colleges now have spent time this fall taking those courses revisions through their local processes, and they are due to submit those to the Chancellor's Office by December 2nd. And so then the spring local efforts will be to embed or make the changes in related curriculum where there's prerequisites referenced for any of those courses or with any of those courses, or where course numbers need to change within current certificate and degree programs. So it will all go live, those first 6 courses for students in fall.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to get an idea. How long is this going to take to achieve the goal of the legislation?
Let me jump in here. So we have entered into a contract with UC Berkeley to start utilizing AI capabilities. And the idea is to have assistance through an AI tool to see patterns of similar outcomes and generate reports for faculty to go through the validation process. So that particular project is still in its infancy. And I see Cheryl nodding. So I think once we get comfortable with the accuracy of the AI tool, then we could potentially see a way in which we could accelerate the project. Cheryl, any comments?
I don't think, we're still discussing what that could mean for the project. So the first 3 phases are occurring in development this year. This fall, the Academic Senate again is facilitating group convenings to generate 23 more course templates that colleges will then take through local processes to go live for students fall of 26. And in the spring, we're projected to do another 50 courses. So by the end of this academic year, the target is that we will have developed between 75 and 80 course templates that then have to work through local processes, which do take time. And it's not just our local colleges that are part of that process. It's taking them to the board, submitting to the Chancellor's Office. And then all of this hinges on articulation. And anytime we touch a course and change anything within our course outlines of record, we have to resubmit in most cases to UC, to CSU, both system level in some things like transferability for UC, for general education, CalGETC approvals, and then to individual campuses in many cases for the course-to-course and major prep articulations that we have. And that's part of what takes time to make sure that we preserve those and don't have anything taken away from students in this process.
All right, so I won't be holding my breath until it's all finished, I guess.
I don't want to see you turn blue, no. But we are making progress, and that's, I think the conversations about AI are, where can that help expedite the process? And some of the conversation, and actually the CCN Council's meeting this morning, some of the conversation is it's not necessarily in the development side that the AI will help, it's in the articulation side, to where we can see relationships between existing courses, university courses, and it's really getting UC and CSU to do that work with us, I think will be some of the continuing challenge.
Okay, thanks. On contract 4, I just had a question. What does direct assessment CBE mean?
All right. It's wonderful having an amazing academic senate president who takes all the questions for the chancellor's office. How cool is that?
You're going to earn all that extra money you get.
That's a good question. It's a technical question. CBE is competency-based education, and so it's a different type of modality for instruction. Direct assessment, I think when we first wrote the regulations almost 4 years ago, direct assessment was one of 2 types of CBE that was most eligible for financial aid at the time. And so it really, it speaks to what are the structures behind it, the term bases, not just semester and quarter, but more open terms to allow students to come in and come out at any point. There was CBE, and then there was direct assessment CBE, and our students and financial aid worked better with what was called direct assessment CBE.
So I'm just trying to understand, does that mean there's a is it like a quiz or how do you assess, what is involved in the assessment?
CBE in general is structured in a way that isn't course-based in the same way that we're
Yeah.
used to. It's really about designing competencies,
Right.
instructional modules that include assessments within those modules to achieve the competencies, both, smaller assessments along the way and then summative assessments for those major competencies. And so the direct assessment could be any form of, but a lot of it is contextualized, project-based. It's not as, the quiz type stuff would be, self-check kind of things along the way. They are meant to be pretty rigorous competency assessments.
And then I noticed that the money that's being spent now was money that was allocated in 2021. Is that correct?
I see Dean Aaron Larson, who just walked in. Do you want to come up front, please?
So you're the CBE expert?
Hello.
And anything, expert in a lot of different areas. Thank you.
Hi, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor, members of the board. Yes, it is, to your question about CBE, it is 2021 funds.
Yeah. I guess I'm just curious, why did it take 3 years to start spending the money?
So we've actually started spending the money already. We had reserved some for this eventuality for the pilot program, where we had these colleges who were participating in this collaborative, because this is a new area for us in the Chancellor's office, this new method of instruction that we have to change several different structures in order to make it happen. So the first part was the development of the programs, and then informing the collaborative work so that all other colleges could then follow suit. This part of the amendment is about now implementation of those programs. We're actually testing the enrollment, the student progress, what funding would look like, what faculty, their time and load would be. So that's what this amendment is going to do.
Okay, great, thanks. On item 5, so I got a little confused when they talked about, is every course an associate degree? The CBE we're offering now is for associate degrees? And
Yes. These programs, these direct assessment competency-based education programs are associate degree programs.
Okay, and are they completely online, or are they partially in person and partially online?
I think it varies from college to college.
Do you know what the preponderance is? Are they mostly, online? Or?
I think all of them may incorporate some online, some maybe more.
But it's more in person?
That I'm not sure. But all of them have, I think all of them incorporate some online component. So I can't say that they are all prevailing in-person programs.
Okay, thanks. And of course, I have one more on the Umoja. It talks about the goal being to increase enrollment and completion, but it doesn't say by how much. Is there a specific goal that we have in mind? What would we consider success to be with this funding that we're doing in terms of completion rates and so forth?
I'm not sure if Rebecca Ron O'Shaughnessy is available to take this question. If not, we can loop back with you, Board Member Epstein, on the outcomes for the Umoja program.
I will tell you, having worked with this program for contracts for a while, that it really does depend on the program at the particular college. So they do have a lot of discretion to operate in a certain way. Some colleges may be more out in front than others on this. So we do give a tremendous amount of discretion to them to how they develop their programs, with a lot of oversight as well. But I don't know the numbers.
Okay, I say this about all the contracts that we have, is that, the idea of, that we're going to increase, but not say by how much or what we consider a success to be, I think is important that we do for all of our contracts, and so.
And I appreciate those comments, Board Member Epstein. I think the Chancellor's office is, starting to really fine-tune that outcomes perspective, and when we are investing resources, what do we anticipate the impact on student outcomes? So really appreciate that comment. I just want to thank Cheryl Aschenbach and Aaron Larson for being available to jump in and take some of those questions as well. Thank you.
First, we have Board Member Brown, then Board Member Haynes.
I have a question about item 3. I'm glad to see that we're investing in this Common Course numbering effort. And on our side of it, and what the legislation asks, we are making major overhauls to our processes in order to make this happen. So I can give you an example that doesn't have to do with Common Course numbering, but with another statewide initiative with the Associate Degree for Transfer. In LACCD, when a new Associate Degree for Transfer is approved and we see that it becomes available, instead of waiting until each college goes through their local processes, we now take the template to the board and say, is it okay for all of our colleges to adopt this degree if they so choose? That way we can get the board approval out ahead, and then any college that wants to adopt it can take it through their local process. So we're finding ways to streamline on our side. My question with this Common Course numbering is what kind of streamlining, if any, has been discussed on the articulation side? Because we can take a course through our local processes, I think within a semester, but UC transferability, we can only request it once a year. Courses that were previously approved that have just been grandfathered for years and years and years, they're going to be not so excited about trying to switch over to a Common Course number if they think they might lose their articulation. And then if we have a statewide agreement about what a course is called and what it is, as of right now, the process still is the old process that each individual college is submitting each individual course. And for the entire year, we sort of had that mindset that we only need to worry about communication studies. And then we got the message from the Cal State, no, you're resubmitting all of these. And people got very nervous and started trying to streamline, again, on our side, streamlining the processes locally to get all of the 6 to 11 courses through. But once it gets to the CSU, if the process is still the same, this is going to be very slow. So I'm wondering, to Board Member Epstein's question, on the side of the UC and CSU, has there been any discussion about streamlining their articulation processes once these courses are adopted? I know we got a survey when I was serving as articulation officer from the UC that asked if it would be helpful if they were to offer approving courses more than once a year, because we can only do it in December. So in one December, you get a course approved as transferable, and then you wait a whole year, and now you can get it approved for certain areas in general ed, and now maybe it goes off to those departments. So it takes 2.5 years, even though it only took a semester at my college, for us to say we wanted that course. So I'm really concerned about that side of it, especially because the legislation's directed at the community college, and we can clean up houses as much as we want, but once we hand it off, if it's still going to be slow, that just doesn't seem helpful. So I'm really hopeful that those of you that have been in these conversations have been hearing something about that, and I'm wondering if what you've been hearing, does it look like there will be any streamlining in the articulation process on the side of the UC and the Cal State? Thank you.
Everybody, I should probably introduce myself. Cheryl Aschenbach, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, and the Academic Senate's lead on the Common Course numbering effort. You ask great questions, and we are in that spot of being challenged right now by the need for other systems to move to support the movement we've made. The vision, going back to the December 2023 Common Course numbering report, really envisions a change in articulation that speaks to approval of UC transferability, Cal GETC, and even course-to-course and major prep using the templates that we're developing, almost as you described your ADT process locally. We want them to use those so that when any of our colleges then revise their local course outlines to align with that template, which has intentional identical language in it, to support articulation on the system level rather than the individual college level, that's been the intent. We wanted that to happen as part of the template development process, that we would get those reviews done before they were released by the chancellor's office. It's part of why our first phase this summer was only 6 courses to try that. UC and CSU aren't there yet. We thought we were a little bit further into at least testing that intention and that vision with the phase 1 courses, and honestly, we're as surprised as the articulation community when that October communication came out, because just interpretation of different conversations was different depending on which system I think you were sitting in. And so I know the Chancellor's Office, Vice Chancellor John Stanskis, Michelle Grimes-Hillman, their staff have been in ongoing conversations with folks that handle articulation and transfer in the UC and the CSU. We've had conversations with our ICAS folks only at one meeting, like specific to this more recent issue. In December, we don't have another meeting until in October, we don't have another meeting until the first week in October, and we have a couple of academic senate resolutions to speak to that. But it really is the challenge right now, because our concern is if we cannot get that review and articulation using templates, particularly for the broadest things, transferability and CalGETC, but also it's really important that we have that for course to course, so that when a student takes a course, it will do the same things no matter where they take it and no matter wherever they're going. So that is the challenge, and those conversations are ongoing, but it is a sticking point right now, because if we don't have that in some form, we could actually end up with a system that is more confusing to students, because the courses will look alike and be labeled alike, but will not do like things necessarily when we still have articulations based on 115 different credit granting institution efforts. Appreciate the question, and that is the challenge right now.
Board Member Haynes, then Board Member Williams.
So, I have 2 observations, and right now I'm in pain. I actually want to cry. Really, because I'm thinking about the students, and I'm thinking about those who stop out, drop out. And I really want to say that I commend the work that you're doing. And I feel like there's this roadblock. Now, we've got, and I heard what you said about sort of kind of trying to figure out AI. We need all of the help we can get. I mean, truly, because the longer we stay within our processes and don't really move through to solutions that are much faster, we have, we groan at private for profit. We don't want to be them, and I don't want us to be them. Absolutely not, because they're not in service to students. We are in service to students, we say that, but our processes are so slow, antiquated. And I don't want to talk about the unwillingness. They are slow and antiquated, and we get through so slowly that we lose along the way. And if we don't fix that, and I don't know how to fix it, but if we don't collaboratively fix that among the 3 systems, everybody loses. And so, I sit here and I hear the challenges, and they are real. But you guys, we all have to problem solve that in a way that moves this process forward. I don't know what that is, but that's what we need to be talking about. To your issue, Tom, about the Umoja program, let me just say that completion and transfer is a wonderful thing, and that's those are some of the goals, absolutely. But the sense of belonging, if we don't have that for our students of color, our African descendant students, then we can't get to completion and we can't get to success. And so those are as important as how many of them are getting out, because there's all kinds of other things embedded within the challenges that our Black students have that make that very, very difficult in our systems. because our systems are not necessarily student-friendly. Our institutions are slow to make change. They're making change, but they are slow to make change. And so I just wanted to bring that forward as one of the options. I have gone to, in 20 years, I've probably gone to 16 of the Umoja conferences. Those are where students come together, and I can see the joy that they see each other and use each other, and they network. That's critically important. The faculty, the staff are critically important to building up their sense of belonging, their self-esteem, their movement through our institutions, and finding the faculty, to be really honest, the faculty who care enough about them to help them through that process. And so as we talk about how important are their completion rates, we also have to talk about those things too.
Board Member Williams.
First, I just wanted to acknowledge and give appreciation to the progress that's been made on our side so far. And I do believe that Member Haynes is right, that the private schools have a strategic advantage because our processes take a long time. I was able to take a blockchain course at MIT. I filled out one form, and it took a series of classes at MIT. I didn't pay a dime. And I only filled out one form. And President-elect Trump is talking about the American University. He made some comments about it this past week, where he wants to have a fully online university for anyone that wants to go using AI, and you can just enroll and just take classes. And who was the initial sponsor of the legislation targeting us to make these changes? Do they have an interest in getting the UCs to play in the sand with us to move faster? Because there are going to be other institutions that are standing up, and there are others that are already out there now where it's increased competition for educational resources. And if we can't move this faster, and my point is, like, what's the lever to get the UCs and the CSUs to work with us? Who can do it? Like, who was the original bill sponsor? Would they be willing to change it? Has the governor weighed in on this? Does the governor have the authority to take to the UCs, hey, work with the community colleges on this faster? What is the strategy? Because I've been here 3 years, and this was the conversation when I first came in. And so what are the levers to get the UC and the CSU? Because they are also hurting for enrollment in some communities. And so this can help enrollment on both sides. It feels like we're negotiating with a whole nother state. Like, we're all California and we're state agencies. So it seems like this should be easier. So I guess my question is, with the original bill sponsor and then with the governor, who has the authority to say, hey, work with the community colleges, get this done, you got 12 months, figure it out?
So let me make some, overarching comments. First of all, our academic senate president was not supposed to be on the hot seat. So imagine that the chancellor's office is in the hot seat, and just an appreciation. And I think it's an indication of how we work collaboratively for Cheryl to kind of, jump in and respond to some of the more detailed questions. The Common Course numbering project is a beast. And within our own system, I think Board Member Haynes said it really well. We have processes that are 72 different processes across the California community colleges. And as we are trying to create solutions that Board Member Brown discussed, can we create templates that, for example, LACCD is putting forward for the colleges? And I know the Academic Senate is looking at model curriculum that we can sort of move. So there is movement in that direction. There is movement in trying to adopt technology solutions. And on the advocacy front, I know one of the phone calls that President Aschenbach made to me right before the Transfer Summit was to make sure that both Chancellor Garcia and President Drake were hearing from me that this is an intersegmental issue. These are our students. These are not just the community college students. So when we're talking about curriculum, it's not the community college curriculum. If you're talking about English composition, which is freshman level composition, it's the UCs, the CSUs, and the California community colleges. So Board Member Williams' point is, well taken. So in addition to looking at accelerating our processes, coming up with templates, in addition to looking at technology solutions, we're also starting to look at some of the advocacy to get our intersegmental partners to commit to finding solutions. I hear the urgency. I hear our students, certainly cannot be waiting as we bow down to processes that have, kept students out of their opportunity to make it through our system. So, hearing that loudly and clearly. On a more specific point, it was remiss of me when the question came up about outcomes about the Mosher program, not to give up my own testimony as in my prior job as president of Bakersfield College and chancellor of the Kern Community College District. The funding that was provided by the chancellor's office was really invested in creating a community, the sense of belonging, with the idea of students making it through the English and math courses that are the bottlenecks, whether it's statistics or whether it's business calculus. So that is how many of the districts, I see many of my colleagues that are chancellors and presidents here today, and I know that our districts are really focused on improving the outcomes of our students by creating a community coming together. And my response was mostly thinking about my own obligation from the Chancellor's office, how to create the outcomes in a much more transparent manner, but I failed to mention the real work that our districts are doing in the space. So I think with that, I'll turn it back to President Costa.
Well, I want to have the last word on Common Course numbering because in the late 1990s, early 2000s, I worked on the issue as a legislative staffer. So I just want to ground everybody in the fact that this is a long arc of policy. And to Cheryl's point, at that time, they were like, we could never do this because of the complications and the articulation agreements. And the contract before us was in the 2021 Budget Act. There's been subsequent legislation. So we have momentum. And so I think, it's not fast enough. It's probably not, as student-friendly as we want it to be. But being old gives you perspective that, at least we're having the conversation. We weren't having this conversation 20 years ago. We were told it was way too complex. And I do think when we get into the information and report section of the agenda, and we have our government affairs team, we can talk about it, because maybe there is some opportunities there as part of our legislative platform for next year to think about ways to better coordinate with our sister entities. On that note, is there any public comment on this item? And folks, we are on item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants, in case you got lost.
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks, but I do see a hand raised. I'll hand it over to my colleague, Gary.
We have a hand raised for Amy Foote. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, my name is Amy Foote, and actually, I was going to be speaking on 4.6.
Thank you. We'll take your comment at that time.
Yeah, we're not there quite yet, but we'll get you when we get there.
Thank you. That must have been a mistake.
All right, with that, no other, one more hand just raised.
Yeah, the hand we have raised is only labeled as Mount SAC student. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Pamela, the member Pamela Haynes, she spoke about private solutions. Yeah, we use a lot of private solutions at Mount SAC, and it really scares me, the amount of data that corporations are getting. I actually refuse to use some private services, and the only option they give me is to fail me out of school. It really hurts my education. Thank you.
I don't actually think that was germane to the comments, and I'm going to ask people who call in to please identify themselves. Your comments are taken under advisement. Thank you so much. With that, I'll take a motion in a second on this item.
So moved. Second.
With that, can you please call the roll?
Oh, just a moment. I had Member Legrand with the first. Who was the second? Was it Member Williams?
Board Member Williams with the second.
Thank you so much. Okay. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great, wonderful. All right, now we're going to go back in time, back to Mr. Ferguson. We're in our information and report section of the agenda, and we have item 6.1, which is our Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Award Program.
Excellent. To save on time, I will turn it over to Carla Grandy, who will present the awards.
Thank you, and apologies for the false start on the Energy and Sustainability Awards. Thank you, President Costa, Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian. Really excited to be here today to recognize our leaders in energy and sustainability from across the state. Next slide, please. So Vision 2030 sets an aggressive agenda around climate action. We have been for a long time focused on the sustainability of our buildings and grounds, and Vision 2030 specifically calls out other areas of importance for climate action. Next slide, please. Within Vision 2030, the colleges are called on to implement workforce programs for blue and green economy jobs to create climate action solutions across the state, including microgrids, and to incorporate climate action into our curriculum, not just within STEM programs, but also within the arts and humanities. And I'm excited to say that the awardees that you're going to see today, while many of the programs are facilities focused, they are also very interdisciplinary in nature, and many of the colleges are doing just this. They're incorporating their sustainability into their curriculum, into different workforce opportunities on their campuses, and it's very exciting. Next slide, please. One of the major accomplishments to date on the implementation of the Vision 2030 goals is the introduction of the Chancellor's Climate Fellows Program. And Chancellor Christian introduced the fellows to you at the September board meeting, but there are 3 of us who are here in person today, and so I just want to call us out. So I'm Carla Grandy. I am the lead climate fellow. I was most recently serving as Vice President of Instruction at the College of San Mateo, but my background is in earth and environmental science. And so this is a really exciting opportunity for me serving in this role and being able to bring together those leadership skills that I've learned from the California Community Colleges with my disciplinary expertise to be able to lead the implementation of this work across the state. So I just want to take a moment to thank you all and to thank Chancellor Christian for prioritizing climate action and for creating the Chancellor's Climate Fellows Program. We've already made great progress, and I'm really excited for the work that we're going to be able to complete over the duration of the project. So thank you for that. I also want to introduce to you Holly Bailey Hoffman, who is here. Holly is English faculty at West Los Angeles College, and she also coordinates climate curriculum for the Center for Climate Change Education. Holly is working on identifying programs, degrees, and certificates and courses that incorporate climate change across the state, and will also be organizing a series of professional development opportunities for faculty who are interested in climatizing curriculum. We're also joined by David Liebman. David is the Sustainability and Energy Programs Manager at Santa Rosa Junior College, and he's conducting a landscape analysis of implementation of the Board of Governors goals. He's also led work in terms of creating a microgrid at Santa Rosa Junior College, and he will be supporting other colleges who are interested in creating microgrids at their own campuses. He's also working with a group of Climate Corps Fellows, which is a partnership with a nonprofit organization, Strategic Energy Innovations, to review the Board of Governors' sustainability goals. And so looking at how different colleges are implementing them, and also comparing them with federal and state guidelines to work towards, actually next slide please, to work towards bringing them up to date and ensuring that we're incorporating best practices into them. So we'll be bringing the Board of Governors goals back, the proposed revisions back in January to look at. We have the draft ones on the Climate and Sustainability website right now, but just as an example, where the previous transportation goal or the current transportation goal called out energizing or electrifying the fleet vehicles of colleges, we're looking at not just the fleet vehicles of the campuses, but also looking at transportation, vehicle miles traveled to and from the campuses, because we know for most campuses, commuting to and from the campus is a large part of the greenhouse gas emissions. So we're trying to make them more holistic and represent the full picture of energy and sustainability for the campuses. So more to come on that in January. Okay, next slide, please. So the moment we've all been waiting for, the Energy and Sustainability Awards for this year. So we have 4 categories here, and we're joined by there's 6 total awards. We're joined by 5 colleges and districts in person. Just a couple of housekeeping items so that we're all on the same page. I'm going to call the campuses up. They're going to sit and stand here with me while I read a very short description of their project. We had to condense them just for the sake of time. It doesn't do the projects justice, but there's a much longer version in the board packet that's available online if folks would like to read more details about the excellent work that each of these colleges are doing. So they're going to come up one at a time as we present them, and then after we do all of that, we'll take the pictures and they will receive the actual awards. So the Chancellor's Office, in partnership with the Energy Resources and Sustainability Partnership, annually receives nominations on behalf of the California Community College Board of Governors for the annual Energy and Sustainability Awards program. This award program recognizes community college sustainability leaders as well as local energy efficiency and sustainability efforts that align with the Board of Governors' climate action and sustainability framework. Our first category is innovative projects, and there's one for large, medium, and small districts. So if you could go ahead and go to the next slide. Our first innovative project is Pasadena Community College District for their American Green Zone Alliance certification. So Pasadena, if you all could go ahead and come forward and stand some. Okay. In 2024, Pasadena City College became the first American Green Zone Alliance certified green zone in the city of Pasadena. The distinction, which is overseen by the American Green Zone Alliance, is awarded to institutions that transition to using solely low-noise, zero-emission, battery electric equipment for all landscaping and grounds operations. Pasadena City College is one of only 6 schools or cities in the nation and only the second community college in the state and the U.S. to achieve this significant sustainability certification. Additionally, Pasadena City College is pursuing While Pasadena City College was pursuing achieving this certificate, the Board of Trustees passed a resolution to set a policy goal to fully electrify the college's vehicle fleet and to decarbonize all building and facilities. And we are joined here today by Board of Trustees member Christine Kwong, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President for Business and Administrative Services, Candace Jones, Manager of Maintenance, Operations, Facilities, and Construction, Carl Schaefer, and Special Assistant to the President, Jillian Beck. Thank you. So thank you. Seated, and then we'll go for the picture. Thank you. Okay. For the medium-sized district, the San Mateo County Community College District Sustainability Career Center. This is my home district, so I'm very excited to be able to call out this award also. So the San Mateo County Community College District established the first Sustainability Career Center in January of 2024 to advance and institutionalize sustainability education and workforce development. Funded by a partnership with Peninsula Clean Energy, implementing the Museum of Tomorrow model to engage students and faculty across disciplines. The Museum of Tomorrow is a sustainability pop-up museum designed and built by students to educate their community about climate solutions. The student assistants create exhibits that highlight green careers and the benefits of electrification. Exhibits were displayed at the district's Earth Fest events in April of 2024, which drew over 200 attendees. Here, students mobilized in support of a district-wide transition to clean energy procurement, which was subsequently approved by the Board of Trustees, reducing Scope 2 emissions by 99%. So, congratulations, San Mateo County. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Next up, oh, we lost our slides. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. We were joined by Chancellor Melissa Marino, Executive Vice Chancellor of Administrative Services, Dr. Richard Storti, Utility and Sustainability Coordinator, Jessica Ho, and Chief Facilities and Operations Officer, Michelle Radofsky. And I apologize for that. And thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, and next up is our small district, Palo Verde Community College District. And they are winning the Innovative Project Award for their Child Development Center. The Palo Verde College Child Development Center in Blythe, California, opened in fall of 2024. The center was previously operated from small, energy-inefficient modular units at the local high school, which posed logistical challenges, such as mixing preschoolers with older students. Limited space also restricted enrollment, impacting college students who needed childcare. The new center, supported by state and grant funding, doubles the community's current enrollment to 80 students. The 10,000 square foot facility is designed to meet LEED Silver standards, highlighting its commitment to energy efficiency and sustainability. Located centrally in Blythe, the center enhances ecological, cultural, and community health while meeting the needs of residents and businesses. It fosters children's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development. The new location improves access to public transportation, aiding the students in their educational pursuits. And we are joined today by Dr. Bruce Moses, Superintendent President, Stephanie Slagan, Assistant Superintendent Vice President of Administrative Services and College Advancement, and Clint Cowden, Assistant Superintendent Vice President of Instruction and Student Services. Thank you all so much. Can we get the slides back? Thank you. The next category is Faculty Student Initiative Award. This recognizes faculty and/or students who have excelled in developing sustainability initiatives for their college. The criterion for this award include the creation of an innovative initiative that institutionalizes sustainability
by integrating the initiative into campus operations and student learning or curriculum, engages the community in implementing the initiative, and has measurable results to demonstrate success. So if Orange Coast College could please join us. In 2020, Orange Coast College horticulture faculty and staff were considering upgrades, allowing them to train students in sustainable agriculture techniques. Simultaneously, the aquarium science program wanted to show students how to use aquaculture skills to promote sustainability. Their interest joined for the most visible sustainability project established at Orange Coast College, the Aquaponics Lab, opened in early 2022. Blending aquaculture, the raising of fish, and hydroponics, growing plants in water, aquaponics creates a sustainable cycle to grow lettuce and tilapia. The OCC Food and Beverage Management Program partnered to utilize the food grown on campus to support both the culinary arts program and the student-run restaurant, The Captain's Table. The Pirates Cove Student Food Pantry also joined in, adding fresh greens to their free student offerings. The culinary arts and food and beverage management programs infused innovative sustainability concepts into curriculum, creating a campus-to-table program by conscientiously preparing the food grown on campus. We're joined today by President Dr. Angelica Suarez, Vice President of Instruction Dr. Tara Giblin, Professor of Marine Science Robert Ellis, and Instructional Assistant for Horticulture and Aquaponics Magali Martinez. Thank you all. Congratulations. The next award goes to it's a Climate Action Leadership Award, goes to an individual who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and achievement in energy efficiency and sustainability efforts in the past year. Leadership can be demonstrated in climate action policy, workforce initiatives, or robust sustainability partnerships. And the Climate Action Leadership Award this year goes to Farah Farzana from San Bernardino Community College District. Farah Farzana has spearheaded transformative sustainability initiatives that have propelled the district towards its zero net energy goals. Her leadership has been pivotal in modernizing district buildings and successfully implementing the Zero Net Energy Schools pilot program in partnership with Southern California Edison, demonstrating the viability of retrofitting existing buildings to meet zero net energy standards. In 2023, Farah represented the U.S. at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, where she established a collaboration that led to a comprehensive sustainability site assessment for San Bernardino Valley College. Her strategic vision integrates sustainability across campus operations, successfully securing funding through various grants and partnerships. Under her leadership, San Bernardino County Community College District has implemented a district-wide energy and water monitoring dashboard and won 21 sustainability awards. So we're joined by Farah Farzana and also Dr. Diana Rodriguez, Chancellor of the San Bernardino County Community College District, and Jose Torres, Executive Vice Chancellor of the San Bernardino County Community College District. So thank you all so much and congratulations. Thank you. And our final awardee is joining us online. Dr. Waverly Ray, I don't know if you're able to show, she is a panelist, and so I don't know if you're able to show her face. She's joining us along with the team from San Diego Mesa. There we go. This award is the Sustainability Champion Award, which goes to an individual who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and achievement in energy efficiency and sustainability efforts at the campus or district level in the past year. Our Sustainability Champion this year is Dr. Waverly Ray, Geography Professor from San Diego Mesa College. Dr. Waverly Ray has promoted sustainability and climate literacy since joining Mesa College's faculty as Assistant Professor of Geography in 2014. Professor Ray led the creation of Mesa's Terra Mesa Community Garden in 2015 and since has supported dozens of students in expanding the Terra Mesa Community Garden to approximately 4,000 square feet of community space, including 4 plots of drip irrigation, a greenhouse, a compost hub, and native plant garden and propagation space. Professor Ray mentors students who submit climate and sustainability-related projects in the Mesa College Research Conference, with the Mesa campus often serving as a laboratory. Professor Ray incorporates sustainability into all her geography courses and inspires many students to pursue careers in sustainability. We are also joined online by Chancellor Gregory Smith, President Dr. Ashanti Hands, Dean, School of Humanities Linda Hensley, History Faculty John Crocetti, Vice President of Instruction Isabella O'Connor, and I'm also told that there is a conference room of students and colleagues who are also joining us online to see Dr. Ray receive her award. And I will just say that I went on their website and watched some of the videos of the garden that we talked about, and it's really amazing, and I encourage you all to go check it out. So thank you, Dr. Ray, for being here with us virtually, and congratulations. So that concludes our Energy and Sustainability, Excellence in Energy and Sustainability Awards for this year. I just want to congratulate all of the colleges and thank them for their hard work in leading the charge on climate action and energy conservation across the state. And I think now we will do pictures with them.
Before that, we have
Okay.
to ask if my colleagues have any comments,
Okay.
and we have to open it up for public comment. Board members, any comments or statements regarding this item? Board Member Haynes.
Just congratulations to everyone. These kinds of projects and these kinds of awards lets us know just how much work you're doing to stay in the forefront of the things we need to stay in the forefront of.
Board Member Brown, followed by Board Member Epstein.
So very happy to be celebrating your achievements. It's very commendable. And I started thinking about the intersection between several of our Vision 2030 goals. And so before I say this part that doesn't sound so positive, I was thinking about how 2 high school students have proven the Pythagorean theorem last year using trigonometry, Calcia Johnson and Nikia Jackson at St. Mary's Academy in New Orleans. And so I'm thinking about how powerful the work that you all are engaging in can be for our state and will be. So with that sort of positive spin on old problems can have new solutions, I wanted to bring up one old problem and one proposed solution as far as what we as a board can do. I see an intersect and an overlap and maybe can be perceived by competing goals that we have in Vision 2030 of advancing generative AI and climate and also how it intersects with DEIA efforts and its environmental justice. I saw in the news in October, in addition to the fright that I got from Common Course numbering and Halloween, I saw that California was a company in California for the first time in 50 years was given approval for a nuclear reactor to power generative AI. They are using words in this article that I read like virtually carbon-free, which sounds nice, small nuclear reactors, which nuclear already is small but does big things, and radioactive waste, long-lasting. And so solutions to these problems might be coming from our students in the future. So I want to make sure that we take time to look at the overlap between our various goals. I'm hoping at the annual board retreat might be a good place to do that, to have representatives from the different work groups look at these things in that way and the intersectionality of our various goals. Because it is very concerning if we are pushing for a better climate, but also and pushing for better technology, and then having some things that are occurring as inadvertently. Also thinking about not knowing where these things will be located yet in California. So once we know that, we also could maybe advance some efforts about things that'll be happening at the community colleges that will be near the communities that will be living near these things. So I just wanted to bring that topic up, not with a sense of fear, but with a sense of just being aware and making sure that we continue to talk about it and continue to actively seek solutions to the intersecting goals that we have.
Thank you, Board Member Epstein, followed by Board Member Chang, and then LaGrone.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my congratulations to everybody. When we first started giving these awards, they were mostly for people that for colleges that changed the lighting in their parking lots with bond money that they were given for free. And the breadth and impact, diversity of these projects is amazing and very exciting. And I'm thrilled that you all are doing what you're doing, and keep up the great work.
Very similar sentiments. Congratulations to everyone. I'm an environmental science major, so seeing these awards and seeing especially the Board of Governors focusing on more climate and more climate action especially is really exciting. And I just love seeing what other colleges are doing, because my college has a lot of solar, has a lot of LEED certified buildings and everything. But seeing other projects makes me think, how can I bring this to my college? Because that would be amazing. So yeah.
Without being redundant, I just want to congratulate you all on your awards as well. And although my time on this planet may be somewhat limited, my grandchildren's time isn't. So any efforts in this area around sustainability and what's happening is really an important concept. And I'm just really, really excited and pleased to see the community colleges continue to lead the way in that effort. So thank you for your efforts.
Thanks, Board Member De La Fuente, followed by Board Member Williams.
Congratulations. I think sustainability is a core value that I truly believe in, and what we need to do today to save the future. And you have to take action, and all of you have taken action and show through results and perseverance to get things done. And it's a step in the right direction. I think we have a lot of work to do, but what you're doing today will inspire others to step up and take climate action, because the time is now.
Thank you, Board Member Williams, followed by Board Member Villavicencio.
Ditto to everything that's been said. I just want to say that you all are very cool people. Thank you for the work that you do. And to my folks from San Bernardino Community College District, thank you for pushing and always being on the edge far as a rock star in our community, and for bringing all of the advanced technologies to our community. I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
And
great.
Without having to repeat all of what my wonderful board members' comments have already made, I want to congratulate each and every one of you and the work that you are continuing to do to inspire really our system to do better in moving forward these important climate action initiatives. And I just wanted to say, we may have some challenging times here, obviously, with the recent election and sort of the federal pushback that we may have regarding regarding, again, climate action initiatives that we're moving forward. But I wanted to also reiterate what Board Member Pam Haynes actually mentioned in our closed session, where she said, where California goes, the country typically follows. And I wanted to just reiterate the work again that you're doing, and congratulations for being an inspiration to our system. Thank you.
Board Member Gomez-Hetzberg.
Well, with deep appreciation for all that you do, the innovative ideas that we've heard about today. I know some of them students will not see, and some of them students will actually see and taste. Some of them students will actually find a career in. And the idea of instructional programs that are tied to this really important work that you're doing is really encouraging. Like Harry, my days are numbered in a very real way, in that sunset time, in that kind of way. But I have to say, I also appreciate this board because I'm new to the board, and I know this has been an important goal of this board for quite a while. And without those two things coming together, I think the progress would not have been made in the same way. So thank you to the board, the Chancellor's Office for making this so visible, and thank you to those of you who are in the field that are working every day to make it a reality.
I want to congratulate everyone, and I do want to call out Blythe. Good things happening in Blythe. We saw you at the Rice Awards, and we see you again today. And San Bernardino, we told you if you hosted us, we'd have you. So, districts, if the board asks to come to your district, there's some strategery there, just saying. Anyway, with that, is there any public comments on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. We will begin with in-person public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, I do not see any in-person remarks requested, and no virtual hands are raised at this time.
Great. Well, we're going to break for just a minute while we coordinate some photos of the award winners. So give us just one moment, please. Thanks.
All right, let's get the first college up here, please. So we'll take the individual colleges and then we'll do a group picture. So if I can have the president and vice president of the board, Hildy Aguinaldo and Amy Costa, and Pasadena City College.
Here, you should present the awards, Sonia. No, you should present the awards. You guys get to pick who you like. It's not too bad. It looks great. Oh, I should.
Vice President Aguinaldo. Chris or Carla, can I have some assistance in helping colleges? College number 2? Who was number 2? San Bernardino Valley College. Chancellor Diana, come on up. Let's start getting the colleges lined up. San Bernardino, let's do you next.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go really quick. Yeah. Can you take her photo with Hildegard? Okay. Should we do a? Here, I'll take one too.
Yeah, trying to see where's your camera.
I'll grab one too. Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you send the picture?
Yes. Great seeing you. Good to see you too. Citadel's taking a demo for me today.
Oh my goodness.
I know. We knew we'd see San Bernardino again. Yeah. colleagues please gather up front?
Chris is ready.
We have to,
4.2.
yeah, we have to press record though.
President Costa, we are recording and you're welcome to proceed.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to all of our award winners. We are reconvening. We're still in section 4 of our agenda. We're on item 4.2. This is an annual item that we hear. It's the implementation of the 2024-25 full-time faculty obligation, also known as the FON. We have Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson and Vice Chancellor Finch presenting on this item.
Thank you, Board President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I'll present this item. The faculty obligation number for fall 2025 is item 4.2. If I could get the next slide. So for background, the goal of the faculty obligation number is to have 75% full-time faculty represented throughout the system. The faculty obligation number is the measure upon which we look at how we are progressing toward meeting that goal. We also have several prior investments in full-time faculty hiring that were made by the state specifically to help districts make progress toward that goal. With this, we will be asking for a recommendation to fully implement for the goal for the fall of 2025. If I could get the next slide. So just for a little history on the faculty obligation number, it was first placed into law in 1988 through AB 1725, and it established a goal that at least 75% of instruction be taught by full-time faculty. It was linked toward progress toward program improvement funds. Unfortunately, that allocation was quickly phased out in 1989. Next slide. So we have a specific formula in our regulations for how we calculate full-time equivalent faculty attributable to full-time faculty and part-time faculty, and we measure progress as the full-time equivalent faculty attributed to full-time faculty and as full-time faculty attributed to both full-time faculty and part-time faculty. Next slide. What is the FON? It is regulatory compliance. It's a regulatory method to encourage progress toward that 75% goal. As previously noted, it is computed based on a regulatory formula. It's adjusted annually, and it does look back to a baseline year from 1988-89. If I could get the next slide. There have been 3 tranches of funding from the state to specifically make progress toward that 75% goal. In 2015-16, roughly $60 million was provided. In 2018-19, roughly $50 million was provided. And in 2021-22, roughly $100 million is provided. We would note that these are largely fixed allocations of funding to support the progress. They are not necessarily adjusted by cost of living adjustments. Next slide, please. So when we look at new full-time faculty, we have definitely made some progress over the last few years. New full-time faculty does include those who were hired to fill existing vacancies with other full-time faculty, so they were not backfilled by, say, a part-time faculty member. And we do include staff and support for newly developed programs or approved academic programs, courses, and other instructional or non-instructional activities within the computation of the faculty obligation number. Next slide. So in terms of timeline, the advance FON is provided to districts in July. In November, the Board of Governors determines adequacy of funding for the next cycle. FON compliance reports are then due to the Chancellor's Office in November as well. Then in January, any penalties that are known would be determined, and then the fawn in late June, early July for the next or for the subsequent year would then be enacted. Next slide. So on this, I actually have some numbers to fill in for everyone, which is good news. So we have roughly 15,172 full-time equivalent faculty. On our statewide actual, we have 19,098 full-time equivalent faculty. That means statewide progress toward the goal is at 58.3% system-wide. And in terms of districts that have a penalty this year, we have 0 districts projected to have a penalty, so $0 would be transferred into the Equal Employment Opportunity Special Fund. I would note we do have one district in the state that is still relaying some information, but based on what we have today, those are the figures. Next slide. So we would recommend that we fully implement for fall 2025 based on this year's computations. I will skip most of what's on this slide just in the interest of time. Next slide. I would note that there are consequences to not meeting faculty obligation number requirements. So even though we don't have any districts this year that are seeing a penalty, should a district not comply, there is a statewide penalty. There is a replacement cost per full-time faculty or full-time equivalent faculty that is used to compute that penalty. The penalty cannot be waived, but it can be deferred with some payment options available through the Chancellor's office. I believe it's over 3 years, and ultimately those penalties are deposited into a fund that supports the statewide Equal Employment Opportunity Program. Last slide. So with that, I would open it up to the board. I have Vice Chancellor Finch available to answer any questions as well.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this agenda topic? Seeing none, I'm going to see if there are any public comments regarding this item.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks.
Thank you very much, Christina. We have 2 public comments here. The first from Wendy Brill-Weinkoop and the second one from Eric Kalumagi. Please approach the podium.
It's just like last year. Repeat. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. On behalf of FAC, I want to thank the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's Office for once again fully implementing the FON. The projected increase to 15,585 full-time faculty positions for fall 2025 is a step in the right direction. However, while this represents good progress from last year, the underlying structural issues with the FON calculation remains unresolved. The FON continues to fluctuate with enrollment changes rather than putting us on a steady path to reaching the goal of 75% of instructional hours delivered by full-time faculty. Last year, I voiced concern that the fall 2024 FON was actually projected to decrease despite full implementation. While I'm pleased to see the number tick upward for 2025, the overall trajectory is still not where it needs to be to make meaningful strides towards the 75% target. We are genuinely committed to improving student outcomes, enhancing academic quality, and providing our diverse student body with the support they need to succeed. Then increasing the ranks of full-time faculty must be a top priority. Full-time faculty provide the mentoring, guidance, and stability crucial for keeping students engaged and on track. FAC believes we need to work collaboratively with system partners to provide innovative solutions and policy changes that will generate sustained progress on full-time faculty hiring.
30 seconds.
Relying on current FON methodology alone will not get us where we need to be. Our students deserve campuses staffed with strong core of full-time faculty. FAC looks forward to partnering with you to make that a reality, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to this critical issue.
Good morning.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, I'm Eric Kalyamegi, the president of the Community College Association, which is the affiliate of the California Teachers Association for Community College Matters. While 3 districts did not meet their FON requirement last year, Victor Valley by 6, the others by 1 or 2, on average, the FON requirement is just 80% of the actual number of full-time faculty employed by the system. On the one hand, this is progress. Adjusted for student enrollment, there are now 5 full-time faculty for a certain number of students, whereas in 1988 there were 4 faculty for the same number. However, if you assume a 25-year average career, which is probably short, and thus a 4% full-time faculty turnover, only 4 districts will need to hire anyone this year in order to meet next year's FON. And if we take out Victor Valley as an outlier, only 10 faculty need to be hired in the entire state. By itself, the FON cannot move us to the 75-25 full-time part-time goal. And in fact, that was never its intended purpose in the first place. Applying new full-time faculty dollars to the FON, such as what happened in recent years, does little to actually hire full-time faculty because we're so much over the FON number. We will need the board's support for additional tools to promote a greater proportion of full-time faculty and thus to achieve the long-held legislative goal of 75-25.
30 seconds.
To have 75% of courses taught by full-time faculty is actually possible. 3 districts are doing it right now, and 3 others have reached 74%. But system-wide, the ratio is currently 58-42. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments?
No virtual hands are raised at this time.
Great. Thank you so much, Christina. Colleagues, this is an action item which requires a motion and a second.
We'll move to approve.
Rawlings with the motion.
Second.
Legrand with the second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. We are joined again by Mr. Ferguson for item 4.3. This is my favorite acronym. It's the BAM, the Budget and Accounting Manual, adoption of the 2024. With that, please present.
Sure. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Once again, Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor. So on this item, I'll keep my remarks very brief. This is a second reading of the Budget Accounting Manual. There have been no changes since the first reading. Vice Chancellor Finch and myself are both available to answer any questions you may have.
Sorry, is your presentation done? I was talking with the Chancellor.
We kept it brief.
Great. I love that. I mean, I know it is such an interesting topic, the accounting manual. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this item? The acronym may be the most important, exciting part of this. Is there any public comment regarding item 4.3?
The public comment period for item 4.3 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Great. With that, colleagues, this is also an action item, and so I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Rawlings with a motion, Chang with a second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
The BAM is a success. Woo! Next up, we have our next action item, which is item 4.4. This is the proposed regulatory action of Flex Calendar. And this is, of course, a second reading. We heard this previously. I don't know if your mic is on.
It's on now. Okay. So good morning, President Acosta, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, filling in for John Stanskis, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, who will be joining us shortly. Item 4.4, Proposed Regulatory Action Flex Calendar for Professional Learning, was brought to you for a first reading in September. Since then, Vice Chancellor Stanskis has continued the collegial consultation process with our Academic Senate, CIOs, CSSOs, CSCA, and members of the professional development organizations. The two main points of this final draft are found in 1, the composition of the committee, and 2, the role of the CEO. We had multiple suggestions to edit the regulations, all from one college. So the first one is a college may expand professional learning to all employee groups. A college should discuss the composition of its committee and consider inclusion of representatives from other employee groups. Also, according to Title V, Section 53200B, the Academic Senate means an organization whose primary function is to make recommendations with respect to academic and professional matters. In Sections 53200C, quote, academic and professional matters mean the following policy development and implementation matters. Furthermore, later in the same section of Title V, Policies for Faculty Professional Development Activities is listed as an area to make such recommendations. These recommendations for any of the areas of Senate work are ultimately delivered to the CEO, though there may be several steps before getting to their desk. Therefore, we find the current version appropriate and recommend for adoption. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this proposed regulatory change? Board Member Brown.
I recently attended the 4CPD conference, which is a gathering of professional development coordinators and folks in other roles that are related to professional development across the state. Dina Rambola did an excellent job presenting on this particular topic. And also fielding the aggression of people's frustrations around these types of topics. One of the issues that came up, and this is sort of an ongoing type of issue I see in a lot of areas, is there's this telephone game happening with these types of things. So our chancellor's office puts out a wonderful thing and expects each district and college to have the flexibility to implement it in a way that works for us individually. When it comes to this particular topic, with 70 people in the room, when folks were asked how many of you have a budget in order to implement the professional development, one person raised their hand. So one of the suggestions that was made that I wanted to surface today was to have a bit more, I know we don't want to micromanage, but a bit more intentionality when funds are released to include that there will be an expectation of professional learning, and particularly in collaboration with professional development coordinators across our state, because that hasn't been happening. And I am one of the professional development coordinators that has a budget of $0 and 0 cents. So I just wanted to surface that because Dina Rambola did a wonderful job fielding all those questions and frustrations that people have, but also fielding the excitement and people feeling encouraged by these amendments and working towards having a better systemic approach to what we're doing with professional learning statewide. So much appreciation for this, but I also wanted to surface that because I think that's where there's a disconnect. People think of these big concepts like the chancellor's office, but there's a telephone game breakdown in what happens when the money actually gets to the college. I'll give you one very specific example. In my district, I was asking for a full year about the cultural humility funds that came from the chancellor's office, where they were. All the professional development coordinators of the district had the same question. We want to be able to do activities around this. Where are the funds? Where are the funds? Where are the funds? Couldn't find the right person who was in charge of it. At the very end of the year, I was forwarded an email that went out to administrators saying, hey, what kinds of things did you do that these funds can be used towards that you already did? So this is what's happening year after year. So I think we really need to pay it some attention to that, and I wanted to surface it and make sure that everyone was aware. That being said, this is really well received, and everyone in the audience was very excited about this, and I really appreciate the work that you all have done for this. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Colleagues, any other questions or comments regarding this item? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public for any questions or comments on this item.
The public comment period on item 4.4 is now open. We will start with public remarks in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks, but I do see a hand raised. I will hand it over to my colleague, Gary.
Brian Sanders, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning. My name is Brian Sanders. I'm the president of Modesto Junior College, and I'm with you today to share that I appreciate the work that's being done on our Flex calendar, but I don't think it goes far enough. And specifically, there's items within the language that open the door to confounding professional development with normal operational matters. Items such as evaluation of course instruction in section 55724A talk about your obligation as a full-time faculty member to perform evaluations of others in your field. You do so as a position of an expert, not as a learner, and so professional development is not really your focus. If we look in section, again, 55724A4G, there's mention of departmental, divisional, and institutional meetings, which taken in their entirety would use up their entire flex time over the course of a year. I think it's important as we look at the way the regulations are phrased that we need to exclude normal operational activities from professional development, which then imposes an actual requirement on professional development on others. Institutional research is similar, maybe a holdover from the past. Conferences and workshops seems a little bit too broad. And I would encourage some tightening up of that language that would focus our flex time on actual professional development, especially for full-time faculty. And lastly, as I look at section 55729, there's, and this is on the full-time equivalent student calculations and adjustment factors, those in the language currently being adopted today points to section 58003.1, which is being phased out by 2026 and being replaced by section 58003.2, the standardized attendance accounting method. That change is going to make a significant difference in how the need for flex calculations and how those work, essentially. So I would just encourage the board to ask for a second pass at these language changes with an implementation of 2026. At the same time, I think we should take the opportunity to look at the attendance accounting for non-credit courses and non-credit distance education courses in a way that might make them more similar to credit classes as part of a package of systemic changes.
There are no other hands raised.
All right. With that, this is an action item. It requires a motion and a second.
Move the item.
Haynes with the motion.
I'll second.
Rawlings with the second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, that motion carries. I do want to say, though,
President
I am
Costa?
kind of curious about some of the cross-references that were raised in public comment. So I'd like to ask the chancellor to maybe come back to us and make sure that the cross-section is appropriate. If there were any kind of like more technical issues, let's discuss and maybe bring before the board. Thank you so much. Next up, we are continuing on the action section of our agenda, and we have item 4.5. This is another proposed regulatory change. This is regarding burden-free access to instructional materials. We're joined by our Vice Chancellor, Ron O'Shaughnessy.
I think Board Member Williams, do you have any comments?
Good morning, everyone. Member Williams, would you like to? Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Rebecca O'Shaughnessy, Vice Chancellor for Student Services. Here with me, James Todd, the Assistant Vice Chancellor, who has been really supporting this work, both in ZTC implementation as well as our entire burden-free movement for our system. So before I start to present the item, I would like to turn it over to Member Williams for some remarks, or would you? Oh, okay, sounds good. I can't see the screen. Do we have the PowerPoints pulled up?
We're pulling them up right now. Just a
Thank
moment.
you. I
Yes,
wasn't
apologies.
sure where the screen is anymore.
All right, they're coming up. You should see them on the screen.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So this should hopefully be a fairly speedy item, but we're asking for your approval for this action item, which is a proposed regulations on burden-free access to instructional materials. Next slide, please. The language was brought to you for first read in September, and since then, we made two minor changes to the language. One is to make clear that these local policies shall maintain faculty's responsibility and academic freedom to choose instructional materials. And the second change that we made is to make sure that the policies speak to the adoption and adaptation of instructional materials, open educational resources when they're both available and feasible. So that's really the most changes that we have made to the language. And with that, next slide, please. Quick summary of what we have kind of accomplished with the field. This is really a testament of participatory governance partnership at its best. As you can see, this regulation did not come to here in front of you easy. We have gone through two consultation council meetings, a 45-day comment period, followed by another 15-day public comment period, and that's just the formal process. We have engaged in multiple informal conversations with our stakeholders to get to where we are, which is really striking that balance of making clear of the board's expectation for the system to take on the collective responsibility to make sure our students have access, easy access to learning, and having materials at the time of learning is critical. And we also understand all the magic happens at the local level. So how do we really respect the local control as well as local innovation? So that's really what we're trying to accomplish here. With that, I want to also just provide you with kind of some of the key themes that we have surfaced in the public comments. What we have gathered from the public comments, obviously, through the entire process are really three pieces. The first one is related to the potential infringement on faculty academic freedom, which we really took that into consideration and updated our language, I think, to address that issue. The second one is related to the potential cost implication of this regulation. And this regulation, to just make it clear, this regulation really only mandates local adoption of policies and also provided a list of student-centered practices for local consideration. Some of them speak to the existing investment in this area, for example, ZTC and OER. And some of them speak to many of the student-centered practices that are already happening on campus. So there's really no required additional dedicated funding to do what's required in this regulation. Now, there's no question significant investments will be required to make all instructional materials free for our students, right? That's an audacious goal. And we are certainly partnering, looking at this as a long-term game and really thinking about how do we partner and get investments to continue this effort. But we also know that many districts and colleges have been making investments in this area, and they can certainly choose to make additional investments in this area. Actually, as I was looking, Cosumnes River College, for example, they say reduce barriers and costs. They have ZTC OER, right? So that's a clear evidence, many local investments, and that's fantastic, and that really aligns with Vision 2030. But so that's really what we're thinking about. How do we make system-wide expectation and then encourage local innovations and investments happening? The third piece is really about inclusive access, which is a practice of automatic textbook billing that charges a per unit fee for course materials provided by a vendor selected by campuses. The major concerns we're hearing are, one, the fee can be high for students. Two is this practice can undermine our zero-cost textbook effort or OER efforts, which through effective implementation can get to zero. So why would you pay for a fee when the cost of courses can come to zero? Although these are kind of outside of the scope of this regulation, but we acknowledge this is something that the Chancellor's Office will have to continue to partner with the field on in terms of understanding before we move forward with a more definitive policy position as well as a path forward. Again, it's about balancing system needs as well as encouraging local control. For example, it's our understanding that some colleges initiated this practice due to student demand. Right? So in the short term, some of these areas so we really have to think about what that looks like. Some of the areas that the Chancellor's Office are thinking about in terms of moving forward are to answer questions like, how do we make sure the fees charged are not mandatory, right? So students are clearly understanding their options and they're making informed decisions. And also, how do colleges can potentially benefit the support from the system office related to contract negotiation with vendors and the terms, make sure that we don't have any predatory terms in the contract, and while continue to move forward with the ZTC program implementation OER, which is a much more sustainable and cost-effective option for our students. So that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Board Member Williams.
Yeah, thanks. First, I just want to thank all of the staff, Rebecca, and everyone that worked on this item, all of the colleges that provided public comment, and then for the Chancellor's Office for the clarifications and the revisions. This has been a work in progress. You've really worked collaboratively with the system, and I want to be clear that my push for this has been about making access to textbooks and instructional materials available to students just day one when they go into their class. Specifically, general education resources is what has been the push. I think that this resolution is a step forward in really helping to tackle making instructional materials affordable and accessible to all students. We're prioritizing affordability. We're empowering students to focus on academic goals without having financial stress. Currently, our students on average spend $938 annually on instructional materials, and this is an equity issue for many of our students. Our students that have vulnerabilities face significant financial challenges, which can delay or even end their dreams to complete higher education. These hardships underscore the urgency of reducing the costs and preventing students from choosing between essential materials and basic needs. This resolution is an opportunity to truly make California community colleges more accessible to everyone. I'm thrilled to be a champion for this resolution. It commits our system to advancing affordability and equity through the development of local policies, ensuring burden-free access to instructional materials. Prioritizing zero-cost general education textbooks would benefit a vast majority of our students and drive progress at scale towards equitable baccalaureate attainment. With this resolution, we are building a brighter future where financial constraints need not stand in the way of educational success, and we are also ensuring that all students have access to materials that they need to be successful on day one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your leadership in working with staff on this issue, Board Member Williams. Colleagues, any other questions or comments regarding this topic? Board Member Haynes.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a personal experience as a trustee at Los Rios Community College District, and that is Cosumnes River College, relatively small college among a number. We have 4 colleges. And the leadership there took it upon themselves, along with the faculty, to make a change. And in a matter of about 5 years, including the time that we were in COVID, that particular campus is at 72% OER or ZTC. It's amazing, but more amazing than that is how much that benefited our students. I mean, we're not talking $100,000 in savings. We're talking millions of dollars in savings. And so I want to commend the faculty that took it upon themselves with some additional money to fund this transformation. And it does take that kind of commitment, but it's a little bit of money relative to the gains that we're making. I noticed that within the contracts that we will be approving is some additional money so that we can push this out to say sort of how it was done and that it can be done if there's a will of the college to do it. So thank you.
Well, I always appreciate when we look to the field and see the innovations in the field. And one of the things I noticed was that we are partnering with Consumnus, and they are going to be developing a model that then we can scale up across the system and providing professional development and conferences. If a tiny, well, they probably wouldn't appreciate that. If a smaller district like West Hills has invested because they've seen in their students the importance of OER, then certainly in 116 campuses and campuses across California, we can find a way to do it. There's a way.
I was just going to say, this is like, to me, one of the 3 things that students suffer the most from: housing, cost of supplies, and health services. So I think it's like eating an elephant. We chip away at it a little bit at a time with each one of these policies. But this is something that I think will go a long ways to helping a lot of students. So congratulations on the work on that.
Board Member Chang.
As a student who's paid for expensive textbooks and expensive educational materials that aren't always the most helpful, I love the push for OER and ZTC, and seeing this and being on the board and thinking of all my classmates and people I know within the system who will really benefit makes me really excited for the future, and I think we're really on the right path in the right direction.
I'm a big fan of this. Anything that saves money and gives the opportunity for people to learn. When you take the information, you get knowledge when you understand it, and then you have the wisdom to apply that knowledge. And this, anything that saves our students some money will go a long way. This is true democratization of information. And I think at this stage, with all the technology that exists, this is a smart investment, and I make a motion to make this happen.
So kudos to the consultation process, to the Chancellor's Office for your work on this, especially just the addition of the concept of supplies. I'm thinking about my art students who would choose certain classes not based on the fact that it would be helpful to them for articulation purposes or for their goals, but because of the costs of the supplies. We don't want students making choices for those reasons. We want students to have access to exactly what they need to reach their goals. So these efforts are really going to be felt throughout the system, and I very much appreciate you.
I just want to echo a thank you for our faculty. I think, I hope people have visibility into the fact that between Common Course numbering and this, It's a lot. We're asking a lot. This is a heavy workload. And honestly, we can all say, and I think we all understand the value to our students, but it is really the faculty that have to dig in, do the work, determine what is available, determine if they have to make their own materials. And so I just want to thank our faculty because I think their recognition and then doing the work towards this, it just simply wouldn't be possible without that. So thank you to our faculty. With that, is there any public comment on this topic?
Item 4.5 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have received in-person remarks and we have a couple virtual hands raised, so I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much, Christina. We have 3 public comments. The first from Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, the second one from Kaylin Nagel, and the third one from Eric Kalyumagi. So if you could approach and speak in that order, that would be wonderful.
Good afternoon again, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, still Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. I spoke on this item in September when the regulations were first heard for their first reading. At that time, I communicated FACT's support of the regulations, and I requested a change to the proposed language to include a reference to academic freedom within the regulation. So I want to express my appreciation to the board for listening to faculty feedback and incorporating the suggested language in the revised proposal. The addition of the statement, district policies shall maintain an instructor's responsibility under academic freedom to choose instructional materials, is a vital acknowledgement of our rights as educators. This language ensures that we can continue to select the most appropriate materials to effectively meet the diverse needs of our students. Thank you again for your responsiveness and commitment to working collaboratively with faculty on important issues. We look forward to continuing our partnership to provide burden-free access to instructional materials in a sustainable manner. And I also want to thank Rebecca and James for all their work. This really was truly a beautiful example of consultation, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Hello, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, members of the board. My name is Kayla Nagel. I'm the Senior Program Manager of Open Educational Resources with the Michelson 20 Million Minds Foundation. We're a small family foundation that works on issues of higher education, access, and affordability. And I am so excited about the work that this system has continuously done to make sure that students have access to their course materials, particularly through the Zero Textbook Cost Degree Program and Open Educational Resources. And I'm so excited to, one, support the vision behind these policies and look for opportunities to be supportive in the rollout, because I think that these really speak to the needs of students and what faculty really want to happen in their courses, which people get into community college because they want to teach and they want to see students learn. And it's important to make sure students have the tools they need to do so. I'm also incredibly heartened to hear the Chancellor's office taking very seriously the concerns raised around automatic textbook billing. These programs, which automatically charge students for their materials, they're opt-out rather than opt-in, can cost students over twice what the average community college student pays for course materials in the program, sometimes up to $25 a credit hour, and undermine the zero textbook cost degrees that exist to those programs because the students are charged for the free materials, and would also undermine the policy around supporting the work that libraries are doing to build course reserves. Because if you're being charged for the materials, what's going to happen with that course reserve? Are students really going to be able to access it if they're automatically charged for short-term digital rentals primarily?
20 seconds.
So thank you so much for taking these concerns seriously, for continually supporting the work of faculty and the work the Chancellor's office has done around zero textbook cost degree programs. and I'm so excited for these policies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm still Eric Kalyamagi, the president of the Community College Association. Although CCA is not taking a position on the burden-free instructional materials regulation, I would like to draw your attention to two matters that I believe will require future action. First, the regulation encourages fair use but doesn't define it. Copyright law is quite complex, and while small amounts of a work or one-time use of a work, such as yesterday's headline news, are considered fair use, it's not at all likely that faculty can use even moderate portions of a copyrighted work on an ongoing basis. Faculty are at present not well prepared to understand copyright law and risk personal liability if they guess wrong. We will need support on this legal issue. The University of California currently provides its faculty with copyright law guidance and, what's more, promises to defend faculty who follow the guidance. Our employers should do the same. Second, the increased use of OER obviously decreases revenue to college bookstores. At some point well prior to the total elimination of commercial textbook use, bookstores will encounter a situation where they cannot break even, no matter how well they are run. What happens then? We will still need some entity to place the orders for the remaining books, receive and process the inventory, and deal with returns. And thus we will need a plan to either use general funds to support what are at present mostly self-sustaining bookstores, or to have someone else manage this work.
30 seconds.
This is not a task to expect of the faculty. I welcome the idea of making materials more available and at more limited cost. But we do have to recognize that with simple changes sometimes cause complex follow-up issues. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there any online comments on this topic?
There are several hands raised. I'll start with Richard Hirschman. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. My name is Rich Hirschman. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the National Association of College Stores. I'll keep my comments extremely brief. We're concerned with the amount of engagement with stakeholders, and we think the Chancellor's Office needs to engage additional stakeholders that may not have been involved in this process to date. Those include obviously campus bookstores, but also nonprofit auxiliaries, financial aid administrators, and the disability support services on campuses. And we really urge the Chancellor's Office to commit to regular meet and collaborate with bookstores in the system. There's an excellent model at the California State University system. Chancellor's Office has an affordable learning solutions comprehensive approach to course materials and supplies and equipment. And I think that's a great model to emulate. There are other examples in Washington community colleges. So we just encourage the Chancellor and the board to actively engage with additional stakeholders who really are going to be at the front lines working with faculty as well as librarians and OER coordinators to implement the proposal before you today. Thank you.
Next, we have Omar Zavala. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. As a student, I would like to say I'm really excited about open materials, and I hope this regulation goes further. I had my first open DAX book in class. It was pretty amazing because I could access it with giving limited information. I was able to access it over the Tor network, an anonymizing network. I don't want accounts. I don't want to have books where I have to tell a business every time I open a book and log in. So I hope the vendors going forward don't do that. I don't always have access to internet all the time, but most of my classes have always online books, which makes it very hard to learn. I had a class that I dropped because there was just no transparency where our data was going with the books, and it was hard to use it all the time. So we do need access also to offline and downloadable books. I believe this could be a win-win for student access and restoring student rights here. Thank you.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, so I just do want to clarify the record on the stakeholder thing. All of our agenda items, at a bare minimum, have a 72-hour notification requirement. This is a second reading. Also, our consultative process, the agendas and the materials are always publicly facing. So, stakeholders, it's out there, man. Feel free to give us a call. With that, we had a motion on the table from Board Member De La Fuente. We need a second with Board Member Williams. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
An enthusiastic aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Yes.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Great job, staff. With that, we're going to have our last agenda item before we break for lunch. We are going to go to item 4.8, which is the 2025 Board of Governors Retreat, and I'll turn it over to our Chancellor.
Just very briefly, the retreat is going to be scheduled in February. The date is February 25th, and we will be at Santa Barbara City College. Thank you.
Great. This is an action item. So board members, is there any comment or question regarding the proposed date for our board retreat? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item?
Item 4.8 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public remarks in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, I do not see any in-person remarks requested and no hands are raised.
Great. With that, colleagues, I need a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
We have Aguinaldo with the motion, Haynes with the second. Can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. So the board is going to recess for the next 30 minutes for lunch, and then we will reconvene. We look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you so much. Great. Welcome back, colleagues. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to dive into Section 6 of the agenda, Information and Reports. And specifically, we're going to hear item 6.4, Beyond Barriers, Integrating Services and Support to Empower Learner Economic Mobility Demonstration Project. I'm very pleased to introduce Secretary of California Health and Human Services, Kim Johnson, who will be with us and presenting on this item. As you guys know, this is like an item near and dear to my heart, which is, trying to figure out how our districts can better partner on providing safety net services to our students. With that, I'll turn it over to the Secretary.
Thank you so much, President Costa, and good afternoon. A pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. And thank you, Chancellor Christian, for both your leadership and partnership in this effort that I'm also excited about and near and dear to my heart. I actually attended a community college after I received my degree. I wanted to focus in on some of the early childhood work, and so went right to my local Solano Community College at the time and engaged, and as well as then working with community college partners all across the state when I was working in early childhood mentorship and worked at City College in San Francisco for some time. So just appreciate the partnerships all around previously and now. And I've served as the capacity of Secretary for the California Health and Human Services Agencies just for 48 days. Prior to that, though, thank you. Thank you very much. Prior to that, just shy of 10 years with the California Department of Social Services, serving 5 as director in that capacity, where some of this partnership began. And so again, appreciate Chancellor Christian's leadership in this space. I just want to start with, I think, to your point, President Costa, this is a phenomenal match. We have so much alignment, both in terms of our purpose, mission, objectives, but also the specific populations that you all are focusing on and supporting to make sure that California is a healthy, vibrant, inclusive place to live, play, and work. And that's certainly the mission of our organization. I also think we have a lot aligned in the how we do business, a focus on really addressing the inequities that exist for populations, both in terms of experience of poverty and our work to disrupt poverty through economic mobility, but also in terms of really looking at, again, those specific populations, youth in foster care, incarcerated, juvenile justice involved individuals, veterans, and again, people with low income. So very much looking forward in this space, and again, Governor Newsom's priority in this space with the Master Plan on Career Education that we're focusing on is also just a key aligned space here. So as you referenced, we are both wanting to look at the existing student population and how, if they are not already connected to our robust comprehensive safety net, we can make those connections intentional, getting connection to things like food supports through our CalFresh program, that then frees up additional resources and income for individuals to spend on other costs and factors, maybe also connections to housing and navigation, how the basic needs centers are really connecting to those resources that we have in community. We also want to partner with you as it relates to sector-specific workforce efforts. So how are we realizing real career, economic mobility and career lattices for individuals working in early childhood, individuals working with in-home supportive services, behavioral health, healthcare, and what are those key opportunities we can to continue to grow that workforce as we have so many transformational investments that we want to realize in terms of how people are accessing those services. Where's the workforce that's going to deliver and provide those? And so we're very interested in furthering those sector-specific efforts as well. So that is the general overview of the excitement of the piece. Director Jen Troya, who has also been newly appointed into her position that I've had the great privilege to work with, is going to go into some more specifics about the how and what some of this effort might look like to make these intentional connections. But overarchingly, just want to say thank you for the partnership and the opportunity to make real connections on the ground in communities with those that we share and serve in common to reach and realize their goals. So pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
All right, second item for me today. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Rebecca O'Shaughnessy, Vice Chancellor for Student Services. I'm very excited to bring this demonstration project to you. The team, would you please pull up the
Yes,
slide
we
again?
have the
Thank you.
slides on Zoom. We're just waiting for it to pop up. There
Great.
we go.
So I'm a little nostalgic today for obvious reasons, but when I was negotiating my start date with the Chancellor's Office in 2020, September, I was told that I must join before September 21 because that was the Board of Governors meeting in September 2020. It was in that meeting that the Board of Governors had a resolution on student basic needs. And I was told that that would be the area that I need to be focusing on. So I just want to read just a couple of the resolution there, relevant paragraphs. Resolved that the California Community Colleges Board of Governors is committed to dismantling the current structures that unduly burden students in need, limiting their access to critical basic resources. Resolved that the Chancellor's Office partner with the Governor and the other state agencies to redesign existing state application approval structures that put students at the center by streamlining access and receipt of student statewide resources to address basic needs. It then kind of lists departments and agencies, including, it says, Department of Social Services, right, and Department of Healthcare Services, which is under the Department of Health and Human Services. So here we are today. I'm incredibly energized by Secretary Johnson's remarks earlier, and then looking forward to all the opportunities we have in this demonstration project and beyond. So I'm going to actually now turn it over to Director Jennifer Troya, the new minted Director of California Department of Social Services, to speak on the incredible work of CDSS and the impact of their work. And I think also why highlight it's critical for our agencies to partner together and serve the communities and Californians that we both serve. So.
Thank you so much, and it is such a pleasure to be here with all of you this afternoon. I'm going to hold on to your phrasing of keeping students at the center. I think that is very much a shared goal that we have here. So I just want to start by thanking you for the partnerships that we already have and get to build on, and the shared commitment that we have to furthering our work and ensuring that students' basic needs are met. I think we all can appreciate that in the absence of having your basic needs met, it's hard to be successful at anything in life. And so this is an incredibly critical building block to success, and we are very happy to collaborate with you to support the pathways to long-term well-being and economic success for the Californians that we mutually serve. CDSS is responsible as a department for administering programs that serve Californians experiencing need and vulnerability. This includes what I'm going to focus on today the most, which is CalFresh Nutrition Assistance, the CalWorks Cash Assistance and Welfare to Work program, and some of our efforts on workforce pathways. CalFresh is the largest nutrition assistance program serving just over 5.5 million low-income Californians, including a number of students, though not as many as we would like, which I'll talk some more about. In 2023, CalWorks, the Welfare to Work program, served an average of 340,000 families with 665,000 children in California. Programs like this have a tremendous impact. We know this from the research. One statistic that I think helps to put it in real relief for us is from the Public Policy Institute of California, and it relates to 2023, and that is that 3.2 million more Californians, so another 8% of Californians, would have been in poverty without safety net programs like this. Both CalFresh and CalWorks are administered by California's 58 county human services agencies. So we as a state entity are the single state agency responsible for supervising and administering the programs, but they are locally carried out at the county human services agencies in collaboration with other local partners, including the community colleges. So we are working together to increase awareness, streamline enrollment, and make, again, student-centered policy and operational choices in these programs. So I'll dig a little deeper into CalFresh and CalFresh Access. In 2019, the estimated take-up among eligible students for CalFresh was only 30% for community college students. And this, again, is among those who are eligible. And 22%, even lower at the UCs in terms of undergraduates. So these participation rates are clearly too low. I think we all can agree on that. At the same time, I want to acknowledge that they are growing. They are higher than they used to be as a result of the work that we've been doing in partnership, and that one of the biggest challenges we face is not one that is necessarily in our control. It is federal. We have a federal student eligibility rule that severely limits student participation and does create, I think, some confusion. So there's a lot that we can still do as a state together to make these numbers higher, but that constraint is very present. So a couple examples of our recent successes. During the pandemic, the federal government gave us some temporary expansions of eligibility under the student eligibility rules, some more exemptions. And the higher education segments played a very key role in getting the word out and helping us to ensure that students took advantage of those additional exemptions. Beginning in 2021, all 58 counties also designated at least one staff liaison to the higher education segments to build local partnerships. And then recently, CDSS and our partners established a streamlined process to identify new local programs to increase employability. That is a helpful designation because it means you get an exemption from that student eligibility rule that otherwise keeps you out of receiving CalFresh. In 2023, 55 campuses conducted nearly 300 events across the state, and their efforts led to 20,000 approved applications. So we are seeing this work make a difference. We've launched a student data dashboard to provide statewide applications and enrollment data, and we're working together on trying to identify ways to share data more at the statewide level to assist in all of these efforts. So that's one of the things that is a big focus for us next. Even as we recognize that the student eligibility rule presents a barrier, there's a lot that we can still do to close the participation gap together, and we're committed to that. With respect to CalWorks, the 2021-22 academic year, more than 3,500 degrees, certificates, and awards were achieved by CalWorks recipients across the state. And we provide funding annually to the Chancellor's Office to support coordinated student services Those funds could be used for job placement, for work study, for post-employment skills training, for case management that's campus-based. So it's no surprise that we have an existing partnership that is strong and that we can use to build on to go even further in our student-centered priorities. A couple of recent accomplishments. As a result of legislation in 2021, which was updated in 23, we implemented the STEP program, Student Training and Education Program. This gave new flexibility and increased access, like supportive services, advanced standard payments to recover books or college supplies. We increased the amount of time we count that students who are on CalWORKs are spending on homework as part of their welfare to work services, so that we are recognizing everything that goes into being a student. And we provided relief for summer sessions and school breaks to make sure that, again, we're not overburdening the students who are also our clients. A few priorities on the horizon in terms of increasing coordination and promoting pathways are into the high priority sectors like the care economy. We also at CDSS have applied to be one of 5 states to conduct a national pilot that will change the way that we measure the success of the CalWORKs program. The federal government, as it stands now, only has one singular measure, and it is only related to work participation, and it's measured in a very narrow way. We have a much more holistic system of measuring long-term success in employability and well-being. And that is the measure that we would like, those are the measures that we would like to have be the focus. So finally, I'll highlight just quickly that across a broad spectrum of professions, the California Health and Human Services Agency has looked at how to support workforce opportunities and access to training, stipends, and career lattices that the Secretary already mentioned. At CDSS, 2 quick examples of this work include our focus on the in-home supportive services and childcare workforces. For IHSS, we've recently administered a one-time high-quality training program that's called IHSS Career Pathways to help providers build skills to better serve program recipients, stabilize the workforce, and encourage retention of those providers. In addition, we've advanced workforce development for the childcare sector, including those in licensed centers, family childcare homes, as well as family, friends, and neighbors through initiatives like our Quality Counts California Workforce Pathways and Quality Improvement Grants, and a childcare initiative project. These provide resources like books, tuition, stipends, coaching, and training to upskill those who are working in this incredibly critical sector. I just want to conclude by saying I think we have made really significant progress together, and our partnership is strong. I also acknowledge and think that it's incredibly important to note that we have so much more work to do together. We are not yet meeting the need, and we are determined to be here together as partners with you to get closer to closing that gap.
Thank you very much. Andrea or Christina, would you please pull up the slides?
I also want to know who makes these beautiful vision boards.
Yeah, these are wonderful. I actually used one of them this morning for a different item. It really shows a lot of tremendous progress our different colleges are doing. So, this is really like Director Choya said, their clients are students, members in the, Medi-Cal services. If you think about it, they're all the same Californians we're striving to serve, and economic mobility is our collective goal. So very excited to be part of this journey with CDSS and Department of Health and Human Services. So when we talk about economic mobility, kind of really cross-sector partnership has to be the conversation. How many times we say we need more access to safety net programs, but if we don't have agencies and organizations that are supporting that effort, we're not really maximizing the impact there. And so some of the numbers that we have here, right, the 6.8 million that everyone here remembers in our sleep around the Californians, that really presents a tremendous opportunity for our system to serve and can really benefit. And then the reality that 2/3 of our students are facing at least one type of basic needs insecurity. So critically, how do we partner and make sure we're integrating educational pathways as well as social safety net programs for all that's involved is really what we're trying to get at here. Next slide, please. So I typically do one of those like Vision 2030, and then I typically go right into equity and support, kind of think about how our work aligns. But this is really a project that touches on all three goals of Vision 2030. When we're thinking about specifically around our students' access to safety net programs is potentially much more under the equity and support realm. But then when we think about the opportunity presented by County CalWORKs participants and their access into higher education, then we are moving into the equity in access kind of realm of the Vision 2030. And at the end of the day, we have the equity and success goals. Some of them speak to specific academic goals, but I think at the end of the day is about advancing social and economic mobility, especially for historically underserved communities. And that's the real equity work here. Next slide, please. So let me just give a quick kind of overview in terms of the project, right? I think when we're thinking about this is really how do we provide student or client or member-centered integrated service and support and bring more of those non-traditional students or post-traditional students who did not find initially the educational structure work for them. How do we make it easier for them, and how do we actually go more upstream, right? Not just greet them at the door, but really go to where they're being served in other places to really bring the benefits of the state of California to them, including educational opportunities. I think this is what we're envisioning, right? Going from, in many ways, mobility planning. It goes above and beyond educational planning, but how are you going to make this change in your life decision work for you? What does the money look like, right? What does the trajectory look like, and what kind of support you will have? That's guaranteed along the way to make sure you can actually make this work. So how do we think about, when you think about person-centered approach, it's much less about what institutions can offer, but how can institutions together figure out a streamlined process to support those individuals. So when we think about mobility planning, that's a little bit more upstream, and then you have the on-campus direct aid, which we are very familiar with, the financial aid programs, categorical programs, basic needs centers. How do we think about more of a streamlined approach there for our students? And then we have some of the external pieces, right? CalWORKs, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, all of these benefits that we can really maximize for our students. And note here for these ones, when we think about within the community college context, we're concerned about cost of attendance, for example, right? That's typically a cap for what students can receive, but CalWORKs, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh, those are kind of outside of that constraint, really provides additional resources for our students. And then how do we, again, partner, tailor support, both outside of our institutions, leveraging the resources that Director Choya mentioned, but also inside academic offerings and support in a way that deliver our services and instructions differently, right? Work better for our CalFresh participants, so then college becomes a much more real opportunity for them to achieve economic mobility. So that's really what we're envisioning. In terms of the specific demonstration project, right? Our idea is always focus on something small. So then we throw all our resources in there. We throw all of our ideas at the population and see how far we can push. And once we know that, then how do we scale it across the system? So what we are looking at here is, in terms of demonstration site, looking at 1 to 2 sites across California, really present a good opportunity for us to really have those focuses. And then in terms of on-campus sub-student population, we're really thinking about EOPS, and then Chancellor Christian mentioned EOPS and their accomplishment. They're really serving a very vulnerable population on campus. So how do we really focus on EOPS and support their students, for example, on the CalFresh access that Director Choya just mentioned? There's a lot of rules around, CalFresh, and then with EOPS, they do meet one of the exemptions for student eligibility rules. So it kind of simplifies the scenario a little bit for us, so then we can really focus on interventions. And then there's also, so you will hear actually from our leadership from EOPS to kind of talk about this. And then additionally, we want our CalWORKs education program on campus to be involved. So you will also hear from leadership from our CalWORKs Association. they have been dealing with and supporting CalWORKs participants who have shown up on campus, right? But then I think given that we really want to make this big, we want to make this upstream, how do we also then connect with current CalWORKs participants in the county who have not considered educational opportunities as a viable solution? How do we partner and create a seamless transition for them to enter into our system? So you're here from both of these association leaderships. So with that, I'm going to turn to the next slide, please. Yes, so I would like to have Efron Rangel, the president of our Extended Opportunity Program and Services Association, come up here to say a few words. Yeah, just.
Hello. Oh, thank you. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, thank you for having me here. And thank you, Chancellor Christian, for the recognition. I'm definitely feeling the EOPS love in the room today. But yeah, when we discussed the partnership with the Chancellor's office, I too like to recognize, right, that the work that we do in our community colleges is not easy. Our students, they come into our offices and we see their struggle, but we also see their passion and their commitment to want to succeed, right? And so when we work with our students, the one thing we see is that light in their eyes. They want to be successful and they need that guidance to move forward. We provide them the support, we create the access, we provide the support, and we also see them reach their academic goals or career goals, whether it be career certificates, whether it be associate's degree or wanting to transfer. We're there to support them, see them in, and also see them out. They go out to become lawyers, doctors, engineers, you name it, they reach their goals. They come out of the community college not only academically ready, but also personally with the drive to continue moving forward. It does get hard because you see them struggling in our session, especially when it comes down to midterms and finals. They come in. What you really see, you don't see, but you hear in our counseling sessions is the struggles, the personal struggles that they go through, figuring out where they're going to sleep. A lot of them are couch surfing. A lot of them have to work 40 plus hours. A lot of them come in hungry, and sometimes they don't tell you, but you hear their stomachs talking to you, right? And it kills me to hear that when then you also have know that they're out there having to go take a midterm and they're having to take a final, and we've all been to that point where like we're hungry and we can't concentrate because we have to get something to eat, right? These students don't have those resources. And so with us, the program really focuses on building those collaborations with our basic needs programs, financial aid, admissions and records, are student equity programs to provide those resources and the support, but also in the community as well. A lot of them come in looking for jobs as well, and so we're wanting to provide those supports and the resources to make sure that we connect them so that they can have employment outside in the community or even work study within the college. So when we heard the partnership, we were grateful and happy to be part of it and continue to work so that we can encourage our students to utilize the resources and that they have with the CalFresh services.
Thank you, Efron. So we have, for next, we have Reino Garcia, president of our CalWORKs Education Association, Education Program Association president.
My apologies. Good afternoon. Esteemed members of the board, Chancellor Acosta, Chancellor Christian, and esteemed board members. I am Reynolds Garcia. I am the CalWORKs president of the Association of California, and it is an honor to speak with you today about this partnership. The demonstration partnership is very important for the CalWORKs Association. As my colleague Efron Rangel was saying, that our students are struggling. They need resources, and even though our CalWORKs students won't be able to participate in CalFresh, well, not participate, they are participating in CalFresh. There are other things that within the system that it could assist us. The CalWORKS program serves as a critical safety net for the families in need, administered throughout counties to provide financial assistance and supportive services that help participants achieve stability and economic mobility. At the community college level, we amplify these services by offering education, training, case management, childcare, work study opportunities. We also empower our participants to build foundation for long-term success. We're excited about the opportunities to collaborate on a new demonstration project aimed at addressing two critical areas to improve outcomes for CalWORKS students. Number one, ensuring greater consistency in how the counties interpret and apply program requirements. And number two, promoting stronger partnerships that encourage county CalWORKS participants to enroll in community college programs. We have a lot of students who come to the campus who know about the program, but because of some type of stigma that they may have, may not come through or may not know about the resources. And so one of the things that we try to combat as a CalWORKS program is the stigma of accepting resources. Also, SB 1232 has given students more flexibility in pursuing education, and so we're glad about SB 1232, but there are variations on how counties implement programs requirement results in unequal access to benefits, disparities, and outcomes. So when we talk about Vision 2030 about access and resources and support, we also have to take into account how our system, the community college system, as well as the counties, interpret the policies. This inconsistency undermines the equity and opportunities that CalWORKS is designed to provide. By promoting referrals to community college, we have the chance to transform lives in the CalWORKS Association. Our motto is changing lives 2 generations at a time, the student and their children. When participants gain the skills and qualifications to secure meaningful employment, they don't just break the cycle of poverty for themselves, they set a powerful example and a foundation for their children to follow. This project represents the important step in addressing systematic inequities and reinforcing the critical roles our community college play in transforming lives and creating brighter futures. I look forward to working with all of you to ensure every participant and their families have the opportunity they deserve. Thank you.
I would like to invite Secretary Johnson and Director Troyer to come up here for any kind of board comments or questions.
So I'm going to take a presidential prerogative here, you guys. It's my last board meeting, and I know that the chancellor brought this item as a special shout out to me because it's something I feel passionate about. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I think, and I've talked about it a lot, our students are caught in the ultimate catch-22. Most of them are coming from deep poverty, and they're at our educational institutions to put themselves and their families on a better trajectory. And yet, they don't often have access to some of these programs to help them get through that educational program. I liked what Director Troyer said. It's true, a lot of this is federal, and we're implementing it, you know, the state via the partnership with the counties, and it's complicated. And, you know, frankly, many of these safety net programs were never really designed to work together. And so it puts our students in even more of a catch-22. But that's my dream. My dream is to treat safety net programs like we do financial aid, which is that a student has to come in one time, not keep coming back and telling us how poor they are, because that is absolutely demoralizing. But we take care of it. It's like, here's your financial aid, here's your CalWORKS, here's your Medi-Cal, here's everything. And I know that there's a lot of institutional barriers to doing that. But I actually believe, and there may be more now that there's been a change at the federal level, I'll just say that. But, you know, I'm hoping this demonstration project puts us on that pathway, because I think we are aligned. What you do and what we do is really anti-poverty work every day. And the best way to get people off of the safety net programs is through an education. And even though people are starting to question the value of that, without a doubt, we know every time there's an economic issue, people who have a college degree generally fare better. And so anyway, I just want to thank you for your partnership on this, and my hope is that it's the beginning of even more deep and meaningful work on behalf of our students. So thank you. Colleagues, questions or comments? Okay, Board Member Brown and then Board Member Epstein.
So, in a past life, I was an intern for CalWorks. And then fast forward many years later, I was working with a student. So I was somewhat familiar with all of the paperwork and requirements of that particular program. I was also a coordinator of a student support program at the time. The student complained to me that it was a student parent who had 27 different out-of-classroom obligations that they had to do that semester in order to maintain eligibility for all of the programs in which she was enrolled, on top of being a student parent, on top of going to classes. That prompted us to get all of the programs together to talk about our eligibility, to talk about our paperwork and processes, and to talk about where's their overlap and where can we give students credit for doing something very similar with another program that our program was asking them to do. And it led to streamlining and making it easier for the students. So I'm wondering, I'm thinking about cradle to career data system. I'm thinking about how can we share information and protect student privacy, but maybe moving towards an opt-out instead of opt-in, so that it's so much easier. So like what you described, you go to that first program, and instead of being told, go to 10 other offices that you're also eligible for, why can't we just look at that data and have it, hey, you are eligible for these 6 out of the 10 programs we offer. Click here if you want to do that, all of it, And then streamlining it in the conversations between those stakeholders so that anywhere there's overlap, we can save students time. So I just wanted to surface that because 27 out of classroom obligations in order to not just say that you're poor over and over again, but to receive support, sometimes it's overkill. So it's very important that the hand knows what the foot is doing in this regard. So I really appreciate the collaboration and the integration, and I look forward to this happening on a systemic level. Thank you.
Okay, I'll respond. I really appreciate the vision that you're outlining and the problem that you're pointing out. I think we have heard that from others as well. We often talk about the vision you're describing as sort of a no wrong door approach. The idea is like you came in once, that was the right door, whichever door it was, it's the right door. And I think that is the vision that we also share with you. A couple of things that you referenced that I just want to, that sort of jogged some things for me that I wanted to share and spotlight. One is the pilot that I was talking about that we applied for. I think this is a really significant part of what we are trying to do and change in terms of the culture. Instead of sort of a strict set of compliance with certain welfare to work rules, what we really want is to sit down with each student and say, like, what are your life goals? What are your dreams? What do you want that aligns with economic mobility? And how can we help you get there? And what are you doing already? Okay, you're a student. What already is over there? It's like the homework time I talked about now counting, right? So that's already there, got it. We're putting that in your welfare to work plan so it's integrated, as opposed to saying this is just a cookie cutter, this is how we meet this federal rule in a compliance-oriented way. So I think that there are cultural changes that happen sort of on both ends, so that whichever door you walk in, you get the answer that's help me understand what's going on with you over here and integrate it into your school planning. And on the welfare to work side, it's help me understand what's happening in your school so that I'm integrating that into this case plan. And so ideally, everyone is connected and partnering, and everyone is integrating all of the information together and also sharing the data at more macro levels too. So yes, thank you so much for pointing that out.
Thanks. Building on what Member Brown just said, I've been advocating for years around here that the colleges ought to do more to enroll students in Medi-Cal. And, we've talked mostly about CalWorks and CalFresh here, but I did see the little Medi-Cal circle on the chart. So I was wondering do you have any data on what percent of students are enrolled in Medi-Cal, and what percent are we missing that would be eligible?
We're happy to follow up with you with that data, but I do want to underscore to the point that was just made. The eligibility application process is one process to apply for Medi-Cal, for CalFresh, for CalWORKS, inclusive of access to childcare subsidies, which is a huge and significant cost. That's one application that is completed to then get access to the whole. So want to also just point that out. And there are other, because again, California does have a comprehensive safety net resource, so we want to make sure those other resources are easily accessible, to your point, board member, without having to engage and tell stories and proof of demonstration of income eligibility. So there's also things on categorical eligibility that we've continued to improve on and progress on as well. But happy to get you specifics on the Medi-Cal. I didn't bring that with me, but I'm happy to follow up with you on that for students.
Yeah, I'm not really as familiar with CalWORKS as I am with Medi-Cal. Are they roughly equivalent qualification income, or is it very different?
There are some differences. There's differences in eligibility in terms of the income level. You have to be low income in both cases, but it's not the same measure. There's differences in the assets that you can have and retain, and then there are differences, let's see, it's assets, income. What are the other differences?
And then even student exemption rule.
The student exemption rule only exists in CalFresh.
Oh, CalFresh, I'm sorry.
Each of these is set at the federal level, and then there are some aspects that we have state control over, and each of them do have some differences, which is why it is difficult to get one set of information. In some instances, we can take what the secretary was describing and do categorical eligibility. So we can say, like, whichever is the lower or higher common denominator, we know if you're eligible for this one, which had a higher threshold, that you're clearly eligible for that one. So we can sort of make it categorical in some instances, but it doesn't go in every direction because of those differences. And it's not, unfortunately, all in the state's control to make it uniform.
Editorial comment too. CalWORKS is the outgrowth of welfare reform, and there are still a lot of, I would say, antiquated things in that program that are brought from the feds. Anyway, Board Member Williams.
Well, first, I commend y'all on, this is a tremendous undertaking to be able to do. I spent 9 years working for the County of San Bernardino Workforce Development, Department of Behavioral Health, County Sheriffs. I served on this California Workforce Development Board and a local board for 12 years. And to do what you're trying to do, co-location is really important. And like, we don't have America's Job Centers on our campuses because what happens with the participants is they don't all get told the same things depending on the county or the case manager that they're assigned to. And you know, your financial aid could make you lose your rent money because, you know, the eligibility is not all the same. And so the communication and the professional development to the staff that are going to work with our students is going to be really important. Who supervises those people so that they can have a consistent message, because like member Costa is saying, it's like one door, and just let me tell you that I don't have resources once. Because the way that you really experience is, well, you got to go to the county office, and then you go to the campus, and sometimes you can get told 3 different things, and then your check gets paused. If you're unemployment, you might lose your UI benefit, or if you're getting Section 8 because you got financial aid, now you got to pay more in rent money. And so how it gets communicated is really important, and co-location is one of the, we can really start seeing these things taking place on campus or some way that, you know, because the people got to be in the same staff meetings together so that they know what they're supposed to be telling students, because the admissions people might tell them something completely different than what CalWORKS told them, and then you end up losing the person. And so how it gets communicated is critical. And so I hope you can, you know, really figure out what that looks like. But I think the bond program that we have now with all of the construction that's taking place is a great opportunity to just start really thinking about how those new facilities get built, so where you can accommodate a county staff person on campus and, you know, do desk sharing. And we don't see, I mean, it happens kind of, but it's not like how the old one-stops were meant to be. You know, when we were talking about Vision for Success, you were supposed to be able to go into a one-stop and register for a community college class. It doesn't kind of happen like that yet, but it would be great if instead of us staffing up and hiring people that the county already has, they just come to campus. And so community schools is an interesting model. We haven't talked about community schools in relation to community college, but they have a lot of best practices in that, and K-12 is really starting to, there's like $100 billion, or I think it's $100 million for community school, or $3 billion or something like that. But that has some good practices that may, be applied in the work that you're doing. So I just wanted to add those comments.
Board Member Haynes.
So I'm very excited. Having had family members who've had to use your services, I know how important it is relative to that. The thing I guess I want to impart is the co-location is just so critical. There's a saying that we have that time kills dreams. Too much time kills dreams. And with our students, they are the now traditional student is usually someone who has to work 1 or 2 jobs, has school, usually has obligations with family, or has obligations with children. And so when we think that, oh, this is just one little thing additional that they have to do, that one little thing can be horrendous relative to them being able to get what they need. And so when I serve on a SCOE award, scholarship award, and the thing that students say, they have to do a little write up, and it's a resiliency reward. And what students say in their stories is, oh, I am resilient, because they have had so many mishaps with their life, and they're still sort of standing. And that's not just persistence. So when we say our students aren't persistent, they are. They are persistent. They have to move on, but then they come back, and so many students come back. And so this handoff means that we are now working as a team. That handoff doesn't mean that somebody has to pick up a phone necessarily, but they can hand carry, if necessary, what that student needs in the immediate as opposed to in the future, that something doesn't get lost in translation. And so that's what my hope is, that something doesn't get lost in the translation, and that we narrow that time between what a need is for our student and what an answer is for our students. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. I see Board Member Villavicencio has his hand raised.
Thank you so much, President Costa. I really appreciate the work, the amazing work that is being done to really break down silos. I just wanted to speak from a faculty perspective, how we really need to bridge both the instruction side with the student services side as well. Speaking personally, students come to my office hours, obviously trying to succeed in my class and ask questions about my discipline and how I could help them. But obviously, they're also not aware of the resources that are available to them on campus. I know that we try our very best as faculty to even put down on our syllabi all of these wonderful resources that are available. But I will tell you that working in silos, I would say not some faculty who are aware on the student support side may know about these programs, but they may not necessarily be versed on what these programs are. And so building upon what Board Member Williams said, how do you communicate that to all of our partners and stakeholders within the campus is so critical. I know within my campus, we have something called resource specialists now that serves as that bridge. And so I feel like there is definitely a resource where I can go to tell students you could see this person who would be able to provide you with more detail, right, as to what these programs are all about. And last point, I think someone mentioned the challenge to stigma. I know with with our certain BIPOC communities, I can speak authoritatively on the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community. That stigma does exist. And how do we go about, again, changing that culture to do better outreach to these students as well as to the community, that these programs are available to them is critical. And how we do that, I think we need to have more intentionality in figuring out how we do that too, in accessibility and hopefully, and I'm sure this is already being done, but that language access too for our broader community is also important. And hopefully we're doing that outreach in a more intentional way. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I think this is a step in the right direction. We could all be doing better and our roles here to make sure that there is accessibility to these programs for our students. Thank you.
Thanks. I have one housekeeping note. Board Member Escobar Carrillo had to step away momentarily. When she rejoins the meeting, we will note it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chancellor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a brief comment about what a privilege it is, Secretary Johnson, to have you here. For those of you tuning in from the California Community College world virtually, Health and Human Services in California is huge. And when we were working with the Secretary's calendar to see if she could be here with us, she made this a priority to be here, sort of marking and signaling the importance of working with our 2.1 million students in prioritizing this work. And I know, I've always been proud of our social safety programs in California from a national context. And in my role as Chancellor, actually working with Rebecca more and more, I understand the significance of the work you're doing. And I'm not sure everyone knows and appreciates the magnitude of what you're doing for Californians. I also want members of the Board of Governors to know that I first heard Secretary Kim Johnson speak at a career education master plan meeting. And when I was listening to her, I was like, oh my goodness, we can actually make something happen quickly, because she is someone who actually gets things done and was looking at how can we systematically leverage other partner agencies to operationalize and make things happen. And then it was followed up with Rebecca had called a meeting as a sort of a meet and greet to talk about this demonstration project. And I was introduced to our director of DSS, Jen Troya, and immediately, the level of work, you're focused on mobilizing and really doing the work. It gives me confidence that what we've been grappling with and we thought was mission impossible, because of the two of you, you at the helm of the Health and Human Services, and you're here. And, the new director for DSS, it really seems like we can make bold strides. And I'm almost imagining if we were to fast forward in a year or two and reconvene, that we'll be able to realistically show some of the integration and taking these services to our students at the California community colleges. So thank you for being here.
With that, I'm going to open up this topic for any public comment on the matter.
The public comment period for item 6.4 is now open. We will begin with public remarks in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will be given 2 minutes. At this time, I don't see any in-person remarks, so I will hand it over to Gary for virtual comments.
We do have a few hands raised. Heather Willoughby, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board and Chancellor, for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Heather Wilby, and I represent CCWRO, a nonprofit that is committed to supporting impoverished people and access to public benefits in California. We do this because we believe people can do more and be more when given the opportunity. I'm here to strongly support this transformative demonstration project between California Community Colleges, the California Department of Social Services, and the California Health and Human Services. The project directly aligns with the Vision 2030's goal of creating an inclusive higher education system that works for all Californians. As an organization that works to serve attorneys as they support families on public benefits, we know that fragmented support systems create structural barriers that hinder pathways forward towards economic mobility. And higher education is the best pathway out of poverty we have seen for public benefits recipients. By developing mobility planning interventions and bundling services like academic pathways mapping, credit for prior learning, and childcare support, this project creates a comprehensive support system that meets students where they are. What excites us most about this project is the potential for scalability. By developing data-informed best practices and co-located, centralized points of access, this model could transform how higher education institutions across California, including four-year universities, approach braiding means-tested benefits into student support services. We believe this project will not only increase college enrollment and success for CalWORKs recipients, but will create a blueprint for systemic change in how we support all low-income students throughout their educational journey. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Charlie Musoff. You have control of your mic. Can address the board.
Charlie, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry about that. Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of California Competes, Higher Education for a Strong Economy. As a nonpartisan policy research organization focused at the intersection of higher education, equity, and the economy, California Competes supports the demonstration project and the effort to ensure CalWORKs and EOPS eligible students receive the financial and academic supports they're entitled to and need to succeed. Current and potential college students consistently state that the cost of college is a main barrier to enrollment, persistence, and success. By streamlining and easing access to financial aid and public benefits, this project will help address affordability issues and support college access, student success, and economic mobility, particularly for Californians from low-income backgrounds. As co-leads of the California Alliance for Student Parent Success, we know this demonstration project is important for the 3.9 million parenting Californians without a college degree, who experience higher levels of housing and food insecurity than their non-parenting peers. Parenting students, who comprise nearly 20% of California's community college students, face higher costs for childcare, housing, transportation, and food, making access to vital support services critical. This project will help streamline access to necessary financial, campus, and student resources for the student population. Further, supporting parents in completing post-secondary education not only impacts that student, but also their children, having a direct multi-generational impact. Beyond financial assistance, the project's focus on academic supports like credit for prior learning, or CPL, is equally important. Given California's shortage of credentialed adults to meet workforce needs, California Competes supports the advancement of CPL and academic programming that helps students complete their certificate or degree and enter the workforce sooner. Research indicates that over 200,000 Californians could benefit from expanded CPL policies, with particular advantages for older Black students and veterans. California Competes is especially encouraged by the cross-sector partnership described in the project, bringing together state and local social services agencies, the California Student Aid Commission, the Chancellor's Office, and Community College District and campuses. Again, we as California Competes wholeheartedly support the demonstration project. Thank you.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thanks, Gary. Well, thank you so much, Secretary and Director. We hope to see you guys soon with more important work. So thank you for joining us today. All right, we're going to go back on the agenda into the action section of our agenda, and we're going to go to item 4.6, which is the proposed regulatory action regarding the MESA program. That's the Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement Program. And we have our Vice Chancellor Stanskas to present on this item.
President Costa, Vice President Hildegard, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. Item 4.6 is the second reading of the regulatory action for the MESA regulations. If you recall from our meeting in September, this was requested by a bill, SB 444, and we worked collaboratively with both the Academic Senate and the MESA Directors Board, as well as all of the MESA directors and anyone who wanted to attend and provide feedback. We did have one minor change in the regulation that you see here. It changes an or to an and, or an and to an or, basically to make it more inclusive, so that more students are eligible. We haven't heard any issues with being more eligible and including more students. And so it is here for your action.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this regulatory action? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item?
The item 4.6 comment public period is now open. We will begin with public remarks in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo for the public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much, Christina. We just have one public comment from Adrina Rashidi.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Dr. Adrina Rashidi with the Community College Association of MESA Directors, and I'm also a MESA Director at Mission College. Our association, known as CAMD, supports the proposed Title V regulations as they strengthen the ability for mathematics, engineering, science achievement programs and our directors to serve underrepresented students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. The regulations provide a necessary framework to support students in a calculus-based STEM program through improved academic support, transfer preparation, and leadership development opportunities. We thank the Chancellor's Office, particularly Vice Chancellor Stanskas, Dr. Latanya Williams, and their team for the thoughtful work in developing these regulations. We also appreciate the amended language on high school graduation and math performance rates. We will continue to work with the Chancellor's Office on implementing Senate Bill 444, focusing on MESA's core mission, which is to close the STEM transfer opportunity gap by supporting students facing social, economic, and educational barriers in the STEM transfer pathway. Thank you for your support.
Okay, we have one virtual hand raised. I'll hand it over to Gary for that comment.
Amy Foote, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Costa, VP Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Amy Foote, and I am the president of CAMD, Community College Association of MESA Directors, and I'm also the MESA Program Director at College of the Canyons in Southern California. I was too at the first reading down in San Bernardino, and unfortunately I'm not there with you, but I am here virtually with you. I would like to say a couple things. One, MESA, as you know, has been around for over 50 years, and in the last 2 years, we have increased from 34 to 91 MESA programs statewide. Moving Mesa into Title V through the proposed regulation language will enable us to continue to support our Mesa students who are underrepresented in first generation into their future calculus-based STEM field, reducing equity gaps. CAMD is in favor of the second reading of the Mesa regulation language as written, and we would like to give special thanks to Dr. Stanskis and his team for their continued support and collaboration in writing the proposed regulation language. Our commitment to our student population and MESA programs will greatly assist in closing equity gaps in STEM and align with the Chancellor's Vision 2030. Again, thank you for giving me the time to speak on behalf of CAMD in supporting the regulation language for MESA. And thank you to Chancellor Christian and the Board of Governors for supporting MESA. Thank you so much.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thanks, Gary. With that, colleagues, this is an action item. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I had Villa Vicencio with the motion. Do you guys want to fight it out for the second? Okay, we're going to go with Nan for the second. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, we're going to move on to the first reading section of the agenda. First up is item 5.1. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to course outline of record. We have Vice Chancellor Stanskis presenting for us.
Surprise, it's still me. President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the Board of Governors. This is a first reading. It has taken a very long time to massage this to get to you, primarily because things have been changing so quickly in terms of the course outline of record and what needs to be happening in the course outline of record to support the work of the colleges. So can you please go to the next slide? So there's two main drivers of the laws that are moving to change what we expect of the course outline of record. There is AB 705 and 1705, which is pushing for how we enroll students equitably in the appropriate transfer level courses, such that they are students are able to more successfully complete their action. Their path. The other one is AB 1111, which is commonly known as Common Course Numbering, but really is an effort to create credit mobility throughout our system and intersegmentally, so that students are able to transport their credits everywhere more easily. And that requires intersegmental work that has been going on for 3 years now, creating templates of what needs to be available on a course outline of record to match to a template, so that we can more easily use the template as a transfer mechanism for students anywhere in public higher education. And so you'll see there's a tremendous effort to have these regulations support both equitable placement as well as intersegmental credit mobility within these. Next slide. And so there are several sections that have been modified with new subsections and several additions to the to the regulation and what is expected in the course outline of record. We have worked heavily with our colleagues at 5C, the curriculum committee for the Chancellor's Office, that is predominantly made up of the Chief Instructional Officers and the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. Next slide. No, really, I meant the next slide. Did you want to stay on this one? You don't? Okay. Okay. Whatever you want to do, I'm fine. So we're asking for your support in this first reading, and hopefully we're prepared to, answer any questions, and the comment period is open. So.
Okay. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations Title V concerning course outline of record, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. I'm going to turn it over to my board colleagues first, and then we'll open it up to the public. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I actually have one, and I'm looking at the faculty because this may not even be possible. But it's top of mind in part because of the conversation we had earlier about Common Course numbering. And, my understanding is, and it could be wrong, our curriculum approval process is both a local process, and then the Chancellor's Office has a role to play in it as well. But we've heard here before that, and rightly so, right? The timing can be tight, and it's like if you put in a course and you miss the window and can't get into the next year's catalog, is there any way where we can have, not a strict timeline, but hey, can this happen sort of soon when you guys review it? Or how do we expedite this process? And the reason I bring it up is because I don't think in the time on my board we've ever actually been in this section of the regs. And I want to say I balance that with ensuring that the faculty has enough time to make sure and care to make sure that the decisions are right. But it does strike me, and it has struck me for quite a while, that we have a very long process, and sometimes the world has moved on. So I don't know. I put that out there for those smarter than me to figure out, and I certainly wouldn't want to hamstring the local curriculum approval process. But I do think if we had some expedition in the process in some way that's reasonable, I just want to put that out there. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? All right, I see our academic senate president comment. Tell me where I'm wrong, Cheryl, or yeah. Well, if you want to address that comment, I hopefully I'm explaining myself.
Yeah, I can share. I think it's 10 years or so ago, 8 or 9 maybe, that the Chancellor's Office, together with the stakeholder interest groups that come together on 5C, including the faculty and the Chief Instructional Officers, we did a lot of work around streamlining curriculum processes. And a lot of that emphasis was working with colleges to identify what parts of their process and often sequence of their process was absolutely necessary, and where could they overlap and do things in parallel, and where was parts of their process perhaps not even at least required by regulation or law. At the same time, the Chancellor's Office really worked on trying to reduce what we used to call the queue on Q Street, because you would submit curriculum and it would sit there for a long time, because just about everything was reviewed before it could actually be given a course control number. That effort really on the Chancellor's Office part especially has reduced any delays, with the exception, the only thing now that isn't just submitted and almost within 24 hours gets a control number are ADTs because of the legal requirements around them, and then certificates and degrees that are CTE related, and again because of the requirement for workforce data and also the recommendations of the regional consortia. And so those having specific requirements, and then a couple pieces of non-credit. But everything else, course revisions, any other degree revisions outside the ADT, proposals, those really go and are chaptered or given control numbers almost immediately here, What Adrian really talked about, so much of the delay is what happens after. Like if it's a local associate's degree and we don't need to worry about articulations, we can offer almost immediately. CTE does that within a semester in some cases. But it's really, the more we need to build in the different layers of transferability or articulation, we have to work with the timelines that the UC and the CSU have for us.
Very helpful. Thank you so much. Board Member Williams.
Around what you just asked, in your experience or knowledge of process and then all of the rules, do boards of trustees have the ability to ask the faculty to prioritize a particular curriculum if they've determined a need that they want to see something happen right away?
I think your strategic planning helps establish some of that. What are the priorities for the college and what's in your strategic plan, your master plans. So the board directly, I think through the CEO perhaps helps to set those priorities.
Well, I mean, in the question of the timeliness of, say, like she said, this new power plant is coming and we really need to get something up and running. In your experience, based on the rules, can the board of trustees say, hey, we think outside of the strategic planning, this is a priority for us. We'd like to initiate collegial consultation, like to see this curriculum happen in 30 days. Could that happen based on the rule?
30 days is pretty tight. But within a semester, depending on what it is, I only hesitate because of the role of the board. But you do set direction for our districts and our colleges. And that's where I think if it's in your strategic plans and there's opportunities to initiate's probably a better word, new curriculum or to update curriculum, then I think absolutely asking that of your administrative leadership to work with faculty to help make that happen is appropriate. In some respects, the chancellor's office and our local administrators have done that for our local curriculum processes this fall, telling us to prioritize the 6 Common Course number revisions, as well as some of the CalGETC related revisions and ADT stuff that we have to do in this year to get ready for some big launches of student-facing work fall 25. I think it happens. There's nothing against that happening.
Board Member Haynes.
And there's nothing that, okay, almost everyone has a strategic plan. Sometimes it's a 5-year plan, all of that. Yeah. But the strategic plan is a roadmap, and it is supposedly a living document, which means that there's always a way to get to yes. Relative to that piece of it. It may mean reordering things, recognizing that in the fast-moving environment that education is now in nationally, and I would suspect internationally, that we may have to be continuing. I don't mean just rocking the boat and throwing everything out, but reordering some of the things that we thought we were going to do, especially if you're in your strategic plan 3 years in. Yeah. 3 years is sometimes now a lifetime of how change is happening. So I think it is incumbent upon the board to recognize that and obviously work with the faculty in some of those realities. I mean, we're now dealing with AI, and 3 years ago, we knew it was there, but it wasn't impacting us quite in the same way. And so while we have not looked at at Los Rios, our strategic plan, but we're working on that gung-ho relative to the need to do that because we're required to do that now. So.
Thanks. With that, I'm going to open it up to members of the public who may wish to comment on this first reading item.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Okay, hearing no further public comment, the hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. We'll catch you on the flip side at our next board meeting on this one. We have another first reading item, and this is item 5.2. This is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to the baccalaureate degree programs. We have Vice Chancellor Stanskus presenting.
It's me again, President Costa. Lovely to see you again. and Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I am still Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, John Stanskis. And here's another one that has been dragging through the process that we have finally brought to your attention. Is our proposed regulatory action on the baccalaureate degree programs. Next slide, please. I am sure you are aware that the we had a pilot program that then became a permanent program to allow for community colleges to create some baccalaureate degrees to address workforce shortages, pilot programs, and there was a legislative expansion as we moved into AB 927. The unfortunate part is it did not expand into areas that had any overlap from the CSU or UC offerings. Next slide. So there's proposed new sections to Title V here. There's philosophy and criteria of a baccalaureate degree as defined by our system. There's upper division requirements, how degrees are awarded, and how admission takes place to these programs. This did go through multiple iterations through 5C again, our curriculum committee, multiple academic senate resolutions that guided the principles of how we wish to move forward, and helped us reach an agreement in how we were going to create these regulations. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, there's more. There's the enrollment fees, minimum qualifications, and equivalency for upper division courses. All of those are addressed as well. Again, with input from the Academic Senate and how to move forward. Next slide, please. So we used to have a handbook for baccalaureate degrees. We don't need that anymore because we will have Title V regulations. And the content is incorporated into this section. Next slide. That's it. So we are really just working to create in regulation how baccalaureate degrees are created and offered by our system.
Great, thank you so much. The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations Title V concerning the baccalaureate degree program is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. With that, colleagues, I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments regarding this proposed regulatory change. I see none. With that, is there any additional members of the public who wish to speak on this matter?
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. We will begin with in-person remarks in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Costa, we have a public comment in person, so I'll hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo.
We have one, and it's Cheryl. You know the drill.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President, soon-to-be President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board and the public. I just want to express appreciation to John, our 5C co-chairs, Eric Reese from the faculty, and Kelly Fowler from the CIO group, as well as last year's group that started some of this work. Really relying primarily upon the advice and judgment of the Academic Senate on curricular matters, as well as min quals and equivalency. A lot of this conversation and what is in these regulation drafts was recommended back in 2015 as we started the pilot conversations, and the pilot colleges at the time really contributed to that work. But then the Academic Senate passed resolutions to formalize those recommendations, and we've worked with those since. And the practicing baccalaureate colleges continue to give input in those. We've had resolutions since to make minor adjustments here and there. And as we got to, in some ways, celebrate additional work because we move out of pilot phase into really lasting work in baccalaureate spaces for our students, it was exciting to know that we were continuing to rely on the work of the Academic Senate, and so many have contributed along the way. It truly is a collaborative effort. So just wanted to appreciate that and express my excitement for the fact that this does make that work more permanent rather than pilot-based. So that's cool for our students.
Great. Are there any online comments?
No virtual hands are raised at this time.
All right, then I have to say, hearing none, this hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. We have one more first reading item. Next up is item 5.3. This is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to Next Step Foster Youth. We have Vice Chancellor Ron O'Shaughnessy presenting on this item.
Thank you. May we please have the slides?
Yes, just one moment. We'll bring them up for you.
Well, good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Alconado, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Rebecca Ron O'Shaughnessy, Vice Chancellor of Student Services. The item in front of you really represent part of our comprehensive effort to provide equitable access, support, and success for our foster youth. So this piece is really thinking about the regulation changes that's necessary to effectuate the legislative changes a couple years ago to expand access to foster youth. And then I think in our January Board of Governors will kind of present a demonstration project to really increase college access for our foster youth. So co-presenting with me today, and I don't know why her name is not here, is Dean Sandra Hamilton Slane from Shasta College. Next slide, please. So vision for success, obviously equity and support. When we think about the foster youth population, obviously there's a critical piece for them to support their transition into our college. But then, when they are on campus, the existing infrastructure is critical to make sure they persist and succeed. And Next Up program is the program to do that for our students. Next one. Next slide, please. So here's the Next Up as a core program to support foster youth. Really are three goals. One is to support post-secondary education for this population. And Next Up provides really a comprehensive, in-person, often high-touch interventions for our students. So you can see a wide array of support, including financial aid, and then also other type of in-kind interventions. And then also really spell out the administrative relationship between Next Up and EOPS, which is really to expand the services that students can receive in terms of that kind of above and beyond support, but then also asking for additional resources, right? So hence the without displacing other students conversation, providing additional dedicated resources to support foster youth. Next slide, please. So here's just some brief, I think, summary of the expansion of the Next Up program. Next Up program used to be kind of a pilot program. It was only at 46 colleges, but in 2023, every single college received dollars to set up their Next Up program. So the total allocation for the program went from 20 million to 50 million. And in addition to that, the legislation has clearly made it easier to help more eligible students to be enrolled in the Next Up program or receive Next Up services. So there are only now three statutory criteria for enrollment eligibility. One is the minimum age now is from 16 to 13, as well as in terms of the credit intensity, right? It provides flexibility regarding the minimum credit enrollment requirement, as long as you have a plan to go above 9 credits. Even if you're currently under 9 credits, these students are still eligible. And the third piece is really allow continuity of services past 26, as long as they enrolled first in the program prior to that age. So again, you see a clear
legislative intent to expand access to more students, and then also the clarity around there are only 3 requirements and nothing more from the regulation to in terms of programs to support for the population. Next slide, please. So given that, the details of the regulation amendments in the digest for your review, obviously we have to do a lot to change many of the programs. So you can see kind of 2 large buckets. One is around program eligibility simplification, and obviously that will change some of the administrative practices around the program, and those are the sections that have been impacted in terms of the changes. And then also the name of Next Up was changed from KFES, which was a much longer name, so we also have to do some cleanup in terms of reference to the program name. With this process, next slide, please. And then so here's the timeline. In addition to kind of consultation council, we're here for the first read. We also have been having conversations with the EOPS Association, I think the Financial Aid Association, as well as the Next Up advisories to kind of make sure that our language accurately reflect the legislative intent, and also getting feedback from the field. So it's here kind of for your review and for the first read. I'm now going to turn over to Dean Slade to kind of really talk about the impact, to talk about the work in Shasta and also the impact of expand access to this critical population.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and Chancellor Christian, and esteemed board members. Thank you for having me. If you know anything about Shasta College, we are one of the rural campuses in what we call far Northern California. This isn't really Northern California for me. Regrettably, we were one of the first programs awarded Next Up or KFES funding, and that's because in our county, we have twice the rate of foster youth placement as the national average, as the state average. And so we have a lot of youth who are imported into our county into care, either in juvenile system or in child welfare. And so we have a lot of students to serve. And we have had a very successful program since about 2012, predating the KFES and Next Up programs. And so we're appreciative of this getting institutionalized a little bit more, having adequate funding, having the adequate resources and consistency across the state so that we know what the best practices for serving our students are. To let you know how long of a pathway this can be for some of our students. One of our students started with us actually back in 2012 when we first started our program. Our program is called Sci-Fi, Shasta College Inspiring and Fostering Independence. Working with those youth who, if you think about it, are exiting their adolescence into young adulthood, but without any safety net. And our counselor, not humorously, says frequently, oh, they exit out of the child welfare system and they get us. But really, we have a very dedicated staff who have been there for most of the 12 years serving this population. And everyone in the county knows that when you want to go to Shasta College and you're a former foster youth, you go to Sci-Fi first. And so recently we had a student who was in our program prior to 2012. So she exited care right before AB 12, didn't get those services up to the age of 21. She exited our program prior to us instituting Next Up, didn't get any of those wraparound services. She had been homeless for about the whole last 10 years, but through her resilience went on, got her bachelor's degree, and then her master's degree, and she most recently presented her graduate thesis, her dissertation, which was on an evaluation process for foster youth programs at the EOPS conference. And we were pleased to support her. Her counselor went to see her present. He's also the one who, when she graduated last May, traveled to Washington and hooded her. And so most people get hooded by their parent or someone else in their family, and she got hooded by her Sci-Fi counselor, who has stayed in touch with her for these 12 years. So that's the story we're talking about. We appreciate the targeted support that these students can receive, the wraparound services we're able to provide for them. We very much appreciate the longer term of being able to help them past the age of 26 if they were in before. This is a population that's a bit of a revolving door. They come back again and again and frequently are far more prepared and successful past the age of 25. And so when services all of a sudden stopped at 25, now's the time that they have unfortunately burned financial aid eligibility, but are really ready to take their education seriously. So we appreciate all of the changes that are being made here to provide that comprehensive support to these students.
So this is for first read, and we are still in our 45-day comment period. So we are seeing some comments coming in, but we will consolidate them when the period is over and take those into consideration. This is scheduled for action for in the January board.
Great. The public hearing on item 5.3, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning Next Up Foster Youth, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public. Board Member Epstein.
Okay, I want all of you on the board to close your eyes for a minute and just imagine that I've got long, light brown, wavy hair, that I'm wearing a beautiful silk dress and 4-inch heels. I'm also more diplomatic and empathetic than I usually am. My name is Jennifer Perry, and I'm sorry that I can't be and I'm very sorry I can't be with you today. I'm very excited about this item and what it signifies for our system's commitment under Vision 2030 to empowering our students with foster care experience. Foster youth face unique and often overwhelming challenges, frequent relocations, gaps in educational continuity, and a lack of stable support systems that can make pursuing higher education an uphill battle. Yet they bring incredible resilience and potential every day to our campuses. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the governor and the legislature for their continued support for this critical population in California. We now have a transformative opportunity to reach and better serve more foster youth than ever across our system. The Next Up program provides more financial support. It offers academic counseling, case management, and a network of resources that help foster youth not only stay on track, but thrive in their pursuit of higher education. This is equity in action. As a board member, I urge colleges to embrace student-centered approaches in implementing Next Up. 2 key areas need our attention. First, streamline access. Colleges must simplify application and onboarding to remove barriers to access. You have heard in today's presentation that there are 3 eligibility criteria for Next Up. Just 3, nothing more. Also, adequate staffing. Sustainable success requires adequate staffing to design and deliver high-touch, trauma-informed services to our Next Up students. Today, over 26,000 foster youth are in our system, but only 3,550 of them participate in Next Up, fewer than 14%. The need is immense and the resources are available, and our time is now. I also want to express my support for the amendments proposed in comments submitted by the John Burton Advocates for Youth. Lastly, I want to thank the Chancellor's Office staff, our students, our college leaders and practitioners, and external partners who have come together and seized this moment to create lasting change for California's foster youth. Our commitment, our investment, and our actions today will redefine possibilities for these students and for generations to come.
Wow, Jennifer, you've changed. No, just kidding. With that, Board Member Legrand.
I just wanted to add, this is just kind of echo Jennifer's comments. I think those are right on. I just remembered being at Berkeley and dealing with foster youth. And I know another critical area, when they term out of the system, housing becomes a really critical piece of it. And we realize that, okay, they have no place to go for Thanksgiving or no place to go for Christmas. And so we'd have to figure out a way of housing them. So I'd like to make sure as we do these more community college housing programs, that we at least have some way of identifying those students to give them first priority, because they don't have anywhere to go when those breaks come and we tend to shut stuff down. But it made me think about that. So I'm really excited about this. I'd love to see where we go. Thank you.
Board Member Williams, followed by Board Member Haynes.
So again, thank you for this. I just had a couple questions about, so are these students being gathered as a cohort and going through the coursework together, or are they just doing concurrent enrollment? And is 9 units a lot for a 13-year-old? Like, should they be eligible if they still wanted to just take one class? And I know it says that you may be eligible. And then my last question is, like, for a young person that has not received a permanent placement, how does financial aid work for them? Like, who's on their paperwork? Like, how do they get their financial aid if they don't have I don't know if it's a legal guardian, you know, someone that could be going through the group home system, or, you know, how does financial aid work for them?
So I'll go ahead and answer a few of the questions. The age 13 means the age that they were in foster care. So we've lowered the age from 16 to 13. If they exited foster care prior to age 13, they won't be eligible. But if they're still in it one day after their 13th birthday. So it doesn't mean they're enrolled at the college at that age. It means that looking back at their care, if they were in care as of 13, they would be eligible for this program. I will say, regrettably, I'd be interested in the research on foster youth in dual enrollment, because I think it's very low. These are students who don't get access to that accelerated runway because of those multiple placements, and it is a concern that we have in terms of equity. In terms of financial aid, on their FAFSA, they do qualify as independent, and so they're able to get that aid right away. Now, do they have bank accounts to link it to? That becomes a problem, and that's what our foster care staff do a lot of, is helping them. They have money sitting out there. They don't know how to access it. They don't have the right ID. We do a lot of that kind of footwork with them, along with our independent living programs in the county, to get them that access to those resources.
One housekeeping item before we go over to Board Member Haynes. I want the record to note that Board Member Escobar Carrillo is back on. With that, Board Member Haynes.
My question was answered, so I don't have one now. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to provide comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 5.3 is now open. We will begin with comments in Sacramento and then move on to our virtual comment. You will be given 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much. We have 2 comments, the first from Efren Rangel and the second one from Libby Cook.
Thank you, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Thank you. Fred Rangel, CCC EOPSA President. I'm here representing the EOPS Next Up programs and supporting the proposed Next Up regulations. While it is understandable that questions regarding program staff and MIS reporting have been raised, it is important to acknowledge the intent to clarify these proposed regulations by clearly outlining the policies and expectations. These regulations will ensure that both the Next Up and EOPS programs operate efficiently and effectively to serve our foster youth students. The CCC EOPS Association supports the updates to the Next Up program regulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Board of Governors, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and forever my Los Rios President, Pam Haynes. As past president, and my name is Libby Cook, of the EOPS Association and a current EOPS Care and Next Step faculty coordinator at Folsom Lake College, I appreciate the work that the Chancellor's Office has done in forming official Title V language for Next Step. I look forward for the continued collaboration between the Chancellor's Office and EOPS Care and Next Step programs, providing the program our Next Step students truly deserve.
All right, so I'll hand it over now to my colleague Gary for the virtual comment.
We have one hand raised. Debbie Raucher, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
My name is Debbie Rauscher, and I am with John Burton Advocates for Youth, the sponsors of the bill that established Next Up. Overall, we believe that these regulations will strengthen the Next Step program and appreciate the work of the Chancellor's Office staff. We are requesting 3 changes, and additional detail has been submitted in writing. First, Ed Code states that, quote, regulations adopted by the Board of Governors shall ensure that program application and enrollment processes are streamlined and do not impose barriers to entry. While the proposed regulations state that districts shall not impose undue barriers, it falls short of fulfilling the existing legislative mandate, and we therefore request that this exact language be included in the regulations. Second, we recommend clarifying that students are not required to submit a FAFSA or CADA to receive a Next Up grant or work study award. The draft regulations state that grants and work study may not be awarded in an amount that exceeds a student's unmet need. It is critical that additional language be added to clarify that this does not create a de facto requirement for students to complete a FAFSA or CADA. Students from families that include undocumented members may be reluctant to provide their information on a federal application, and others may have a distrust stemming from their time in foster care. These students should not be excluded from Next Up grants. Third, the current draft disallows expenses related to recreational and entertainment functions unrelated to the student's education plan. We recommend amending this language to be consistent with the allowable expenses section, which states that Next Up funds shall be spent solely on activities intended to, quote, advance the success of eligible Next Up students. Broadening the language will provide clarity that funds can be used for activities that promote community building, which are critical for student success. Thank you for your consideration.
President Costa, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other public comment on this matter, the hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. As was stated, we'll see it again at a future board meeting. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to Section 6, the Information and Reports section of our agenda, and I'm going to invite up Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez to present on item 6.2, Legislative Session Overview and Impacts to the California Community Colleges. I do want to note one process thing. You will notice in this item there is an addendum to our system budget request. I'm working with the chancellor and with our interim counsel on convening an executive committee meeting so that there can actually be an action on the item. So it's here for your comment, but we won't actually act on it. The executive committee will. And because we're doing that, I'm also going to add a little bit more work to the mix and say that we should include student housing in our budget request, given that I think Prop 98 might be a little rosier than we thought. And I want to just remind you of our previous conversation regarding course numbering, because theoretically, if we wanted to put something in our legislative system priorities for the year, we could too. So we're going to view this as an opportunity to add to the Christmas wish list. With that, I turn it over to our presenters.
Yeah, Chris Ferguson, Board President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board, Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor here at the Chancellor's office. I'll lead with just a very general overview. And what I would say is we are certainly aware of the recent context from the outcome of the election. We would just remind everyone that our California community colleges are here to serve all of California and all of our students and serve them well. We have existing structures in place that are designed to provide our students and our staff with those assurances, but certainly when there are opportunities to make investments in the budget, we will certainly take them into account. And, you know, certainly there may be resources available. We shall see. The governor's budget won't be released until January 10th, but last year's budget was predicated on roughly $5 billion of ongoing resources coming off the books, so that would naturally be there from the start. So with that, I will turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. So today's presentation is about giving you an overview of the legislative session and impacts to community colleges. That could probably be 100 slides, but we only have 8 for you. It'll be brief, but we're open to answering any questions. And just this is intended to give you an overview, but also a preview of how we're planning to prepare for this next legislative session and administration. So you go to the next slide. You've seen this slide before. Every time we come to you, we give you a snapshot of the legislative session, but this gives you a recap. You know, it's funny, in January, when we presented to you, we were envisioning a lighter year. We were getting messages from above and the legislature that any bills that had significant costs were going to face an uphill battle. I thought, well, a lot of the bills that we review are very costly. I thought there weren't going to be that many costly bills, or that they wouldn't survive along the way, and we were very wrong. We were very busy this year with legislation. As you can see, this is how many bills Senate and Assembly introduced. Of those, you know, there were close to, actually every year there's about over 200 bills that we're monitoring that have an impact to higher education. And about 80 or 90 of them had a direct impact to community colleges. So we're very popular, and we're a major segment of interest to the public because we are supported by Californians, and so as they should be, right? So how many made it to the governor's desk? The governor signed 55 that have a direct impact to community colleges. Fun fact: his veto rate was 16%. That's pretty consistent with his actions. By the time that they get to his desk, they've gone through numerous policy committees and appropriations committees, and what we saw in some of his veto messages, the primary reason why he vetoed it was because of cost, right? He wants it, and that was true for some of the high-profile bills that we were monitoring, like dual enrollment, AB 359, AB 2093, which expanded promise fee waivers to students enrolled in baccalaureate degree programs. So this just gives us signals about where the governor is coming from, and something for us to keep in mind in the next legislative session. Also, what's not noted here, something that we did differently, really, at your leadership and direction, President Costa, is to submit budget change proposals, a request to the administration on legislation that is enacted that did not come with resources. Last year, around August, we were tracking a number of bills that collectively would have brought in $100 million in ongoing costs. I don't have the number in front of me for this session, but we did submit requests for about 8 or 9 bills that amount to about over $12 million in one-time costs and $64 million in ongoing costs. This is the first time, at least I've been here, that we've submitted a request on legislation that was not funded, and we're crossing fingers that they are successful. We're hoping to do that moving forward. One of the messages we get consistently from the field is their feelings about unfunded mandates, right? And if 90% of the work when you enact legislation, I think, in my personal opinion, is in implementation. And if bills are not paired with resources to help with the implementation, then sometimes it means going back to the drawing board. So those resources will really help our colleges with implementation of the various bills enacted. Next slide. I want to walk you through the success of your legislation. We sponsored 5 bills this year. One of them that expands access to the SSCG to a subpopulation of students who are in DSPS. That was authored by Assemblymember Addis, was signed by the governor. Second was by Assemblymember Dr. Weber, AB 1891, that expands the use of multi-criteria screening to those enrolled in limited enrollment allied healthcare programs. The next 2, big thanks to Assemblymember Fong for authoring AB 1142 and AB 3087. These are sunset extension requests, so they extend current practice. And I think some of these policies have been in place for decades, but every 5 years we have to go to the legislature request an extension. And we partnered again with Dr. Weber to introduce ACR 222. I want to thank, if she's listening, Dr. Latanya Williams for helping us work on this bill. It officially establishes the 4th week of September as HBCU week. Next slide. I'm very, very proud of this report. The government relations team, in consultation with our partners across the divisions, put together a chapter legislation and guidance report. This really is like our baby. It takes months of planning. It's almost 100 pages long, probably a little over than 100 pages long. And it provides a summary, a brief summary. We still encourage everyone to go to LegInfo to read the full text of the bill, but it provides a summary of all the bills that were signed that have a direct impact to community colleges. It provides an overview of all the regulatory actions that this board has taken. And something new that we added this year was just a review of any federal regulations that were moving forward, and especially those that we have weighed in. Encourage everyone that's listening to download this. It's on our government relations page. Carefully review it. Bills are amended throughout the legislative session. So the bill that you heard of in January, February might have changed. So before you jump to any conclusions or thoughts about what the bill does, one may have died along the way, or may have been amended significantly that what it was back in February, March is not what it is today. And this report is intended to help walk you through what that bill requires. As noted in the title, it is a guidance report, and so for most of the bills, we include preliminary guidance on what colleges should be doing now to prepare for this bill and implement it. For some of the more complicated bills, and there are some, and we make note of it in this document, subsequent guidance will come out from the divisions here at the Chancellor's Office. This next slide, and I'm going to ask Chris to help me co-present on this one, although I don't want to duplicate what you've presented, Chancellor Christian. This is excellent news and highlights of the passage of two bonds that this board has taken actions on. That is Proposition 2 and 4. Also, as Chancellor Christian noted, numerous local facilities bonds were also approved by California voters, and thank you, voters. Anything else you want to share?
I just note that it was Proposition 2 that allocated the $1.5 billion, not Proposition 4.
Something new to share before you go to the next slide. I don't have a slide on this, but we will be welcoming 35 new members to the state legislature in this next session. It's pretty exciting. Also makes our work very exciting is that we, in addition to advancing our policy priorities in the next year ahead, we have to do a lot of new education with members and their staffers. So we're finalizing a number of materials to present them with in the first week that they're here in Sacramento. Many of these members may not have any familiarity with the community college system, how we're funded, who we serve, how we operate. So that education is an advocacy in itself, and that's how GR will be very busy in the next month in December and in January. There are some unexpected changes in the legislature. Senator Josh Newman, who was chair of the Senate Education Committee, has lost his re-election. There are also two new members to the Senate that may likely be good additions to the Senate Education Committee. That includes incoming Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who used to work at the Campaign for College Opportunity. I hired her at the Campaign for College Opportunity and proud to see her in this new position. And former Vice Chancellor of Government Relations and now incoming State Senator Christopher Cabaldon. And so likely they are already have shown in their track record to be champions of higher education and champions of community colleges, and we look forward to building a strong relationship with those members. Next slide. So just two last slides, some election highlights that you likely are already aware of. The results of the presidential election and also the trifecta everybody's really been talking about. The Republicans have now control of the White House, Senate, and the House. Don't know if the numbers are accurate by the time we were counting these votes, but just wanted to make sure we provide that highlight to you. Anything to share?
No, I think we just continue to monitor what the split will look like between the House, the Senate, and the presidential administration. Certainly, the president is currently outfitting his administration, but what we do in our role is continue to monitor those programs that impact California's colleges and our students and our staff, so that we will be well prepared to understand the impact of any potential changes at the federal level.
That's a good segue to the next and final slide is what's on our mind as considerations, right? Potential impacts. There are a lot of talks about elimination of the Department of Education, and we don't have a crystal ball. But, there have been others in the past who've made similar claims. Bureaucracy is an interesting thing. It's dissolving a department as big as this, any federal department, is not an easy thing to do. So even if there is no disbanding of the U.S. Department of Education, there are other things that we can, other actions that can be taken that may bring harm to our students. That includes protections in Title IX, protections for LGBTQ, trans, non-binary students, and for our undocumented students. So Just know that since the election, there have been probably no shorter than a dozen different strategy meetings, conversations, listening sessions we've had with campuses, and so one of the clear directions we've gotten from our chancellor too is just to listen, communicate, and share back internally about how we need to strategize in our advocacy in the year ahead. That concludes our slides. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments regarding this item? I just want to make it clear on the budget request and the legislative request that student housing, I'd like to include that in our system budget request in addition to the apprenticeship programs. And I don't know if we have anything in our legislative request regarding course numbering. But if we don't have a plank on that and kind of better partnership with our sister entities, I think, I'm looking around, I think we have agreement on the board that we'd like to see maybe something there, just as a tool for you guys in this upcoming year, if there's an opportunity perhaps. All right, is there any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. We will begin with in-person public comments. You will be given 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one public comment from Phil Hu. Please approach the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Costa, Board of Governors. I'm Phil Hu. I'm the new Executive Director for the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I'd like to address legislative advocacy here, given the national election. But to start, I want to say FAC is proud to have supported Prop 2, which will provide $1.5 billion to community colleges for much-needed facilities and infrastructure updating. While we take care of our campus's facilities, let us also keep a strong focus on taking care of our students who will be pursuing their educations at those campuses. The national election has filled many with concern, alarm, and anxiety. And that's just a lot of folks like us in this room. Imagine what our students are going through. Additionally, the Vice President-elect has openly proclaimed that professors are the enemy. Given this, we know higher education will come under open attack over the next 4 years. We must focus our energy and advocacy on protecting the most valuable and vulnerable components of higher education. First and foremost, we must protect all student groups who will be targeted by the incoming administration, DACA students for obvious reasons, but also numerous immigrant student groups, such as those from regions who can pass for DACA, or students from Ukraine or those who can pass, right? And those from the Middle East. And let's not forget, Asian hate was at its peak just a few years ago and has certainly not gone away. We must also protect LGBTQ+ students for obvious reasons. As well, make a concerted effort to support and protect women, all women, on our campuses because we can expect acts of harassment and violence to increase.
20
We
seconds.
should also focus on protecting and preserving academic freedom and a renewed emphasis on critical thinking. We are now in the age of logic and critical thinking versus wanton misinformation and hateful social media influences. We hope that the Chancellor's Office will stand with us as we advocate and fight for our values and our students. Thank you.
I do not see any virtual hands raised.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Next up, we have item 6.3, also in the information and report section of our agenda, Vision 2030 Spotlight 2024 State of the System Report. I'm going to hand it over to Chancellor Christian because there are a number of presenters joining her for this item.
All right. So when we were getting ready for the board meeting with our board leadership, and we came to this particular item in the past, it has been a very data sort of heavy discussion, and our Executive Vice Chancellor, John Hetz, presents the data. We do have the data. There are 51 slides, but President Costa encouraged me not to go over those 51 slides. So what we so what we have for you today is a brief summary that I will present with some infographics. And the 51 slides are posted on our website, so you can do a deeper dive. And I really appreciate the work that Dr. Hetz has done with how he is representing the Vision 2030 metrics on the slide deck that is posted. They're simple line graphs. It shows the historic work, and then it shows the outcomes to 2030 with annual targets. And the annual targets was something that board member Tom Epstein in particular had asked for us to do. So board members, our students are energetically coming back to our college campuses post-pandemic. Our partnerships with business, industry, community organizations, state agencies are rapidly growing. The 11 Vision 2030 demonstration projects are flourishing and showing strong early results like credit for prior learning. We are forging ahead in the world of generative AI and the future of teaching and learning. We have established ourselves as key players in climate action, including workforce training for students seeking good-paying jobs and fulfilling careers in the clean energy and climate technology industries. The state of our system is strong, and let me tell you why by looking at our data. Our system's total enrollment has increased to over 2.1 million students as of 2023-24, which represents a 9.6% increase from the previous year. The enrollment exceeds the Vision 2030 annual outcome goal that was set. Now you may ask, how does this compare to the national scene? While California represents 21% of the national enrollment of community college students, our state's increase accounted for 37% of the national gain in enrollment during this time frame. You may ask the question, how does our enrollment compare to our sister segments? CSU enrollment grew by 3.1% for this time frame, and the UC enrollment grew by 1.2% for this time frame when our enrollments grew by 9.6%. You may ask me, what does disaggregated data show for demographic groups and populations that we have identified in Vision 2030? As you can see from this infographic, enrollment growth is in all but one group. Black student enrollment growth is at 12.7%, our Latina students at 10.1%. And while Filipino student enrollment is down, it is only down by 0.3%. These remarkable students are from all backgrounds and experiences. They're coming back to us in greater numbers with hope and ambition for a brighter future. They are the strength behind the California community colleges. Now you may ask about the categories that of students we have identified in Vision 2030. Dual enrollment is up by more than 20%. It's at 21.5%. Veteran students are up 10%. Justice-involved students are up 4.1%. Foster youth students by 9.5%. So I'm going to move now to our next goal, which is equity and success. We've covered equity and access. We're moving to equity and success. Now, when enrollment declines, we all anticipate it will be followed by a decline in completions of degrees and certificates. It makes sense. And as anticipated, there has been a decline in completion numbers the year after the plummeting decline in enrollments during the pandemic. You will see in the line graph, and these are the line graph that Dr. Hetz and team have put together, the 51 slides. The line graph shows that after a decline in 2022-23, we are seeing an uptick in completion. 23-24 saw an 8.9% increase in completion numbers, exceeding our Vision 2030 target by a smidge. So there are various completion we track certificates and degrees, and I know that the Board of Governors are particularly interested in ADT completion. So looking at the ADT graph, which is on the next slide, is that you see a decrease in our ADT completion. The good news here is that the decline was less than the rate of enrollment decline that we experienced. We were at an all-time high in 2020-21. We had 66,595 ADT completions. And with the enrollment decline during the pandemic, we saw a decrease in the next 2 years. Now we are starting to see an uptick. It's at 2.9% in 2023-24, but we're below our target and we're focusing on our ADT completion. As I wrap up the data on the state of the system, I shared with you during my report that we are now really focusing our work at the district level. And you can see the work that we did here in the north, far north, looking at, imagine every district having those same line graphs. Imagine every district having targets, annual targets for every metric on Vision 2030. We're going to see significant strides in the year to come. Each day, millions of Californians trust our system with the development of their skills and their hopes for a brighter future for themselves and their families. And the California community colleges, we continue to take care of them. We take care of our students, our communities, and our planet. Now I'll turn it back to President Costa.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, questions or comments regarding this item? And as the Chancellor said, if you want to look at the 50 slides, they are indeed on the website. Board Member Haynes.
So there was a number that wasn't mentioned, and it was that slide where we looked at the African American and Latino, but the Native American was 17-point-something%. And while that population has been ravished historically, that 2% or 1.9% that they represent in this state, to have that upward mobility, it is a really, really good sign that we should not forget and continue to make certain that we keep that. And I'm really glad that you disaggregated and you also said, and there's still more work to be done. That more work to be done is, this is wonderful. We have students who come to us that are absolutely positively thinking that they really want to do this. And so the question will be over this year, the next year, and the year after, are we really ready? And have we changed our institutions over the last 8 years that we've been really focusing on this? Have we really done enough to make certain that the persistence piece of this is strong enough that we're able to keep these students? And so I'm very excited about that opportunity. I'm very excited and hope that we can do that. Our institutions, I know they want to. Will they? Can they? And what is it that they need that will help them be as successful on the ground?
I'm looking at Tom. I know Tom must have a question.
I was mulling it over, but I guess I'm interested in knowing a little more than what was presented. There's a difference between 4 slides and 51 slides, and I was. No, I wouldn't have liked 51, but and I looked on the website. I don't think the slides are up yet, but understated the system. I didn't see. Well, but anyhow, I guess. In the past, we've had a document that served as the state of the system that was then, shared with the legislature and the governor's office and people inside the system and so forth. And that was not as brief as what you just presented, but maybe not as long as 50 slides. But is there going to be some intermediate presentation that's a document that we can study and circulate and so people can really understand what I particularly like to see the impact of COVID and the coming out of COVID. Obviously the signs are all in the right direction, but just a little more depth on that.
And I think Dr. Hetz can help me out here. There's something about the timing when we had a smaller group. Typically, it's our research department and Paul Feast and Paige. We're kind of figuring it out. We are going to have a larger state of the system report that's going to be every spring semester, and there was an out-of-cycle presentations. Dr. Hetz?
Yes, that's accurate. Hello to Chancellor Christian, Board President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, and members of the board. That's absolutely correct. And so we are kind of out of cycle right now because of when the data was available, because we've been rebuilding the infrastructure underlying the statewide data visualizations. And so many of you hopefully have seen the new launch of Data Vista. If you have any questions about a lot of this, there's an enormous amount of data that lies therein. And so right now we are kind of off cycle. And so this is a off cycle update to what we would normally be presenting. And we can return to a much more comprehensive document, I think, in the manner that you're accustomed to in the spring.
Thanks.
So I did find the slides online.
Thank you, President Costa.
But to Tom's point, there is one particular slide there, slide 28. And this is our transfer slide. And, I really hear Chancellor's comments about, when you have these declines in enrollment, of course, you're going to see, less. However, my question is our goals seemingly now are at the lowest point, and whether or not that's sort of appropriate. Because if you look at slide 28, you can see our transfer takes a pretty significant dip in the pandemic year, as we might expect. However, I don't necessarily think that should be our new base for the goal. We need to take into account the fact that, at least at this point, our enrollment is back up. So that's just something I want to put out there, which is because of what I would consider kind of a statistical anomaly in the pandemic, we have to make sure that we don't lower our goals for ourselves. We still want them to be stretch goals. And so anyway, that's just, for whatever reason, it's really prominent in that particular slide on the transfer rate.
I just want to make a comment that Dr. Hetz, with his team, are reviewing whether we should redo the benchmarking for our Vision 2030 metrics. And this is something, when we established Vision 2030, we said it was going to be a living and breathing document. So we might potentially bring some in the January meeting. Every January and July, our Chancellor's office revisit to see where we are. So we have an opportunity to bring back the metrics. There are some that we feel need to be reestablished. Thank you.
And I think as part of that work, one more comment. We had, and this is, life evolves. I mean, we had a goal around a living wage. That may be more difficult as a metric going forward. And again, I've said before, there are certain things that are not actually within our control. And I worry sometimes that we set ourselves up for failure by, kind of hooking on to something that is completely out of our control. The Department of Finance October Bulletin still shows, there is still inflation. We're still seeing some costs. And so, to me, it's really a question more of economic mobility. And so we might want to look at some of those measures too, as, the world is changing, and a living wage, that might be a difficult metric for us through no fault of our own.
And, I started a job many years ago at, I think it was $1.75 an hour. That's how old I am. And you can kind of live okay, but now it's like $17 is starting in California for so many jobs, but they're part-time jobs. They're not full-time with benefit jobs. And so people are piecing that together. And in places like Los Angeles County or San Diego, even if you piece those two together, you still can't get an apartment. You still have to, scrounge around. All of those things are even more exponentially a problem to consider that you have a living wage under those circumstances. So I think we have to reorient ourselves to also that marketplace, especially for that 6.8 million. that you really do have to benchmark it differently and recognize that the world that I grew up in is not the world that we're living in now relative to where that dollar kind of can take you.
Thanks. I also see Board Member Escobar Carrillo has her hand raised.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, it's great to see these numbers. I've been searching too on the website and I can't find them. So I don't know what tab they're under, but the larger 50-page slide deck. But it's just, I think it's great to see. It's a culmination of a lot of work, and to see the difference between, where we are compared to the CSU and the UC system. I think that, speaks to the value that, that our not to take any from the CSU and the UC degrees and systems, but I just think that there's a lot of value in the training and education we're providing to people, and for folks that really still are just making it paycheck to paycheck, and struggling even at that. Folks are seeing value in what we're offering to people, and so that's really great. And I know it was a system-wide effort, right, to get to this place, and all kinds of really important interventions that we've been a part of, that folks have been innovating on the ground in other colleges, in our specific colleges and districts. It's impressive. So I just wanted to say that I am interested to see the larger deck, but I noticed that as well as Board Member Haynes. I also noticed the Native American numbers uptick so much, the Latino, the African American, student numbers. That's just really great to see. So just all around, I want to say thanks and look forward to digging in further when we have more data.
And the fearless Christina has added the link to your board docs agenda item. With that, Board Member Gomez-Heitzberg.
One of the things that we're talking about is the increase in ADTs. And so I'm thinking, are they not getting to the CSUs because the CSUs are not showing an increase? And I'm not saying that's our fault. I'm asking what's happening at the CSUs, that there isn't a pathway, that they're coming and getting our students, or that kind of points to a problem. So any ideas about what's happening with them?
I can start, and I can see Dr. Hetz getting ready to turn his microphone on. Well, I mean, there are many factors. I mean, certainly, our decline in the ADT after the pandemic created a smaller, base of students that would be moving to the CSUs. When we look at a flow chart that shows, when a student finishes an ADT, Then the next point of that flow chart is how many of them apply for admission. Then you look at the subset that apply, and then you look at the next point of the flow chart. From those who applied, how many were admitted? And then from the admission, the next point, how many enroll? And they may not enroll for a variety of reasons. They might be living in San Diego, and maybe the CSU nearby is heavily impacted. And so the admission could be at a CSU that may not be conducive for that particular Californian to be able to continue. So what we've been grappling with intersegmentally with CSU colleagues is how do we remove those administrative barriers so we're not having students have to negotiate it. So one of the projects that we're working on is an automatic transfer of student information as soon as they complete the ADT. We have our common cloud student platform. Can we, with the ADT completion, when it automatically goes to the CSU, so the student doesn't need to apply. So we have various strategies that are at play. And I think at the Transfer Summit, I felt a genuine recommitment from Chancellor Garcia, President Drake, to really try to make sure those paths are cleared for our students. So we, as Board Member Haynes said, we have a lot more work to do on transfer pathways.
I think you captured that very well. I would just add one additional set of kind of stage setting of why we're facing what we are. And part of it is the pandemic led the CSUs and UCs essentially borrow from our future metrics. Because one of the things that happened is they rushed out and started transferring students sooner. And so as a consequence, some of our students finished a little sooner than they might have otherwise, and they transferred sooner than they might have otherwise. And so part of what we're seeing is they've borrowed those students from now a couple of years ago, and that helped keep things looking like they were on track, even as our enrollment was declining. And so I think what you'll see is now that our enrollment is recovering, it's going to take students a while to get through the pathway again. And I think we should be able to recover to where we were and hopefully get back on track for what we were expecting.
Thanks. I have Board Member Villavicencio, followed by Board Member Williams.
Thank you, President Costa, and I appreciated Chancellor Christian's presentation. And I'm just perusing quickly through the other slides. And what I actually didn't see was actually a disaggregation on gender. I was just curious because obviously with the outcome of the election and the narrative regarding looking at sort of lower, looking at male students actually in particular, it's I think would be interesting to see where we are as we're looking at our data regarding again how we look at obviously male students. I know I was really surprised to also see and grateful to see the increase on Pacific Islander students. I know there's been a focus on our male students and our BIPOC community as well. And so ultimately, I'd love to see what we can do as a system to be able to reach out to those particular students as well. I just didn't see it. It may have been embedded in the other slide, so forgive me if it was already there. I just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
So I do not believe that slide deck included disaggregation by gender. However, you can see all the disaggregation both by gender and double disaggregation by all of our target groups and gender on the Data Vista website for all of these outcomes. So they're all publicly available. This is where if you do 51 and you add another disaggregation, you have to do the multiplication of like the number of slides that potentially generates.
We'd be at 200, John. With that, Board Member Williams.
Yeah, the Chancellor's comments just made me just think. And so I'm not questioning our goals. I have a question about our goals. And given, it's like for transfer, it's really out of our control. So should we really be looking at like a leading indicator, the number of students that are eligible to transfer, since, all of the things that you take into, like, because they're impacted. And so the colleges are saying you get admitted, but if you don't get your classes, then, and we can't control that part of it. So should we be looking at our goals from a different point of view? And just using the transfer one as an example, I don't know if others are like completely also outside of, we don't have as much control over our ability to be successful with them.
So there's a variety of ways that you can tackle that, right? I think collectively what this board has decided is to think very comprehensively about what the goal is for our students. And historically, that's exactly what we've done. Like, can our students complete the ADT? Do they transfer, right? Those are things that we've counted. But one of the things that has shifted in the creation of Vision 2030 is emphasizing that a student's transfer is not really their goal, right? Their goal is the completion of the degree. And to be very thoughtful about how we are treating the entire part of students' journey to track that. Now, one of the things that we did very intentionally do is design things like the transfer completion, or the transfer around growth in UC and CSU enrollment, right? So it's targeted to say what we would hope is that we should grow at minimum at the same rate of growth in enrollment in those systems. But we've also set a stretch goal so that what we expect is that we should have greater cooperation intersegmentally over this period based on what the state of California is asking us all to collectively achieve, to say just growing with enrollment isn't enough. We should be actually accelerating the rate of transfer to these institutions. But I think we all recognize that we don't fully control that. But our goal is to try and change the conversation as a state to make sure that we are having the right conversations as a state to help students actually complete what they want, which is ultimately to get that bachelor's degree for those who want it.
All right. Board Member LaRon, you're looking at me. Do you have a question or a comment?
I have a comment, because I think I've always find this amazing conversation. The equation that never gets put into their students, they make very interesting choices about where they want to go, not based on where there's openings or availability, but where they feel like they belong. And I think a lot of times I've never been talking to them. I used to talk to these parents who are like, I want my kid to go here. And I said, your kid's going to absolutely hate Berkeley. You cannot. They grew up in a very Irvine-y kind of environment, and you're sending them to the purple, pimped out, tattooed, pierced capital of the world. This is not going to be a comfortable environment for them. And I think a lot of times, adults sometimes forget it's how they feel. It's that sense of belonging I think that Pam talked about. And so we can have all the openings in the world, because I was talking to a colleague that's at San Francisco State, and their enrollment's really down. And I was thinking, okay, you've got space, but is that where students want to go? Because you can't force them to go where there are openings, even if they have a first choice. I had students who call, I'm going to die if I don't go into Berkeley. Don't die. It is not worth it. There are other opportunities for you that are above ground. So, I just want to add that kind of dimension to it, because I think a lot of times we're looking at the numbers, looking at the data, and thinking, okay, well, we got spaces. Why aren't they doing this? But again, and I think community colleges and students in particular become very geographically based, which is we've talked about a lot, and it may not be conducive for them to move to a place. And then you have to add the cost of what it costs to live in those environments. That actually is another barrier that you're trying to overcome. So I just don't want to miss the human factor of all of this, that when we think about placements and where people want to go and where there's availability, because when I was talking to students, it's like, man, we're sometimes way off base with where you are actually thinking. Well, we think we know what's best for you, but you really know what's best for you, because if you're going to be successful, you have to be happy wherever you decide to go. And I think a lot of times that factor doesn't get played out as much. So,
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. We will begin with comments in Sacramento. You will be given 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Aguinaldo to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. We just have one from Wendy Brill-Weinkoop.
Okay, so I want to throw my comments out the window. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to say, but anyway, good afternoon, Board. Wendy Brill-Weinkoop from FAC again. We have done so much tremendous work, particularly in the transfer area, to try and help our students streamline transfer. And yet, we still have those equity gaps. And I've been listening today to so many things, and I wrote down a sense of belonging while I was listening to the chancellor speak, and then later it came back up again. But I think that's so important that students have a sense of belonging. And then also, President Costa, you mentioned something about, you know, maybe the goal of cost of living, maybe we can't meet that, right? Because it's getting too expensive, but we have to. I think one of the things that I like about Vision 2030 compared to the Vision for Success is it isn't just about transfer. And there's lots of ways that we can have students get to a living wage. And one of those is apprenticeships, particularly for the trades. They pay really well and they have benefits. And students can come to us, and many of them are adults. I mean, they're not the 18-year-old arguing with their parents who want to go to Berkeley. Many of them, most of them, the majority of them are 25 years or older. They already have a partner. They have children. They're trying to manage paying their rent, and sometimes they're even caring for parents. So how do we help them reach their goals? And we don't have widgets. They're not the same person coming in and you just plug them into a formula and they come out. And I think that's some of our policy mistakes in the past. So I'm totally off script here, but what we need to do is a yes and, right? We need to figure out how we solve it for all of our students, not just some. And we've done this tremendous amount of work in transfer, which has helped so many students, but then we end up with there's no room for them, right? So we have so much more work to do. I know I'm out of time. Christina's going to yell at me in 2 seconds. But I just wanted to say FAC is a partner here. We love our students. We want our students to be successful. We want them all to be successful. We don't want to give up the living wage. We don't want to give up the transfer. We want to make sure that we can be whatever they need to be and get them wherever they need to go for the whole community. So thank you.
With that, we will move on to virtual comments.
We have a few hands raised. We'll start with Sherry Fortin. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Oh, please make sure to unmute yourself.
Sherry, you should have control of your mic.
Go ahead. It looks like your microphone is on. Oh, we just lost her.
We'll move on to the next.
The next one, yeah. Melissa Bardot, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, President Costa, Chancellor Christian, and board members. My name is Melissa Bardo, Associate Director of Policy and Government Relations for the Education Trust West, a research and advocacy organization committed to dismantling the racial and economic barriers embedded in California's education system. I just want to share, I'm like reacting in live time to the presentation, but I just want to share that, you know, we have, at Trust West for many years has been trying to encourage all the higher ed segments to clearly define their goals and be race conscious in those goals and metrics to ensure that campuses and districts are actually making progress, right? We've talked about closing racial equity gaps for many years in higher education, but the only way to do that is to actually name the problem and then commit to closing those gaps. And this really is, I believe, the first time that I've seen a higher ed segment take that important first step of not just disaggregating the data, but actually developing race-conscious goals and committing to clearly defining those for districts so that they can make progress. So I just want to give kudos to the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors. Going forward, we recommend that the Chancellor's Office work closely with districts and campuses to provide the appropriate support and oversight in making progress towards those goals, but we look forward to being partners in this work with you. Thank you, and kudos to you all.
Our next speaker is Ken Kuniuki. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I'm Ken Kuniuki. Oh, I'm sorry. Where's my video?
Oh, there's no video, just microphone.
Ken, you are muted. If you want to go ahead and unmute your mic. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I'm Ken Kuniuki, Assistant Chair of Math at San Diego Mesa College. I'm here with my student, Vincent Williams. We would each like 2 minutes, if possible. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. AB 1705 has been used to eliminate math classes beyond the text of the law. The law permits a couple of math courses below calculus.
Mr. Kaniuki, I'm going to ask you to speak to something that's germane. Is this to the item before us, or would you like to join us again during the public forum at the end of our meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought this was public forum. I apologize.
We're not there quite yet. Almost, sir. Sorry,
Okay,
we're
well,
on the state of the state right now.
Right.
The
okay,
state
I
of the
thought-
system.
Yeah, I thought it was public comments. Okay, sorry.
There are no other hands raised.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for the comments. And everyone, dig into those slides. Next up, still in the information and report section of the agenda, we have item 6.5, Vision 2030 Online Teaching and Learning Work Plan. And we are going to have a presentation with Assistant Vice Chancellor Todd.
James, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your microphone, please.
Should I start that all over again?
Yes,
Good
please. Thank
afternoon,
you.
President Costa, Vice President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, board members. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us for this presentation. I'm joined by Dr. Marina Amini, who is the Executive Director of the California Virtual Campus. And we're going to talk to you a little bit about item 6.5, which is our Vision 2030 Online Teaching and Learning Work Plan. So we can go to the next slide. Vision 2030, Strategic Direction 1, Action 3, centers on expanding equitable access, success, and support in quality online programs of study. Chancellor Christian has empowered our entire team to build out a data-informed work plan that frames strategies and tactics to support Vision 2030. Central to this effort and outlined in the attached Vision 2030 Online Teaching and Learning Work Plan are two key system-wide priorities. First, we must continue to build and grow student-centered systems and robust learning environments that enhance equitable access by being easy to navigate, available anytime and anywhere for students, and that are capable of supporting students' holistic needs. Second, we must strengthen professional development to ensure that these programs are developed with, are delivered with quality, equity, and accessibility at their core. So through these two areas of focus, as well as by supporting several system improvements designed to enhance definitions, data, and system access, the California Community Colleges will continue to build an inclusive, flexible, and forward-thinking educational ecosystem that empowers and enables student success. So what you'll find in our work plan are several areas of focus that support these two priorities. The California Virtual Campus, which we'll turn to next, and our professional development that is supported through CVC at One and other partners, which more specifically engage OER and generative AI. So we'll turn next. I'll give this over to Marina to first discuss building and growing student-centered systems through this CVC.
Right. Hi, everyone. Marina Amini, and I'll talk a little bit about the evolution of the CVC, the California Virtual Campus, as well as some metrics in terms of where we are when it comes to engagement, and then a little brief snapshot of where we're going. So sort of, the past, the present, and the future, ghosts of Christmas. So let's go ahead and go to that next slide. We'll talk a bit about the evolution. I don't think that's my slide. Oh, it is my slide. It looks different. Okay, it looks better.
It's been enhanced, possibly through AI, but we're not sure.
Thanks, AI. So, I'm not going to read every box, but the California Virtual Campus in its first iteration was called the Online Education Initiative. And it was really the brainchild of the BOG and the state and our system as a way to support the growth and interest in online education and the student need in online education. And I have to say, this was very future thinking of our state, because other states have just now come around to it as a reaction to the global pandemic. And so, we're really far advanced in terms of having thought about some of these issues well in advance of other systems in other states, which puts us in a really good situation. And specifically, the CVC provided leadership through an ecosystem to support online education. And, it began with having a system-wide adoption of a common learning management system, which, having been a faculty member in a small department, getting my department members to agree on one textbook is a miracle. So getting the entire state with 115 colleges on a single learning management system is nothing short of miraculous. And it really opens up a lot of doors for both faculty and student learning. And then providing critical leadership around system-wide technologies during COVID-19, being able to recommend digital technologies quickly in a system-wide collective and collaborative that really helped colleges to stay on task and not lose critical instructional time during the pandemic. And then more recently, really the success that we've had with cross-enrollment, which is going to be my focus in terms of today. So let's go to that next slide. So this slide really captures engagement and our metrics. And I want you to just look at that first column, 2021 and 2022. And what you'll notice is, we had only 73 home colleges and 16 Brave teaching colleges in 21-22. That means that inventory was pretty low, because that means we only had the inventory and the class schedules from those 16 teaching colleges. And only 54 colleges had their live course data on the exchange, and 75 financial aid agreements. So we're looking at fairly lower numbers of engagement. And then skipping ahead to 23-24, you'll see that we have almost system-wide home colleges, which means that 109 of our colleges now allow their students to take classes on the exchange. And that's a really big deal in terms of opening up access and availability and inventory to those students. We also have had 69 teaching colleges at the end of last fiscal year, and today we have 72, with another 5 about to go live in the next few weeks, and another 10 in progress, including the gigantic LA Unified or LA Community College District, which is going to give us another 9. And then financial aid agreements, we've got 114. There is one outstanding college, and James has promised me that he will get them across the line. So I'm really excited and what that means really is that 114 of our colleges now allow their students to pool units across colleges using the exchange, and allows the students to use financial aid to cover those units. In the past, those students were really on their own in terms of having to pay out of pocket. So you could already see a equity gap in terms of what that allowed and didn't allow. So let's go to that next slide, please. This is a number, these are numbers I'm really excited about. So if you look at the number of successful cross-enrollments, so these are the successful enrollments that actually worked on the exchange. In 21-22, we had about 1,500. And then I wanted to see it quadrupled in 22-23. And I know Chancellor Christian is a former math teacher, so I took out my calculator and I checked, and it is more than quadrupled those numbers in 22-23. So going from 1,500 to 6,000 as a fraction of our total system doesn't seem like a lot. But really, when you look at the growth, it's a big deal. It's a big deal for the exchange. We ended last fiscal year, 23-24, with more than 17,000 cross-enrollments. And this year, really, we had, just looking at the first few months enrollments, we're on target to hit around 50,000. The sky is the limit. Chancellor Christian said, what does it look like for 2030? I was like, I don't know, could be 200,000, could be 500,000. It really depends on how we approach it system-wide in terms of promotion, marketing, getting the word out. But now that the technology works, now that we're seeing this exponential growth, the sky truly is the limit for our students and having access to this technology. Let's go to that next slide. So this just kind of shows you the trajectory of the growth in terms of where it has been and where it's going. And then let's go to that last slide, please, for the future. So this slide kind of captures where we're going in terms of the future of the exchange now that the technology works relatively well, now that we have colleges fully engaged and really supporting and invested in the exchange. What we want to do is really work on dramatically scaling those enrollments. the utility of the tool is only as good as how we've gotten, how we get into the hands of our students and get them to use it. So that's really number one. Removing barriers like any kind of residency issues or transcript or financial aid barriers is also of key importance for the Chancellor's Office and the system and this investment. Ensuring that students are using the exchange in a secure manner, also having multiple fraud deterrence methods and mitigation methods is also of critical importance. I know that our colleges are very concerned about this, and so we echo those concerns. We're very interested in using an AI student guide using a large language model so that when students come to the exchange, we ask them some questions in a very natural language manner to find out what their goals are and then help them find what they need on the exchange using AI. Also, our CSUs and UCs are very interested in integrating with us. The CSUs are using the same cross-enrollment vendor and platform for some summer enrollment. So that technology now exists to create somewhat of a seamless relationship with our CSU colleagues if we wanted to allow cross-enrollment outside of our system in an intersegmental manner. So I have talked to my counterparts at the CSUs. They are very interested, and those doors are open, and I'm really excited about a potential opportunity there to partner with them. And then finally, making sure that we integrate with the Common Cloud data platform so that data on enrollments, on completions, on everything else is easily available and accessible to our students and our colleges and our financial aid offices in particular. And then finally, now that we are sharing, we're sharing courses, you can use this same technology to share competencies. We talk about competency-based education. You can use the same technology. We could also potentially use it for credit for prior learning, for sharing student services supports as well. So now that you have this circuit of exchange and information and data, again, there are a lot of potential avenues in terms of the next few years of where it can grow. So with that, I will also just add that in this year, we're expecting to have 100,000 fully online courses available in the inventory of the exchange. And just let that settle for a minute. And if you think about it, if you're a student at a small, remote, under-resourced college, maybe your college has a couple dozen online classes, and maybe those don't work or those aren't the courses that you need. You find your way to the exchange. The CVC now offers you 100,000 courses that you can pick from that really allows that student to be able to complete their degree and educational goals in a much more timely manner. And we haven't really done anything extra. We're just pooling our resources together to make it happen. So with that, I will hand it off for professional development.
Great, thank you. We can go to the next slide, which I think is just a holder. So our second priority is strengthening professional development in this plan. And I'll also say Michelle Pilati, as many of you know, has been a force in professional development and OER work for our system. She helped to write, alongside with Marina and I, the attached document that you have. She is on a plane right now, I think coming from Cancun or somewhere near there from a wedding, so she was not able to join us today, but she's here in spirit. We can go to the next slide. And so our system-wide professional development priorities, first, expanding POCR. And if you don't know what our peer online course review is, it's one of the ways that you probably do. It's one of the ways that we do
I just love
quality
our
assurance.
acronyms, BAM, POCR. We're having fun in the community colleges.
It's not KER, it's not something you bet on, but it is the ways that we do quality assurance training, and there's a rubric that's supported through CVC at One, and it's also locally, there's local POCR certifications that happens on campuses. And so expanding and enhancing this means getting it to campuses and increasing the number of aligned courses that we have. So those are marked and students can find those. And it's really an entire training system that local campuses can set up through that rubric. Also, a work group is being formed to update the rubric to include considerations of AI, equity, security, and updated federal regular substantive interaction issues. On this note about RSI, or what is regular substantive interaction, the fourth bullet on this slide is to increase knowledge and support for RSI to support educational outcomes and accreditation standards. So right now we have a work group that includes ASCCC and other faculty participation to inform the development of an RSI tool that would live in Canvas and then coach faculty members and guide them to improve regular and substantive interaction. And as we discussed earlier today, a little thunder was at the beginning with Chancellor Christian's comments, and also with our
I
resolution.
copied it from your report.
You did? Okay, thank you, good. That means I'm being helpful. Well, first off, our burden-free access to instructional materials. In the second bullet, we want to support and strengthen OER and ZTC pathways through training and facilitation. As we know, this is a rapidly expanding area, especially when coupled with the sixth bullet, that is to develop and deliver and foster robust generative AI training and engagement. So teaching and learning is changing with the ability to create enhanced AI support for students in conjunction with OER materials. The PlayLab partnership that you mentioned, the Nectar AI, all of these are leading towards kind of illustrative examples of how we're bringing together course materials and interactions with students. So one of the faculty members in our professional development group is to help lead that effort is Dr. Fabiola Torres, who's an ethnic studies professor from Glendale Community College, and she's helping faculty develop tailored bots that for courses that help students study, learn, access support, be engaged with her, and connect with her class. So there's a lot of potential, I think, in bringing those two areas together. The last two, providing comprehensive DEIA professional development. We continue to do this work through IEPI and the support and leadership from Dr. Syria Martinez, who's our Assistant Vice Chancellor in that area. Many of you have already been part of that DEIA Institute that we have, and we also have a large amount of courses available through the VRC for these efforts. And we also have @ONE offerings that are facilitated and self-paced courses in these areas. We just recently launched an LGBTQ+ course for our entire system and its employees. So we continue to provide resources for faculty and all college employees around DEIA. And finally, we want to provide training and resources for online policy and institutional processes. @ONE currently provides webinars for our learning management system or Canvas administrators on how to navigate privacy for third-party tools. @ONE also advises faculty on syllabi statements regarding AI, equitable grading policies, accessibility, so a wide array of ways in which we're helping with policy and process work. And finally, we also know that we're in the midst of possible potential changes in federal DE regulations that would require some support. So we can go to the last slide. And the professional development group, which really is kind of under the umbrella of the AI Council that Craig Hayward leads, have tried to figure out a way to get the word out around our entire structure for professional development in this system. And you'll find this new website that we've located off the main Generative AI and Future of Learning webpage at the Chancellor's Office site. I mean, some of the things that you'll find in there are these CVC @ONE system-wide AI courses. We also have something new that's been initiated by Michelle Berkansky-Brock, who is a leader in professional development for our system, a faculty leader, an AI community of practice especially for PD coordinators. So the idea is that we're training trainers or training the trainers so that each campus has a faculty professional development coordinator that is inside of this pilot, that then they're creating a course for the spring that they can deliver with their faculty on their campus. So there's some scaled efforts around AI learning. Our PlayLab and our Nectar AI pilots that were mentioned today are continue to be focal points for our system. There is a new Conmigo integration with Canvas, which is a tool for faculty to provide individualized instruction and support for students, and a variety of webinars, conferences, and other things that are available there. But I encourage you to look at that, and I think that will continue to grow for our system. So we'll have much more concerted effort in bringing things together so that folks can access those. I'll pause there, and we can now go to questions or thoughts or comments.
Great, thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I see Tom's grabbing the microphone already. Oh. Okay. I'm going to start, and maybe this will help you out, because unfortunately for you, I've been on the CVC website, which if you talk to the CCC applies people, like, oh, that might not be great. No, my question is really simple, which is how are the course fees determined? Because there is a variance. And I have thought, like, people may be looking at price versus some of the other components of the courses offered. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I mean, we all have the same tuition rate, but you're right, sometimes the prices might look different. That dependency can kind of boil down to how many units is being offered, because you can find the same transferable course for 3 units at one institution and 4 at the other. So that often is the main way. If a student has logged in and their residency has not been confirmed, they may be also shown out-of-state fees, so that could also account for a change. But AB 637 actually waives local fees for students cross-enrolling. So if they're already enrolled in one college and paying a health fee, let's say, when they cross-enroll, they may not be charged a health fee at that secondary college, at the teaching college.
Board Member Brown, then Board Member De La Fuente.
I have a suggestion about what you said you're working on in terms of how to get the word out. So one, I'm wondering how we can better communicate with the professional development coordinators, employees, staff. It may be structured differently at each college. I know we already have systems in place for other roles that work really well. For example, with articulation officers, our curriculum chairs, we have a listserv. We have certain people at the chancellor's office that we know are going to be the one to communicate with that particular group. So when they see an email pop up with that name, they're all going to read it. A guidance memo is going to come from that particular person, and it's also going to have links to trainings. So something to streamline communication so that all of the PD coordinators can be contacted at the same time. And the interesting thing too with thinking about our flex conversation earlier is we've got some on the faculty side and some on the classified side, and then all of the other supporting folks in management and whatnot. So that was one thing. A second thing I was thinking about, so a listserv, can we create one? Second thing I was thinking about is collaborating directly with 4CPD, since they already have contact with those constituents. And then a third is the Vision Resource Center. It is sometimes utilized and sometimes not utilized by the chancellor's office. That's really wild to me. It's not the easiest system to use, I know myself, because I went through an entire training thinking that I have admin access, and I found out I only have admin access to put workshops and not actual admin access. So now I'm going to do another training. So I'm sure that might be the case with some of the employees from the chancellor's office, but it seems to me that if that's the system we're asking people to use, they're not going to be ready to adopt it if only some workshops are appearing there. So we currently we can see anything that the colleges who are using it, we can see what they've posted. We cannot see we don't see everything from the chancellor's office. We do not see everything from other organizations we partner with, like Career Ladders, 3CSN, and who's the other one?
Yeah.
They always put out the research group, RP, right? But these are all, and then ASCCC. So we have to go to 8 different places to find these trainings that are so valuable and important to us. So there's got to be a way for us to all use the same calendar, which is already there. It's not the nicest thing, but if we could get one person trained on it, then maybe we can get everything posted. Get a listserv going so that way people can be CC'd and we know everyone got the message, and then have a dedicated person, regardless of which topic it is, that we know. So like for articulation, right? We also, and lastly, every year there's turnover. So when every year on the articulation side, because I've seen how it works very well there, there's just always a training for new articulation officers every year that's offered by the chancellor's office. So there's other roles, and I'm sure professional development is not the only one. So if anyone thinks of other ones, please let me know. But this is one where I think we could do this similar system where every year, like, hey, are you new to this? Come talk to us. We want you to know how everything works. We want you to know where to find things. We want you to know the tools we'd like you to use. Here are the trainings. So a bit more of not just training on the particular topic, but also train the trainers, because the recordings can be posted, but no one's ever going to go look at them. But they can coordinate to make sure the appropriate people at their college see that information. They can host watch parties. So this is where there's that telephone game that we're playing where only the C-level folks are getting messages and we're expecting them to forward it down to everybody else, and that's telephone game doesn't work. So those are a few suggestions I have, and I'm hoping that can be sort of, and we have systems in place where we're already doing this. So I just want to see that more consistent across all other areas of Vision 2030 in action. Thanks.
Thank you for those.
I want to thank you for your presentation. You know, I've been someone who's a big advocate of virtual learning. Really started my first courses back in 2013, so almost 11 years, and how the technology has evolved and the opportunities that I see, especially after the pandemic. There's a big inclination for virtual learning. People that already even have PhDs love to come back and engage in lifelong learning. I think there could be a great opportunity with veterans. There's some support there. In San Diego County, we have a huge veteran community that this would greatly benefit. As you scale, I think some of the challenge you may face is grading. When you're going to these the MOOCs, the massive open online courses, you have to get creative, and some peer-to-peer grading is something that I've seen that has worked. And put the, because as you scale and you have so many students, it's harder to have the faculty and the TAs to grade so many assignments. But you know, you can watch some of the videos as, you know, at double the speed. So there's an increased productivity at any time. You know, you don't have to, it could be at your own pace, at your own time. It doesn't have to be at a specific time and place. So I really think leveraging the virtual environment will really tap into a whole new segment of the student population that was not served. And I think this will help us achieve Vision 2030. And scaling comes with its challenges, but we're here to support, and I'm very, very happy and excited for this, and I hope we get to 200,000 before 2030.
Thanks, Board Member Chang.
Is actually taken classes through the course exchange. Actually, I'm taking a class right now through the course exchange because my college doesn't always offer, especially language classes. It'll maybe be like this class is offered once a year, and if you don't get it, then you can't continue on the pathway, which is really unfortunate because I've really wanted to take Chinese, and so I'm currently in it. And I think it just helps with getting students, like, helping them stay on the path that they want to get onto, because sometimes like organic chemistry first semester isn't offered in spring because it's a year-long course. And so having the ability to take it at other colleges and seeing what other colleges offer not only streamlines it, because I've also taken classes at other colleges and had to go through the entire CCC apply and wait for like an ID and wait for all these things in an email, and having to deal with like 2 emails is really difficult. And so I just really do love course exchange, and I think it's really great for students.
Thank you so much. And I would also say that you're probably getting all your classes on the same learning management, right, on Canvas, because a special feature of Canvas is that it combines your dashboard. So if you take 3 classes on the exchange, they all sort of show up on your home campus dashboard, which is nice. Yeah.
That's great.
So I've been a big fan of online education since I joined the board, and you know, I was always perplexed at why, you know, so few colleges were engaged in it, and it's just really exciting to see the proliferation of colleges and that are both teaching and using. So I think this is great. I think your proposal, your plan, just makes a ton of sense, and I think it's going to be very helpful for students and for building enrollment and for getting student completion and all that sort of thing. I also appreciate the fact that usually IT people don't have much of a sense of humor, but you guys seem to enjoy a good laugh. So that's also really important when you're dealing with IT. And I just wish you well and hope that this can continue to expand and that every college gets the message that this is good for them. It's not going to take anything away. It's going to give students more options and meet them where they are.
With that, is there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
The public comment period on item 6.5 is now open. We will begin with comments in Sacramento. You will be given 2 minutes. I do not see any in-person comments, so I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual comments.
We did have a hand up, but now it is not.
Thank you for that. Oh, it's back up.
Now it's back up. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I want to comment on this one because the learning management system got brought up and how it would work with going to different schools. I'm really concerned about the use of Canvas and like AI bots being on it that was mentioned. Yeah, just really scared. I'm really scared of the ownership of our data on this. It stops me from going to classes. I am interested in going to different schools. I've done a California Consumer Privacy Act request, right to know request with them. They gave me some of my data. I was concerned that they had quiz scores and stuff like that. I am concerned about their private equity owners and some of the things that they have done. And now they're refusing CCPA requests. Also, in their privacy policy, it says, please be aware that personal information we collect may be transferred to and maintained on servers or databases located outside your county. And personal information may be accessible by law enforcement and national security authorities in those jurisdictions. Yeah, like what was said in, I forget which, in 6.2 about keeping all the different students safe that could be in different minority communities. I think this is really dangerous to have everything under one basket. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised, President Costa.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you
very much.
Next up, we have an item that I'm presenting on. Woo! Item 6.6, our baccalaureate degree program update. As you know, I have delegated authority to approve some of the baccalaureate degree programs as they come before me. And so we continue to build our affordable degree programs. As you saw today, we had a first reading item that kind of encapsulates that in our regulatory structure. Today, we are recognizing 2 new and emerging programs that were recently approved. The first is Fullerton College for their baccalaureate degree in drone and autonomous systems. The program was initially submitted in January of 2024 for our 4th cycle and received no duplication objections. This is the first degree program approved at Fullerton College. The second is Mission College for their baccalaureate degree in Emergency Services Administration. This program was also initially submitted in January 2024 for Cycle 4 and received no duplication objections. So congratulations to both Fullerton and Mission Colleges for their new baccalaureate degree programs. We now have 47 baccalaureate degree programs approved at 38 California community colleges. For those of you who are wondering kind of where we are in this process, we are now on our 5th cycle with 7 additional applications received on August 15th. 4 of those programs were selected to move forward to CSU and UC for duplication consideration. Our Cycle 4 closed in January of 2024, and 3 programs are undergoing intersegmental consultation with CSU, UC, and the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities, which was required in the enabling statute. We do have weekly office hours available to any applicants should they wish to talk with our staff or if they have any questions. Cycle 6 applications will be due on January 15th of 2025. The baccalaureate degree program application has undergone revisions as we've gone through the cycles to include a robust demonstration of labor market assessment in collaboration with the Centers of Excellence. And as my last update, I do have to just say I have a special place in my heart for Feather River and their Baccalaureate of Science degree program in ecosystem restoration and applied fire management. I took some heat for that, pun absolutely intended. And so anyway, I just wish all of our colleges luck in these new offerings. I think they're really transformative for our students. With that, colleagues, are there any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, is there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? And this is item 6.6.
The public comment period on item 6.6 is now open. We will begin with comments in Sacramento, and you will have 2 minutes. I do not have any in-person comment requests, and there are no hands raised.
Great, thank you again. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I just want to thank our staff for really doing the hard work on this program approval process. Erin Larson. Thank you. I know it's been hard work, but I think well worth it. And I think that the process has really improved as we've gone through it with our sister segment. So thank you, everyone, for your work on that. Next up, we have item 6.7, our board member reports. All right, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to just go forward. We're going to go back to the action section of our agenda, and we are going to. Yes.
I apologize. We have a virtual hand raised for board member reports.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Board member Villavicencio.
Yep. Thank you, President Costa. I just wanted to, board colleagues, I just wanted to report back. I had the privilege to attend the Inspired Conference sponsored by the California Learning Lab at UCLA's Luskin Center this past October. The theme of the conference, actually, interestingly enough, we talked a lot about it in our discussions in today's agenda items, reimagining the future of teaching and learning. And my greatest takeaway from the conference was the question of higher education's value proposition. You know, given that information is now ubiquitous, we now talked about the impact of AI, it begs the question, what is the true value of our college education and degree today? And if you as of course, you know, in the past, as an academe, as an academic institution, we were the repository of this information, and it's needless to say, not anymore. We also talked a little bit about, you know, when our students complete their degrees, and it doesn't help when they ultimately don't get again a living wage job and have to work minimum wage jobs or multiple jobs in the gig economy to make ends meet. So that question was front and center during this conference. This was an intersegmental conference with participants from CSU, UC, and the private universities. And obviously it was an important question to them. It's an important question to us, but I think we are, as mentioned by a few others, as part of the community college, as again, the community colleges, we are better positioned again to answer the question of this, because our focus is not just on transfer, but we're building on creative approaches to workforce development, like apprenticeships, as was mentioned, credit for prior learning, paid work-based learning programs, and again, as you just mentioned, President Costa, our baccalaureate degrees that foster career preparedness. So I feel we're headed in the right direction with our system in meeting, again, the demands of the 21st century. Economy, but that doesn't mean we have work. If we don't have work to do, we have a lot of work to do. We know that in this age of technology and how it's moving really, really quick, it is changing, in fact, more of our K-12 system faster than higher ed. During the conference, a panelist mentioned that she observed the 6th grade class where usage of AI was being assigned for, again, 6th grade students doing research, writing, and creativity. And I would have to say that it made me deeply think about how we need to move away from sort of being the sage on the stage and as speaking as a faculty member, and become more of the guide on the side, but also the architect of innovative and intentional design. And so I think we're moving in this direction with our new Digital Center of Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. And so really my greatest takeaway is we know here is that we're not just trying to produce students who know things, but learners who strive to know more. And how can we cultivate this curiosity will be the key in the future. And so when we think about the future of higher education and our value proposition as a system, I think it's important for us to consider at this point as we again lead during this very pivotal and transformative period of our of this time. So thank you for allowing me to share that experience.
Thank you for your report. Next, we're going to go back into the action section of our agenda. So we're on item 4.7. This is election of the 2025 board officers. I have a little bit of a script to read, so bear with me. Under the board's procedures, the nomination and election of board officers proceeds in 2 steps. The nomination process commenced at our last meeting in September, where we received 1 nomination for board president, Board Member Aguinaldo, and 1 nomination for Board Vice President, Board Member Rawlings. The Chancellor has received no further nominations in the interim. Are there any further nominations at this time? Seeing none, the election of the board officers will be conducted today during our last regular meeting of the calendar year. The president and vice president we elect will take office immediately prior to adjournment of this meeting and will serve a 1-year term. I propose that we proceed with the election as follows. 1, the vice presidential nominee will have a few minutes to make a verbal presentation to the board. 2, the presidential nominee will have a few minutes to make a verbal presentation to the board. 3, members of the board will have an opportunity to make a brief statement on the election. 4, we'll open it up to public comment. 5, we will consider a motion and a roll call vote. Now, I will ask on the motion and the roll call, I'm going to ask people to divide the question. So I'd like to see a motion for the vice presidential candidate and then the presidential candidate, and we'll take a roll call on each. Does that seem okay, colleagues? All right. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our vice presidential nominee, Mr. Rawlings, to make any comments he wishes.
So I forgot about this part of it, so I didn't have anything prepared. So I'll do like I like to do, which is really speak from the heart, right, and speak in the moment. I have now spent over 31 years working day to day, each day with our students. And to be able to just serve on this board has been such an incredible honor. And then to have colleagues like you serving alongside me has been just amazing. And I've learned so much from each one of you. And to have your support and confidence to serve as your vice president so that I can help support you in the work that you all do is just absolutely unbelievable to me in my career. Someone who came through our CTE programs at Fullerton College, at Northern Canada Community College District so many years ago, having been lucky to have so many mentors coming through our student worker program, is just amazing to be where I'm at. And so I'm looking forward to the work ahead, looking forward to supporting our president. And I know with all of the support of our past presidents, we are lucky to have on our board with us today. There's so much potential coming up. I mean, I think about CVC OEI. I think about how that interconnects with the Common Cloud Data Platform, how Common Course Numbering is going to help facilitate all of this work, how alignment with the CSUs and UCs are going to expedite our students' pathways, because our students are coming to us for a purpose. It's not always a job. Sometimes it's personal enrichment, but most of them it's for a job or for some kind of change in living situation or quality of life. And if they come to us and it takes so long to get through and to get to that goal, we're really killing dreams, as past President Haynes says. And so really looking forward to the next several years on how we hit these different inflection points with the use of technology, use of data, but also how technology is going to enhance the service we provide to our students and help them get to their goal, whatever it is, faster, more efficiently, and with a much higher quality output. So just want to say thank you and look forward to the next few years.
Great, thank you for your comments. I will now turn it over to our presidential nominee, Board Member Aguinaldo, for any comments she wishes to offer.
That is incredible ad-libbing, Board Member Rawlings. I just have a few things to say. I say that the California dream is the most vibrant of the American dream. And anybody who's worked in or with this system knows that that doesn't come easily. It's the result of intention and hard work. And I'm very much ready to roll up the sleeves and work. That's kind of our mantra, especially with these 2 strong women beside me. We work hard, and I'm ready to go. So thank you for being here on the journey, hopefully. I hope you still have kind things to say after we jump into the 2025 agenda, because there is going to be a lot of stuff to do. We're considering 2 board retreats instead of just the normal one. I mean, there's going to be a lot of work, but I'm very honored to stand before you as a product of my history, my family, and I extend a lot of gratitude to them for letting me be here in the first place. I think my grandparents would pinch themselves if they knew what I was doing right now. So that's it.
Thank you. Colleagues, I turn it over to you for any, you guys want to start a debate? Any questions, comments? I'm on my way out, so y'all do what you want. No, just kidding.
So can I just
Board Member Williams.
move the nomination of our presidential candidate forward?
You can, but I'm going to take a beat and open it up to public comment. But I will, it doesn't necessarily matter the order. So we have on the table a motion by Board Member Williams to put forward Board Member Aguinaldo as the president of the board. With that, I'm going to open it up to any members of the public that wish to comment on this item.
Item 4.7 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento, and you will have 2 minutes. We do not have any in-person requests, but I will see about hands raised. Hand it over to Gary.
We do have one hand raised. Philip Kim, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Kim, CEO of the Michelson 20MM Foundation. Thank you to Chancellor Christian, President Costa, and Vice President Aguinaldo, and members of the board for allowing us to share this space with you. I was in person, but unfortunately have had to run to the airport here. But a quick note about us: our organization focuses on expanding equitable opportunities for historically underserved communities. And for a decade plus, it's been our honor to work alongside our community college system. We have never been more excited than we are at present with the current leadership. From creating hundreds of zero textbook cost degrees, to standing up critical student basic needs centers, to pioneering innovative models to serve justice system impacted students. We're just so proud that our community colleges set an example of compassion and daring. And as now President Aguinaldo noted, the California dream for all systems across the country. So on behalf of our foundation, as well as the Michelson Center for Public Policy and Dr. Gary Michelson, just a heartfelt thank you and congratulations. Thank you, President Costa, for your leadership, and congratulations, President Aguinaldo and Vice President Rawlings. Please consider our organizations at your disposal in this coming year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
There are no other
comments.
hands raised.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have a motion on the table by Board Member Williams.
I have a second.
Well, Legrand got to me first, Pam. I'm sorry. I was looking at him. All right, we have a motion and a second to put forward Board Member Aguinaldo as our president. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
How awkward is it to vote for yourself? Aye.
Well, if you don't do it, it's even more awkward.
Voter fraud.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
An enthusiastic aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
I am very excited. Thank you.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Yay, an aye.
Harry Legrand.
Well, yes.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Enthusiastic aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
Congratulations. Motion carries.
May I nominate Mr. Rawlings, my seatmate here, as the Vice President of the Board?
Can I
Absolutely.
second?
We have a motion by Epstein and a second by Haynes to put forward Board Member Rawlings as our Vice President. With that, can you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
An enthusiastic aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.